love watching Jubilee's videos, but sometimes I wish I covered more topics of things I'm really interested in, like Overwatch for example. But I know dang well that would never happen. Unless I brought on 8 Overwatch content creators to do an Overwatch spin-off of Jubilee's series called Spectrum. If you're unfamiliar with how Spectrum works, contestants are read out a statement and then they will move to an area that aligns with their view on the statement. So, to put an Overwatch spin on this, I've compiled a list of hot takes that I will be reading out to the contestants. This will be done in the attacker spawn of New Queen Street. The 3 circles on the floor represent disagree, neutral, and agree, with the lines in between representing the somewhat stance. So, for example, the line between disagree and neutral would represent the somewhat disagree stance. I belong in the rank I am in. Go. Alright, we're already off to a very split start.
So I just think since I'm new to the game and everything, I think it's only fair. I don't know the ropes like someone who's been playing from like 2016, you know?
There's obviously a lot of things I do not know as a bronze player. Knowing everything about every hero is just mind-blowing to me. But like, there's always this concept of elo hell. You don't have control over everything, so you might feel that you should be a higher rank.
I'm currently GM1, but we all know that the rank across the board for ladder right now is a little inflated. I haven't been playing the game a ton this season, but it's weird that this is the season that I hit GM1. Well, I think I belong somewhere around High Masters or Low GM. GM1 is not for me.
I've been hovering around GM1, GM3, especially during the like mid-season patch. It's been really like finicky. I think right now ranks are inflated.
Are you ready for the next one? Zero, if you could go on the line, please. No, other way. There you go. Oh, no, too far. There you go. A lot of the time, my games are unwinnable due to my teammates. Go. You guys are so hesitant.
The amount of times that I have had a complete and utter tank or support diff, or in my over DPS, is insane.
What is your main, like, hero that you play?
I am a Sojourn and Genji main.
You know, sometimes it does feel like no matter what I do, the tank or the DPS just aren't doing their job. Like, why do I have more damage than you playing like Lucio? You know, I would say more often than not, it's other people the problem and it's not me.
At least 80% of the time it's going to be your fault. Like, regardless, you can always say, oh, it was my teammates, but you at least have to recognize that that's just cope.
A lot of the time end up playing with my friends, and I know that they know what they're doing, so it's a little bit awkward to blame them, but anytime that I solo queue, I guess I just don't feel like it happens often enough that it's like only my teammates' fault.
If you would have asked me, 2 weeks ago, I would have been in the hard agree spot. But right now, at least it feels like, yeah, you might have somebody on your team who's 2, 3, or God forbid even 4 ranks away from you. But chances are that somebody on the other team is also that rank or close to it.
So for me, I have over 20,000 competitive games. Out of those 20,000, I think about 10 or 20 were unwinnable due to teammates.
Rank inflation exists and is a problem. Go. Okay, all right. I'm more curious to hear from Hydra.
I just kind of went with the center because I don't really know. I mean, I've pretty much only been bronze and I've only been here, so I don't really have a good sense of if other people's ranks are being inflated or not.
Sojourn is still broken. Go. Alright, so nobody hard agrees, but we have a lot of people in the somewhat agree.
I mean, I don't think it's like hard broken, but it's maybe still not great. I also play a lot of Mercy, and it's like, oh, yeah, I can still damage boost people and they still get one shot.
By herself, she's not as strong as she used to be, but with Pocket, as a Kiko player, I will try to contest her if nobody else can. So whenever I try to headshot her, I'll get her 1, but then she has a Mercy pocket and she heals back before I can land a second one.
The thing about Sojourn is it's the people who play Sojourn, because Bronze and GM, I don't know if you know, but it's very different. So the person behind Sojourn dictates whether Sojourn is good or not in that rank.
Sojourn is not necessarily a meta pick. I say somewhat disagree, because I think she's still incredibly strong, especially if you have a Mercy.
Coming from someone who peaked Silver primarily by abusing like peak Sojourn's mechanics, I think in comparison to where she was before and also just in general now, she is nowhere near as broken as she was.
Having a wrecking ball on my team is usually a bad thing. Go. I had a feeling like most of the bronze players would go towards the agree, but it's funny that the only person in the agree circle itself is a GM player. I love seeing all the little dwarves together, and then we have Mason chilling with like his big friend. It's like the little kid that has like the big brothers, and he just like hangs out with them.
I'm Chris. I don't like balls. I mean, I don't like ball.
Hello?
So you're lesbian. Okay, I don't know what that has to do with this, but all right, let's moving on. We're talking about Hammond here. I didn't expect people to come out of the closet on my game show, but you know what? Anything for the views.
It really depends on what DPS is being run with the ball. If you're running something like, you know, Trace or Genji, I don't really know what to do with that because everybody's on dive and like I can't super keep up really well. It can work and it can be really fun, but usually if I end up with a ball on my team, it doesn't go well.
Next, we have 4 bronze players in the somewhat agree.
Wait, mine somewhat agree.
Yeah, where did you think you were?
Was this disagree?
No.
You know, when I'm in bronze, you know, not a lot of people have good mechanics to play ball in the first place, and it's just very hard to keep up with ball, and they just end up dying repeatedly and refuse to change because, you know, ball's it, you know.
I think a lot of players in my rank are not good with ball at all. They don't know what they're doing, but they're trying their best because it's meta. At the same time, when there is a good ball on my team, that's what makes a bit of a difference because, again, I am a Genji and Sombra player, so it definitely helps when I have that to just manage picks off of when I good setting up picks.
I think that, like, I play support, so I kind of know how to play with a ball, so that's why I'm like okay with it. It's either I like play Lucio and dive with him, or I play Zen and I sit in the back of Discord or whatever he goes on and give him an orb. Like, I like know what to do. It's just a matter of if I can do that.
Mercy is a main healer. Go.
Mercy, obviously, the main thing about Mercy is the healing. Like, the damage isn't really good. I feel like with a lot of other supports, you can definitely do a lot more damage when you do healing and it will be absolutely fine. But with Mercy, I feel like you 100% need to concentrate more on the healing. And so, for me, that's what classifies it as a main healer.
I'm surprised nobody's like interjecting to disagree with a very vital part of Mercy's kit that he didn't mention.
OG Mercy, for the last 6 years, up until this current patch, I would be in the somewhat disagree category. However, with this new patch where she gets a lot of benefits from primarily focusing on healing, she's definitely more of a main support than she used to be. But I will directly counteract what Mason just said. You should not be focusing on healing as Mercy.
So I agree and I disagree because it very much comes down to what your team is playing. It also comes down to what is meta currently. And there's been many metas where you have been playing Mercy Zen as an example, where the Mercy was flying with the team or pocketing the Zen or like a Widow in the backline. So it very much depends on what your team is running and what playstyle your team is playing.
I just feel like there's a lot of different ways you can play Mercy, and main healer is an okay one, but I don't feel like that's necessarily the best way for everybody and every team composition to do that. Sometimes you get a lot more, I guess, value out of flying around and damage boosting people who are doing something at that moment.
I completely forgot about damage boosting, I'm sorry.
That's what I was wondering, yeah. You forgot about damage boost being a part of Mercy's kit?
Yeah, I completely...
Oh, no.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Okay, and then who wanted to speak as the GM?
Oh, start.
Me. Oh, rock, paper, scissors.
No. I play Mercy. I play
rock, paper, scissors.
Okay. Sure.
Alright. Somebody count it down.
Rock,
3.
paper, scissors, shoot.
Rock.
Okay, ready?
Okay.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Rock.
Ha! I win. Okay. I think it depends on the comp. Like, say you're running like a rat, because ball can just, a good ball will just roll away to find a health pack. So I think running Mercies under certain conditions as a main healer is okay because of the utility she provides.
Main support is like what your comp is based around, so your main supports are like Lucio, Brig, Mercy. They're considered main supports because that's what your comp is built around, whether it's Brawl, Sustain, or Poke. That's why you run either one of those 3.
Look at Trash with the knowledge. We love women in STEM. This one isn't really a hot take as much as like where you guys stand. The statement is, I have an alt account in a different rank that I sometimes play on. All right, so every single GM has a Smurf account basically, and every single, oh my god! This is gonna be a little weird, but bear with me. Go back in the middle. We're gonna skip straight to my next question. Playing in a different rank ruins the experience for other people. Go. I love how the GMs agree. They're like, yep, I'm the problem. I know I am. And what?
So to preface this, I'm a flex player who has every single role in GM1. I can play basically almost everything. I do not play Torb. I don't like that character. So
Wow, there's like 5 Torbs right next to you. Read the room, bro.
the reason I disagree or agree that it ruins people's games, even though I'm playing on a new character, is for the simple fact I have way more experience and I have a way easier time learning a new character than, let's say, a very new player that is bronze or silver or plant.
Whenever like I go on my ult, it's gonna be because I'm either losing, playing terribly, or I just want to like have fun. When I do that, I'm not as much impacting the game.
Tank mains, for some reason, they're like, hey, I want to try out support. I'm very bad at support, so they'll make an alt account and stuff like that. I think is okay. But if you're like top 500 and on Widow or somebody, and you're like, tee I'm gonna make a new account and crush these guys, that's not fun.
I feel like it's on a situational basis, to be honest, because like if you are a Widow and you're trying to learn Widow and you're like a his scan main smurfing in a bronze or gold lobby or something, you sicken me. But but on the second
Call him
hand,
out! Talk your shit!
on the upper hand though, let's say you're, I don't know, a Lucio player, I don't care. If you are a hit scan player who smurfs as to learn another hit scan in low ranks, I will fight you in real life. If you want to learn Widow and you pick another account and I see you in gold, it's on site.
If your avoid list is always full, you are likely the problem. Go.
Obviously, concept of avoiders teammate is to obviously get rid of people who are throwing your games, who are purposefully bad. But I feel like if someone's like not bad on purpose, it's way too harsh. Like, because the thing is with bronze, I feel like a lot of bronze players aren't actually that bad. They're just really inconsistent. So one game they can do awful, one game they can do great. And I feel like if you have the list of it full, you're just like trigger happy almost.
Some people just avoid people that they don't like. It's like if you're just sort of playing a game and you're like, oh, well, this person immediately picked a character that I don't like, so I'm gonna avoid them right now. It's definitely on you. Like there, you know, there's a big difference between that and like this person was like super duper toxic and rude and didn't really do anything to help, so we're avoiding them. But like if your avoid list is full constantly, I just don't know how statistically you would be running into that many people that aren't good.
I will say that I use it for only toxicity. The amount of times people like say slurs or, you know, just start like going wild like with trash talk, then that's when I use the block system, and it happens a lot in bronze.
I genuinely think that avoided teammate is more of a tool than anything. There used to be this feature called prefer a player, where if you had somebody you really enjoyed playing with and somebody that you knew was a consistently good player, you could get them on your team, you could prefer them. But they got rid of that in place of avoid teammate. And I think it's really good for, let's say you avoid a one trick, you avoid people that don't play the preferred character. You're like more likely to win with them on your team, especially if like they don't agree with your hero pool or something like that. Like if I get another Widow one trick on my team, I'll just avoid that Widow one trick so then I can play Widow and I can go against them with the enemy team next game.
Mercy's res is unhealthy for the game. 1, 0 is like ready to go. Go, I guess, go.
When a player is dead, they should stay dead. Especially back in the day when it was like a 6-stack res, that was just ridiculous. And it has gotten better over time, but still feel like it's just kind of a lot.
I've always said this. I believe res is bad for the game simply because of the way it interacts with the snipers. Because if you have a sniper duel and the enemy Widow has a mercy and you don't, you will always have to win a duel twice. And when you have 50-50 chance to win the duel, then you're gonna be more likely to lose. And it also comes down to the fact that mercy can literally go behind a wall, very far out of range to res instead of having to be in the open where you can really easily deny the res.
I feel like res does offer a lot of vulnerability. I think it's fair enough. I think if you have good target priority, if your team is actually like doing what they should, usually your target like Mercy is not going to get that many reses.
The thing is with, I'm very aware of 5-man res. Let me say that I'm very aware. So the thing is,
Wait, you're aware of 5-man res from
I
5
am
years
very
ago,
aware,
but not
very
damage boost?
don't worry about that. Relatively, I feel like maybe I'm a bit, tricked into being here because it used to be way worse.
Support is the easiest role to climb with. Go.
So I'm a DPS player with almost 2,000 hours on DPS alone, ranked wise. And my highest role currently is support by a long shot. And I believe the amount of damage a support can do currently is way off the charts compared to what it used to be or what should have been the case, in my opinion.
I'm main role is DPS, and I think that support is the easiest role because it's really easy to handle mentally. I'm sure anybody who can go play DPS, and you'll realize that it's probably the most frustrating, and it's a lot easier to blame other people on support because there's not really much you can do. You're not the one doing the damage, and you're not the one taking the space. So what can you do? Tank players will always say tanks has the most impact in the game, but most of them agree that support is both the easiest and easy to climb with. I decided this season that I wanted to one trick Mercy to GM, and that was probably the calmest, easiest ride I have ever felt to GM. And I was solo queuing. I didn't do it with anybody. I just coasted through Masters straight to GM.
The thing with support is like it's the easiest role in the sense that you can do the bare minimum and get a kind of away with it. Where on DPS and tank, you kind of put a little extra like effort into it. You know what I mean? The game kind of plays itself for you in a sense. Like if you just heal bot as Kirika, you can get like this already like base value off of her.
I don't want to be blasted on Twitter.com. I think some supports have a far easier time than others. I think Mercy, for example, does have an easier time climbing up. Though she can be very stressful, at least personally. I'm not sure I would say that it is the easiest to climb in.
I'd say that support is the easiest to play mechanically, and I agree with Gabi that you can get away with making more mistakes than, say, tank or DPS. However, DPS and tank have the most impact in team fights, but at the end of the day, you are a support. It's your job to support the team while they're the ones that are taking space and getting kills. So, to a certain extent, it really is a role that's fairly reliant on your team.
The easiest role, is DPS. It's DPS, I'd easily say, without a doubt. When your tank and support are doing good, you're gonna be good, no matter what. But when you support and tank, you're gonna be, you could definitely be bad no matter what. DPS, you can just shoot people. I'm sorry, I'm very bad at aiming, that's why I don't play DPS. I play support, and shooting people as DPS seems like a field day. I used to only play support in Overwatch 2 Season 1, but then I realised support is awful. It's awful to play.
GM on console is equal to GM on PC in terms of skill. Go.
I think that mouse and keyboard gives you a lot more ability to do something, but being able to do the same type of things without that ability also plays into it. It's hard to say because there are GMs and top 500s who are top 500 in PC and console. It usually tends to carry over. I think it's comparable. I don't think it's exact, but it's fairly comparable.
I feel like some like game sense and like other like kind of stuff you can transfer over from like console to PC. Take Ryan for example. You can get GM on console pretty easy with Ryan, and you can transfer that over to PC. So you have some skill from console that can like equate to PC, so I just think that's why.
Personally, I don't think PC console and PC Overwatch even begin to be comparable. I think the PC requires a lot of mechanical skill, and that's why a lot of the time people who come from PC to smurf on console, game sense definitely is similar, which is why I'm in somewhat disagree and not disagree. Game sense definitely carries over. However, mechanical skill, definitely not.
I agree a lot with what Nebula said. The game sense can carry over, but I feel like it's just entirely different when you take into account aim assist. Just having that big carry up, it's just a lot different when you transfer over to a keyboard and mouse compared to the small controller you have.
If a GM console player were to swap to PC, what do you think that they, like, obviously it's situational, but like roughly, what do you think that they would be?
I would say like low masters maybe. That's like a safe bet to say.
Yeah, low masters, high diamond.
I'd say like on average like diamond, plat.
I think diamond as well.
I find hit scan heroes easier to play than projectile heroes. Go.
My take is like projectile, there's like predictability to it, right? You know, hit scan, you kind of just shoot the guy, right? If you see them, you shoot, and if you don't hit them, you try again, and if you hit them, good. There's not really a lot of like skill development, in my opinion.
A lot of hit scan games out there, the point and click is probably a little easier to learn than leading shots like on somebody like Hanzo. Like he is definitely an RNG based character, but also you could be very good at him by learning to lead his shots and knowing where that headshot is gonna be at, compared to a hit scan like Soldier or something where you're just tracking them.
I mean, for me personally, I just don't really find either of the two particularly harder or easier than the other, because I've just played the game so much for so long. But I could see why people would prefer projectile, because it's like less intense aiming.
I think projectiles are I find much more easier to at least like try to hit, because I'm on console and I'm not very good at aiming. And for some reason, I feel like there's just more fun in playing a character that has projectiles, like Zenyatta for case.
The reason why I would say projectiles are easier mainly comes from personal experience. The main game that I played before this was Dead by Daylight, and the killer I played was Artist, who has a projectile weapon. I've just grown accustomed to predicting someone else's movements compared to hit scan, where it's a lot harder for me to just track because of my joysticks.
It is harder to aim on controller than it is on PC. Go.
I've never really played Overwatch on any other like console or anything. I tried like playing it on Switch and it didn't do for me. It was just hard in general. I find it incredibly hard to like aim in general on any other console. So that's why I just like sprinted to like the agree.
So it mainly depends on what you're allowed to use. If you're allowed to use aim assist, I would personally be over in somewhat agree or neutral. But I'm going to use no aim assist whatsoever to make a baseline. Let's look at the game Rainbow Six Siege. That game has no aim assist for any console players, and when zimming was a big problem in that game, you would just see PC players or zimmers dominate lobbies. That's why I would say it's much harder to aim on console. If we want to get into the anatomy behind it, for console, you only have your thumbs to aim. PC, you have your entire arm. That's a lot more to work with compared to a console.
I wanted to like heavily agree with what Noda said, because when you have a lot less that you can use to aim, like the flick shots with your wrist or like kind of niche, I guess I don't know how many people play Mercy here, but trying to do super jumps on controller, you kind of have to mess with your settings so heavily on controller to try to do that. It's kind of a headache.
So say imagine you're new to PC, you've never played on console, or you're new to console and you've never played on PC. I believe in both platforms it can take a very long time to find a sense that works for you and your style of aiming. Finding a sense and finding what works for you, especially when you're so new to an overwhelming game like Overwatch, it can be quite difficult.
I feel like it depends if you're talking about like hit scan or a projectile. I feel like it might be a little easier to aim with hit scan on PC, but on console, I think projectiles in more favor.
I believe PC is the superior platform. Go. No surprise that we have quite a few PC players over in the agree, but what is surprising to me is that we have a console player in there.
When we talk about like, I think competitive gaming specifically, like PC has like such a high ceiling as far as like APM and like aiming and such go, and like if you compare like a high level PC player, let's say like, I don't know, Flap, Super, Emog,
Christalraine,
and then compare, pardon?
Christalraine. Oh, who said that?
Yeah, Christalraine, yeah.
Who said that?
And then you compare it to like a console player on the same rank, like you see a lot more like crazy stuff happening on the PC. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. There's a lot more you can do. I feel like.
A couple of things. I think there's a reason why Overwatch League is on PC. I think it's seen as the superior platform. And also culturally, you see people want them to make the transition to PC. You don't really hear a lot of people like, oh, make the move to console. I think it's always seen as an upgrade moving to PC, or that's the push that people make to go professional or seen as having credibility.
I definitely emotionally agree, but I only somewhat disagree because some people just have more fun on console and it's just more chill for them. It's just easier for people over there. But other than that, it mainly is more superior for PC for competitive scenes and like just trying and the skill difference. That's mainly my take on it.
So the part of me that agrees is the part that obviously has to acknowledge the advantages of PC. And I'm not talking just mechanical advantages, I'm talking customizable advantages. I'm talking keyboards, desktops, it's more widely accessible for people to communicate over Discord. So whilst I do recognize that, I don't think it's necessarily fair to consider PC superior when actually a lot of people's childhoods are deep-rooted in console. People started with Nintendos, with PS Vitas, stuff like that. And I don't think and alongside that, you cannot possibly deny the financial availability of consoles. They are cheaper, they are more available, and I just think it's rather silly to think, oh, this is so much better than you because I can click on my keyboard and click heads much easier. Like, yes, that's true, but we can also all play the same games. We can all play with our friends. We can all establish parasocial relationships with one another. So I just think it's a rather elitist way of thinking. We can all e-date. Like, yeah, we can all e-date. We can all get an e-boy and an e-girl and a Discord kitten. So I just think it's a rather elitist view to think that one is superior to the other when we're all just gamers trying to have fun.
Console-wise, I don't know why it matters on like which console you play. We're all the same. Like, you know, we're playing the same game. And Overwatch recently came out with their cross-platform, and as long as you're having fun at the end of the day, it shouldn't really matter which console you play. Because we're all getting like the same outcome. We should be all having fun in Overwatch.
I think those two put it perfectly. When it comes to the platform you wish to play on, it's more of a case of beauty's in the eye of the beholder. You can choose what you enjoy. If most of your friends are on console, go to console. That's what's superior to you.
Console players deserve the same opportunities in esports as PC players do. And just to clarify, this is like regarding Overwatch. So not COD, not anything like that. This is Overwatch. Go.
So my personal take on this is that it's kind of a no-brainer. If a console player is willing to go onto PC, is willing to take their controller into PC rank, whilst knowing that their aim assist will be taken away, and they are willing to put in the effort to make it work whilst being in Overwatch League or etc, etc, I think that they should absolutely be given the same opportunities, because console, I think, unfortunately, we are kind of left to our own devices.
I agree with their points for the most part, but I think they should get opportunities if they are willing to put in that effort. Not every single GM or top 500 in console lobbies will be able to contend with other GM and top 500s in PC lobbies or actual pro players. They really have to put in a lot of work to be able to be in that category of having an opportunity.
I have a question. If your girlfriend was just so happened to be threatening to dump you right now in my Twitch chat, would that change your stance?
Yeah, it makes sense that she is. I feel like I should plead the fifth, but I don't know if that makes my case worse or not.
I mean, I've never had a live on stream breakup before. That'd be good clickbait. So maybe you should stay where you are. Next Overthink video is gonna pop off.
Alright, so I think emotionally speaking, right, the agree side did bring up a lot of good points, right? But logistically speaking, there's a reason why there's not a console league, right? There's not a lot of monetary value to gain out of it. Console players just aren't as like flashy. There's not as much potential to be had there, right? And also like just as is, right? They're at a huge disadvantage with not having aim assist. So I think for their sake, they should just not be able to go. Of course, if they made like a separate console league, it's like fine, sure, but I don't know. Just as it is, like, no thanks.
If a PC player loses to a controller player with aim assist, it's a skill issue. Go.
Aim assist does a little bit, but like I feel like a lot of Overwatch is around game sense and positioning, all that sort of stuff. So a controller player has some aim assist. That's fine, and that's how it should be. But it doesn't help. It's not turning you from a low skill player to a high skill player. Like it's just adjusting for the mouse to console. So it is your fault. Fair. I don't see a problem with it.
Okay, so I think that idea completely negates the idea of strategy, planning, teamwork, all of the things that you can do with any console, any PC. Like, I think that saying it's just a skill issue when like it's unpredictable sometimes.
I don't really have that strong of an opinion on this, because in a game like Overwatch, game sense and positioning and stuff matters a lot more than aim in most cases. But because aim assist exists, I could never say fully that it's just completely a skill issue, because the game is literally aiming for you to a degree.
I just wanted to say, I really don't care for the skill issue thingy. It's more of like something you should you could learn from. It doesn't matter like if you could aim. I think it matters more if you're the game sense and positioning. I think that matters more than like, oh, can you aim? Can you like beat this person? Can you beat that person? Especially on console.
But from what I can tell, the people here who are disagreeing were also saying that PC was superior. You can't say that it's superior and that it's not a skill issue. Because if you're superior, you should be doing better. When you say that it's just aim assist, you're negating all their potential skill when it comes to what their actual ability is. If you're not saying it's a skill issue, then you have to say that they're on par, because then it cannot be a skill issue. So if aim assist is what's causing them to win the fight, then wouldn't that make console on par, if not equal?
Jix is shaking his head. What do you have to say?
No, because I think in 99 out of 100 situations, the PC player is more likely to win in just like generally speaking, especially for Overwatch, where I know the aim assist in Overwatch on console is nowhere near as strong as other games like Apex, where you would see console players or controller players win more often. And I don't think it makes console superior or anything either, because when talking about PC being superior to console, I think it's more than just the players on it. It's also like you get more FPS, you can have high refresh rates, and you can also just do more with a PC than a console.
So with all that in mind, considering the fact that you can do more with a PC, shouldn't you then be able, if you're able to win and you still lose, then wouldn't that be the definition of a skill difference? You had more equipment to use, you had better stuff, but you lost. That is a skill issue or a skill difference.
Like I said earlier, in Overwatch, positioning and game sense and stuff is way more important than aim in the first place. But I just can't, in me, be able to say that the fact that aim assist exists and it's not 100% human input, no, it does not.
Have you played on console, may I ask?
Yes, I have.
So you should know that the aim assist is not that strong.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's strong, but just the fact that it exists at all, just no.
But if you still have more tools, even though the aim assist, it's not really aiming for you. It is dragging your aim to some degree, but at some point, the aim assist does stop. It doesn't do the entire job for you. So if you lose with more tools and better tools, if that, than someone who has less tools and worse tools, and yes, you just need better skill.
Yeah, I don't think... obviously in Overwatch, aim's not the most important thing, and again, the aim assist in Overwatch isn't that big in the first place, but it's just built into me, in my brain. The fact that a part of the game is being played for you, I just can't accept that. Sorry.
So your position just comes from bias then, is what I'm hearing.
Maybe.
And I think we have reached a little middle ground.
After hearing everything I just heard, I would like to change my position. I would like to change to slightly agree, because I think Nota made some very key points that I actually agree with. a 1v1 is a skill comparison. It is. And whilst I agree that skill comparison should not get you down, it should be something you use as motivation to climb back up, to develop that skill that you have. It should not be, and I do think that skill diff is quite harmful in itself to people who play the game, because it can be quite demotivating and do the opposite of what it is supposed to do. However, I do now, with all this information in mind and reading what chat has said, I do agree.
I'd like to change Hinotori from disagree to neutral.
Oh, that's a big jump. Okay.
I
Cool.
also want to change my stance. Sorry, I'm best at. I just want to change it to neutral as well.
Okay. All right, we had a lot of people change after this. That was a good debate, though. I think Lifeweaver's kit is well made and will do more good for the game than bad. Go. Wow, we already have a very, very split thing going on. Okay.
I think he's very interesting because it's all about repositioning your teammate somewhere else. On top of that, we do need a support counter for tanks, not gonna lie, because I am tired being targeted.
I think 3 of the scariest words in Overwatch are new support hero, because Anna released and she was busted, and then Brig released and she was busted, and like Mercy was reworked and she was busted. It's like anything that isn't like power creepy, anything that seems like kind of interesting, like not just spam lots of healing focus, I'm down for that. So I'm slightly agree.
There is like a lot of bad things about it. Trolling and all that. People would definitely need to get used to him and his kit.
I don't see his utility past high ground, and probably going to be very obnoxious to play with. Something to get used to, and I don't think I'm ready for that change. And I don't think the high ground utility is very good either. Very trolly.
Mercy is one of the easiest supports. Go.
I don't think Mercy is like skillless or anything. Like there's a lot of skill in Guardian Angel. My problem with Mercy is that I wish she had more skill than Guardian Angel, because there's a lot of damage boost skill, there's a lot of awareness, but most heroes have that on top of everything else, on top of like 2 or 3 utility abilities, on top of aiming.
I think I have to talk as a Mercy main. Is Mercy easy to play? This is gonna be controversial. She is. However, I have seen some god-awful Mercies. There's so much more to Mercy that meets the eye, but like Mercy is such an easy character to get into. You can't deny that she is made to be one of the easiest supports. It's in her kit. Like that's how she's made. Like you don't need to aim, you know. It's all about game sense rather than like, you know, some of the other characters like Ana or like Baptiste.
I think that she is like not really hard with like aiming and other things like that. But when it comes to game sense, like who to target, who to damage boost and heal bot and that type of things, and also Guardian Angel, it makes her like a lot more harder than what other people might think.
First of all, Moira is the easiest support. Don't at me. You throw out orbs like it's candy on Halloween. You have the easiest escape in any situation. Mercy, I feel like, yes, you do have some downtime. Yes, there are days where you're just standing there with a beam. I've never seen enemy teams jump a support like they jump Mercy. So if you add that in to what should theoretically be a quote easy support, it makes it much more difficult because everybody wants you dead.
What does everybody think that the easiest support is like in the game? If you had to narrow it down to one.
Moira.
I would agree with
Moira then Brig.
Moira.
DPS is the easiest role in the game. Go.
So I feel like a good tank and good support can carry a team anywhere. DPS, your main objective is to get eliminations. Tanks have a lot more to worry about. You gotta worry about the enemy team. You gotta worry about where your team is. Supports have to worry about literally everything under the sun. You have to worry about the enemy team. You have to worry about your team. You have to worry about staying alive.
I agree with everything that Swank said. It's very like low skill floor with a very high skill set. And it's like this whole game. This game is very hard to play, but I think DPS have like one of the easier times.
I think what can make them difficult, aside from like knowing how to aim, is being, I guess, independent in a way, or like especially if you're playing a flank hero and you don't have a pocket, you kind of have to rely on yourself and like make sure that you don't get hit as much and you land your shots.
I hard disagree because I believe that this whole game is very skill based. Like there's no no such thing as easiest role to play. You have to know how to play each character, and that's how the game works.
I mostly just play one hero. Go.
One trick
yeah.
by choice.
I'm also one trick by choice actually. Unless you are being paid to play Overwatch and all that stuff, I honestly think that you can force any character and you'll be fine. Maybe it's because I play Mercy. I forced Mercy when Kiriko Lucio was like the it comp to run for support, and I've still found my success. If you are good enough at your support, you can climb. And if you can't, then I'm sorry, it's a skill issue.
I feel a lot of Lucio players feel this way. I like Lucio so much that my next most played heroes are Junker Queen and Winston because they're the most similar to Lucio. Besides that, I 100% agree with everything Pirate said about team comp not mattering. Morph meta Lucio was terrible. Morph meta was the highest SR I've ever been in one-tricking Lucio. I hit rank 1 before LQ.
For this one, I just kind of wanted to see where you guys stood, but it also kind of leads into our next question. The people in the agree circle, please don't hate me for what I'm about to do. I don't like when I get one tricks on my team. Go.
I'm gonna be honest, if I see another Mercy main on my team, I love y'all, but I'm sorry. Give me Mercy.
The reason I'm neutral is because I think when someone's a one trick, like, it usually means that they're very knowledgeable about their one trick. It can just be frustrating if it's like a one trick Zen and the other team is cranking out damage and a Zen can't keep up with the heals.
As a mega flex myself, I don't mind if somebody is a one trick. I just like the option that if the enemy team is making that specific pick not great anymore and you're not bringing a lot of value to the team, that you might at least have one thing in your back pocket that you could pull out that might be able to give your team that edge.
I don't really care about one tricks. You one trick the hero, you're shit, you're shit. If you're not, you're not, you know. You'll get avoided if you're shit. But if I take Mercy and then next round you take it and you main her, I'm like, you need to speak up. If you can't speak up about your hero, that's when I'm like questioning your one trick ability. I actually dislike when people are like, oh my god, you know, I wanted Mercy, I main Mercy. I'm like, you could have just asked, you know? Like, you don't have to throw, because if you're a one trick, sometimes you're shit at other heroes, so I would just suggest, please ask.
Game sense is way more important than mechanical skill. Go.
So I play competitive Splatoon actually, and game sense is really important in that game because you gotta know when to pop your special and when. It's very similar to this game, I guess. Like, if you know when to pop an ability in this game, you could do more than like, oh, I killed that guy, because you can just wait for your DPS to kill somebody. I think it's more so just like when you use your abilities is very important, and that's compared to, you know, I got a headshot, Lamau.
I think game sense is so important that it's more important than mechanical skill, even on mechanical heroes, because especially in higher ranks you see this a lot. Once people get to like Master GM, lots and lots of people have very good mechanics, but the actual difference is prediction. Because if you know when someone's going to ult and what they're going to do before they do, that is way better than mechanics, because that can even help your mechanics.
I agree with what the agree people were saying. Mechanical skills can only get you so far. Overwatch is so heavily based in knowing what's going on in our very, very crazy game. And if you don't have game awareness of what's happening, what the enemy team's going to do, where they are, etc., what your team's doing, it doesn't matter how good your mechanical skill is. Sometimes you're just going to get run over by it.
I think that mechanics are somewhat better, or at least a bit more better than having skill, because I've had many instances where like paying attention to what's going on in the game has helped me more than it has like just getting all the shots or like, you know, doing, you know, very good in the kill feed.
So like as a Zen main, I might be a little like biased a bit, but like I feel like aim is very important for like Zen, like knowing stuff. I know that game awareness is important, but for characters that I play, which is mainly Zen, I feel like knowing how to aim, like playing Val and stuff, which really helped me with my headshots and things like that, have really helped me climb like the ranks way more than my game sense has over time. I feel like early game sense was very important, but now it's more getting that aim and getting that good aim where it can hit headshots consistently is way more important right now.
Some games I can just be so chill, but if I know what I'm doing, that's why I'm like, as long as I know that, I think I'm comfortable. But this is also a Mercy main speaking, so sometimes these games are either really slow and you really just chill out, and then other games like, okay, I'm in the mood, I can do this, do that, I'm really excited. It's just how my perspective in the games have been.
Support is the most impactful role in the game. Go.
I think that support and tank are like paired in most impactful, but I think support is more impactful because of like heals and speed boost and damage boost and other things that can make other players and other roles more powerful and more impactful.
I would say yes, tank and DPS can absolutely change the pace of a game, but supports are mostly like the play makers. There's so much value from their capabilities, getting a risky res off that changes the flow of the game, a good Ana, a good Zen, etc. So I would say it's hard to say that they're the only the most impactful, but I would say they're damn close.
There's been so many games where our tank just isn't picking up the slack they need to pick up, or maybe our DPS just isn't doing what they're doing. All roles have to. I can't really all roles have to do their own thing, and I don't think there's one role that does more than the other.
Actually, my opinion is the same as the person who spoke before me. That's it, because this is a game. This is a team play game. If you have a good tank and you have a good DPS and support, you're gonna have fun. If you're not gonna win, at least have fun.
So before we go into this one, I have a question for you guys. So are you guys all involved in Overwatch Twitter to some extent?
Yes.
Unfortunately.
So if you're not involved on Twitter at all, can you guys step all the way forward towards the spawn? All right, because this is kind of leaning towards the community outside of the game itself, on Twitter and stuff like that. Some support heroes have a very whiny and entitled fan base. Go.
Okay, so when Mercy was reworked a few years back, they removed multi-res and they made her the strongest any hero has ever been in the entire game's history. Do you want to know what the community reaction was? The community reaction was that she was way too weak, and then she dominated the game for 8 months, and it was miserable. I think that's about as entitled as it gets.
Makes it even funnier that you sound like you're on the verge of tears.
Memories.
I wouldn't say support's the most whiny. I would say they get the most backlash. But I would say DPS is a little bit more whiny when it comes to what they won't get or what happens to other characters. They always feel like they have to speak up about it, I feel like. But yeah, supports can still be whiny, why am I not getting this, or we should get this, or a tank should be this, that kind of stuff. So
I guess for background of what I'm gonna say, I'm blocked by Aria Rose. So, do I think that Mercy mains complain a lot? Yes, but I also think that's because, let's be honest, Mercy is probably one of the most popular heroes. Do I think that some of them complain? Yes. Do I also think it's a skill issue? Also yes. I also think that the Mercy players that were complaining are also ass. So, love ya.
Where I'm at, I believe we're all equally whiny. What I think, though, is that supports have been pooped on time and time again over the years, and I feel like we're just more impassioned about it and maybe just a little bit tired about things, and maybe that's why it seems like we get that kind of rep, but I do believe that all the roles are equally whiny about anything that concerns it.
Girl Boss, you said that you wanted to sneak your way in. You could sneak your way in if you have a stance on it.
I was gonna say Mercy players. I see, I'm on TikTok, and I just see so many Mercies that are just I didn't get the DPS. I don't, you know what I'm saying? People just want crazy off their high horses for no reason, and think there is a lot of very entitled people in this game.
I think that supports are the least whiny role. Considering DPS, I've had my experiences in the 7 months that I've been in Overwatch. I'm sorry, but battle mercies sometimes are annoying. When they when they nerfed the Guardian Angel, in TikTok specifically, there were some mercy mains that were like, no, but what are you doing? Mercy isn't meta. When she was meta, the one-shot meta was going around with Sojourn and Widowmaker. I was kind of annoyed by that, but overall, like, the support players aren't whiny compared to the DPS.
Okay, so I just want to go one by one and ask you all. So to reiterate, the question is, some support heroes have a very whiny and entitled fan base. In just one word, I just want you guys to tell me what hero you think it is. So starting with Girl Boss.
Mercy.
Dust?
Can I say 2?
Sure.
Mercy and Brick.
Gabby?
Yeah, I guess if I had to say one, probably Mercy.
Okay, Peachy?
Yeah, I'll agree with Mercy.
Heart Walnut?
Mercy, and specifically the plot ones.
Swanks?
Mercy, but it's totally valid.
And then Virus?
Mercy.
Damn. Any Mercy players in the chat? How are y'all feeling? Any plot Mercy? I was kidding.
You know what?
All
If
right.
you're plot Mercy, I hope you cope, Seed.
So I hope none of you guys enjoy Twitter because you're all gonna get canceled by the Mercy community. I already see it coming. No, I'm just kidding. DPS is the easiest role in the game. Go.
So I guess I'm kind of thinking of it as like, if you're brand new to the game, which role would be the easiest to play? And I do think that DPS embodies kind of the main characteristics of an FPS game, like just shoot things. I do think that when you get into like ranked and higher levels, it's much more complicated. Like, I feel like when you get into higher ranks, you can't really say one is easier than another. But for someone that is new to the game, I think DPS would probably be the easiest role.
So I guess my reasoning is kind of like as follows, but more so geared a bit more towards disagree, because I think difficulty depending on role is going to be very different for each person on a personal level. Like, for example, I find support to be easier compared to if I was going to play tank, which is a lot more difficult. So different roles come either easier or harder to different people.
I don't think DPS is necessarily the hardest role to pick up. I do agree that there are a lot of characters that you can start with that are like FPS games like Soldier and Sojourn. But in my opinion, I kind of think support is a role you can just pick up and go with. I don't think it's necessarily easy, but I think it's not as hard as DPS. I think it's easier just to pick up a support.
One tricks are unhealthy for the game. Go.
I have never seen a one trick that was ever able to get value out of every single thing that they did. Like, there was always some way that they didn't understand how the rest of the game worked, or some way that they were detrimental. Like, if you're a one trick, then you're only really good at that character. But if you come across a lobby where you have 2 one tricks, that's a massive problem. And if I see someone who's like a one trick ball, for example, I think the game's over before it's even started.
So I think that they're pretty unhealthy because it teaches yourself to like only know how to play that one character. Like, just one tricking someone, like somebody could take them, you know, and comp for like just in a game, and like you'd have to play someone else, so you might like just throw the game because you don't know how to play any other characters.
So I think, at least in my experience, that if you are a one trick, you normally understand your character enough to be able to play them despite whatever counters you end up against, and that normally it doesn't actually end up hindering the game as much as people like try to make it out to be.
With one tricks, I used to be a one trick Mercy. I only played her. I was scared to play other roles when I started support. So it's just, if you're comfortable with the character, that's fine. Go all you.
From someone who is kind of higher rank, I feel like if I get a one trick in my game, kind of what Ski was saying about, like, if they've made it this high up, they usually know what they're doing, and like, I think it can hinder you not having played another character and not really understanding how a different character's dynamic works with a team. But I also think that it's okay to be selfish, like with what you play in a video game, to enjoy. And I think that if you're not gonna have fun on another character, then it's perfectly fine to one trick.
Can y'all move to the middle, like, debate circle? So who is it? Like, Bluebird on one side, Skiesi, and then is there anybody on the disagree that also wants to join on Skiesi's side? Okay, cool. Go ahead and debate this.
I agree completely that what you're going to have the most fun as is 100% the most important thing, because, you know, it's your gameplay experience. You need to be enjoying it, otherwise why are you playing? But also you have to consider the enjoyment of the other people in the game, because it is a team-based game, and if your fun is... There's people who throw the game because they think it's fun, and they're ruining everybody else's fun.
So as someone who, you know, very frequently people will see me on their team and they'll be just be like, oh, well, Skessie's most likely going to play Mercy unless someone else plays her, or unless, you know, she wants to play something else, right? But most of the time, they're like, oh, Skessie's on Mercy, so I'm not gonna try and I'm not gonna bother, even though, like, I'll be trying and doing what I can, and there's, like, no specific reason for them to not try to play the game as earnestly as possible, but they'll end up just tilting themselves over a hero pick before the game has even started for no reason.
I have had that experience as well, and that's, yeah, it's awful, so I've been there and I understand that, but that's not really something that's in your control. Like, again, that person is also not considering how the other people in the game might feel, so really that's on them more than you. Like, you're supposed to do what you can to control how much enjoyment you're getting from the game, and that should be your primary goal, and I think your secondary goal should be to think about the enjoyment of the people in the lobby, unless they're jerks, in which case, forget them.
Yeah, pretty much.
There wasn't enough weave snatching for my liking, but we'll take it.
I'm
We'll
sorry,
take
I'll
it.
rap battle her next time.
Yeah, come on, guys. I need the views. I need, like, Mercy main dies on my game show, gets curb stomped by fellow Mercy mains. Like, a lot of Mercy players are boosted. Go. Spala, you want to waste your one neutral?
Yeah, I'm not getting into this Twitter drama. So.
Smart.
So the reason I think that a lot of Mercy players are boosted is genuinely just because of who they duo with. If that offends people, then oh well. But from what I've seen, I am in higher ranks. There are people who I genuinely don't feel deserve to be in their rank, and especially with how Overwatch 2 placements and everything in the SR and MMR is working, I feel like a lot of people have been placed higher than they should be.
I would say that maybe some are, but I would say that, like, a lot of them that I've experienced actually rather solo queue to, like, prove their worth, I guess, and maybe that's because of the stereotype of being, like, boosted. But I think that the majority of Mercy players just actually just want to show their worth as a Mercy.
I think that, like, I don't know, I think any role can have people who are boosted, in any rank, any role. I know for myself, like, I basically solo queued in Overwatch 1 from the beginning, all from silver to, like, high diamond. And then in Overwatch 2, I hit Masters 1, sort of solo queue, sort of, like, playing with other people, but I don't know. I don't think a lot of Mercy players are boosted, just because I feel like Mercy players, they're the, like, ones who know how to play their character. If you get a Mercy main in your game, you know she knows what she's doing, like, 90% of the time.
I trust that the devs know how to balance Mercy properly. Go. Oh my god. I hope none of the devs are watching this right now.
I hope they are.
After the patch, like with her Guardian Angel, where they changed it to like 1.5 seconds, I think they're just trying to make up for like what they did. But I mean, I trust that they'll like won't keep on changing her Guardian Angel and keep like making it like longer cooldown or something.
I think that with what the Overwatch devs have done over the years, obviously yes, they can improve based off of feedback from the community, but at this point they've completely like erased skill expression, and I feel like they've like over tweaked Guardian Angel too much at this point, and I feel like they do just need to listen to the Mercy players more.
I mainly feel that they don't know how to balance Mercy, because I feel like they don't know how to balance a lot of characters in their game, especially going into 5v5 where everything's changing, like how the gameplay has changed completely differently from Overwatch 1. It's just a lot harder for them to find exactly how to balance everybody properly and make everybody good in their own way.
It's not just an issue switching from 6v6 to 5v5, because if you're like me and you've played Overwatch since launch, you know that the balancing of Mercy has been a problem since maybe 3 weeks into the game's actual like live whatever, I don't know the word, but she has been consistently balanced and reworked and patched over and over again, and they just can't seem to find the right thing for her. And I think the biggest example of that is how in the first 2 seasons of Overwatch 2 she was a complete mess, and then in season 3 they did all of these funky things to her, didn't address res or damage boost at all, and then in season 4 they went, oopsie, let's revert all of that and just keep like 1 or 2 things. Like, I think when it comes to Mercy, they're a little bit lost, and I think that could benefit from some public input, like people like Skiesti, who has made a bunch of suggestions for changes to Mercy that I think would be great, but they just don't seem to do it. They just seem to do what they think is right, and then they make the entire community mad, not just Mercy mains.
As someone who is very public in her opinion about Mercy and whatnot, I think that Guardian Angel in Season 3 is a joke, and it continues to be an absolute joke in Season 4, if not arguably worse. And then you combine that with horrendous bugs like Season 3's Mercy not having her regeneration continuous in Valkyrie that took an entire season to fix, so 2 months. And now we have the Valk Guardian Angel bug reset. It's just a complete joke, especially when you have a bunch of different resources like myself and also Neandra and many other people talking about Mercy and giving very reasonable and fair suggestions, and you just don't care or don't want to listen, or at least that's how it seems. Like, it's just getting silly.
Aim doesn't matter that much in Overwatch. Go.
I feel like it's literally an FPS, like an integral part of playing a first-person shooter is to shoot. I feel like it is very important to be able to aim in a video game, and while there are other aspects of this game, such as positioning, game sense, it plays a huge part.
I coach this game, so I have a very strong opinion on this. I feel like aiming is important, yeah, because it's an SPS game, but also there's a lot of other things you have to take into consideration, like game sense, map awareness, cooldown, knowledge, whatnot, compositions and everything. So it sure at face value, like when you first pick up the game, yeah, I mean, hit your shots, easy. But there are heroes like Mercy, Brigitte, and Lucio where it's not always going to be you need to land your shots to get your value. You also need to be able to see, does somebody need healing? Does somebody need damage boost? Does somebody need like to go somewhere ASAP? Can we afford to stay in? Do we need to dip out? So on and so forth. There's more to it than aiming, but aiming is integral to this game. Yeah.
I do agree with what Destiny said. There are characters that aiming isn't really integral with. But I main Widowmaker when I play DPS. And so I'm kind of biased here, but I just think with characters that aren't really hit scan, and even characters with hit scan, you still have to line your crosshair with the person for the thing to hit. So I think aiming is quite important when it comes to Overwatch, even if it's not a key thing.
I feel like with Overwatch 2 now and the 5v5 format, a lot of the game depends on kill potential, and there are very few characters where aim is not required. So I feel like if you don't have the mechanics to aim well, you're at a pretty big disadvantage.
A lot of Mercy players tend to be really opinionated and sometimes toxic when it comes to discussions about their hero. Go. Damn, look at all these people in neutral.
I do gotta say, yes, I do think a lot of the Mercies can be very toxic, myself included at times, mainly when I see people play Mercy. But I just think, personally, I'm saying it again, ever since TikTok, they have gotten on this high pedestal that if they play Mercy, they are the best player on Overwatch. And I don't necessarily agree with that. I've played Mercy since a long time now, and I don't think I'm the best. So I don't know. I think some of them are very heavily opinionated with even heroes they don't even play.
So I agree. I'm a pretty passive Twitter scroller when it comes to Overwatch debates. Yeah, I just feel like I have better shit to do in my life personally. But when I do see Mercy's bigger on Twitter and get really offended, I mean, is it really that serious though? Like, I mean, sure, you're not gonna be the greatest Mercy ever. There's very few Mercies that are actually good and actually know what they're doing. And there are some, like, I respect Neandra a whole lot. I agree with like 99% of what they have to say. And then there are other Mercies that I do see that I'm like, okay, I can see where they're coming from, but I feel like a lot of Mercies that do share their opinion on Twitter do it in a very like hostile way.
Yeah, the Mercy main Twitter discussion is kind of a disaster. Like, it seems like everybody has nothing better to do than every now and again when someone wants to start a fight or getting free engagement, they go, haha, Mercy bad. And great, but also I think Mercy mains are just kind of tired of hearing it. But on the flip side, like, it gets a lot meaner than it needs to on both sides. And I feel like I might be a little biased here because in my region, in the top ranks, there's not that many people. So everybody seems to know each other. And I would say that the most toxic player in my region is a Mercy main. And it's, you know, she's not a representation of all Mercy mains, and that's fine. But I have also noticed smurfing as well, that a lot of Mercy players are going to be the ones that start the fights.
It's so funny that you say that. You're OCE, right?
Yes.
When I lived in OCE, so I know exactly what you mean by that, because OCE is like the Australia New Zealand region for like people that don't know. And the player base is so small there that like you load into a lobby and you know like most of the people. And when I lived in Australia, that was my same sentiment. Like there is somebody who actually happens to be a pretty big Twitch partner now, who was the most toxic, and they were a Mercy main too. So I agree very hardcore with what you were saying. Sorry, I don't usually give my opinions on Overthink episodes, but I had to for that one. But yeah, okay, moving on.
I think we all kind of know this or have heard this, but for years and years, Mercy mains have been considered like the most dramatic community by a bunch of people, and the whole like Overwatch community just as a whole are like, oh, Mercy mains are whiny and they're entitled and they overreact and they're dramatic and whatever. And I will say that there are a good handful of Mercy mains that are that way, but I think that representation has gotten kind of skewed because there are so many Mercy players or Mercy mains that will state their opinions on Twitter, and they'll be the most tame takes you've ever read or the most thoughtfully like written things, and people will just attack them and be like, oh, you're crying, like you're doing this, you're doing that. And it's like, I wrote that out calmly and rationally, and people are just like taking it for what it doesn't mean and like twisting your word and making it seem like you're out of your mind or something like that. So while I do think there are a lot of very like opinionated Mercy players, I think there's also a lot of us who, even in this episode of, you know, Overthink, have proven that, hey, we can have very reasonable conversations and we're not like a bunch of rabid Mercy players that people think we are. Like, it's just, I don't know, it's weird. We're this small handful of very vocal and dramatic Mercy mains, and I think a lot of this stems from, you know, the whole Arya Rose era thing, where that was an entire mess, and now that kind of, you know, image of us has just sort of carried on, because there are still some of us that are like that, but there's so many that aren't.
All right, well, thank you so much for you guys for joining. That was our last question. I appreciate it. None of you are getting canceled on Twitter today. Oh look, we have the Here Comes the Hurricane. Do it. the fucking wait, I gotta play it. Add it in, Crystal, put it in.
Here comes the hurricane.
Guys tend to be better than girls at video games. Go.
Gaming is a male-dominated industry, and not many women usually play, at least like a lot of competitive games. And so there's not many women compared to the amount of men that play. And so I feel like it's fair to say that men would probably be better than women at games like Overwatch, for example.
I like to add on to the answer of Diva. It's just like population difference. The bell curve, like, yeah, you're gonna have more outliers if there's like a bigger population. There's also the genetic thing. It's not necessarily true, but they do tend to have like higher reaction times than women, which I'm not gonna like disprove.
So I'm a woman participating in the, you know, tier 3 scene. You know, I'm trying my best to go pro. And I feel that it's not that men tend to be better, it's that men tend to get better opportunities. Whether that's being able to play from a younger age because of society's standards for what, you know, masculine hobbies are, or whether it's not being able, or whether they're able to get on teams that, you know, women are not able to. But I do feel like this is not anything to do with like the skill. I think it's just development and investment in the scene. And I think something like Calling All Heroes will change that, hopefully.
I feel like because of like less women, you know, playing games like Overwatch, it's going to be a lot easier to like call out a girl who's like playing. And also like women can also be, you know, good at other types of games that, you know, aren't like FPS, like Animal Crossing, I guess.
Female characters in Overwatch 2 are over-sexualized. Go.
I said agree personally because I have a lot of guy friends and they over-sexualize pretty much every character. Like especially like Orisa, it would be like, you know, Orisa has a little badonk, you know, it's pretty cute, but they would often be like, oh my god, she has like a dumpy behind her, and it would be kind of like weird. And especially like, I don't know, I feel like it goes for like any female character. There's a lot of weird people on the internet that often like really sexualize.
I think that from like a game making standpoint, the Overwatch female characters are over sexualized. Not to the point where it's like it'll like inhibit the gameplay, but I think one factor of this can be seen in Widow, because I'm pretty sure the Overwatch devs like straight up confirm like, oh, she was for fan service. And I think that if it's not the characters themselves, it's like some of the skins that are made for them.
I feel like every game kind of does that though, and I understand like the intent, but I feel like a lot of games do it much worse than Overwatch, so I guess I'm just comparing it to everything else.
What games do you think have like the biggest problem with over-sexualization?
League of Legends, Lost Ark, those two.
I find DPS to be a difficult role to play. Go.
It has absolutely nothing to do with like anything. I'm just colorblind. I can't see the game.
It's got nothing major. I just have a large case of main tank aim. I was playing DPS today with some friends on like an alt account in quick play, and they're like, you know, like super low level, you know, like not even like ever touched rank. And I don't know, I'm getting rolled in these lobbies. It's a bit of a disaster.
So I have a lot of hours on DPS. I mostly flex play, so my hero pool is pretty decent. So I have a lot of time on DPS, and there are times where I play DPS and comp, and I get really frustrated because there would be times where I'm like, I can get all the kills in the world, but it still really depends on like, are my supports supporting me enough? Is my tank making enough space for me to have the pop-off potential? And so it's kind of like I'm like a baby, I'm like a child, and I need to be babysat in order to do baby things, you know?
I just started playing DPS recently. I played Overwatch for a long time, and I just started playing DPS, and I'm already masters. I don't know if it's because I mainly play flex support, so like Ana, Bap, Zen, Kiriko, which have a lot of aim. I think that skill transferred over easily into playing DPS, but I haven't had much difficulty unless like I don't get healed enough. That's the only time I get a little frustrated.
Support is the hardest role in the game. Go.
I would say that support is probably, I don't want to say there's for sure a hardest role to play, but I definitely am biased towards support being a harder role to play, since tank, you're kind of meant to be tanky and not die, and DPS, it's the damage output and stuff, but I think there's just a lot of reliance on supports in general. Like support, you're not only healing, you're also doing a damage output, because nowadays, like, you know, the top pick characters are stuff like Ana and Kiriko, and those support characters do a good amount of damage, and if you're not doing that damage while playing support, you're not really doing much. So you have like a lot of priorities to do as support, where I feel like in the other roles, it's pretty straightforward.
I think every role has its own skills to develop. However, I think support is one of the... I think support, as a support player, you could kind of do everything. You could heal yourself, you could heal your teammates, you could do damage. You have a lot of potential to like negate ultimates, From playing in my experience, I think DPS is harder than support because you're so reliant on the supports to heal you, on the tank to get space. So that's just from my experience, though.
I just want to first off say that I think it's kind of pointless to compare roles, but if you do compare roles, I don't believe that there is a way in which you can say support is the hardest role in the game. Support has characters that have an extremely low skill floor, but they also have characters that, in my opinion, have a reasonably low skill cap, which would be the flex supports and a Zen Bap. I don't feel like, due to the fact that they can get so much value with their, like, insanely strong abilities, you don't need to do a lot of like the positioning things or the you don't need to learn how to use every single bit of a support character's kit. You can learn how to hit good nades on Ana and you will probably get to top 500.
Is it okay if I contest?
Yeah, you want to spark a debate?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, take it away.
I think that while support has a low skill ceiling, it kind of depends on your teammates. Like an Ana ult isn't that good if your DPS isn't good. And I feel like you could be like one of the best supports you can be, but if your team doesn't pull through, then you're not getting out of your rank.
I just don't think that's factually true. I mean, it was a while ago, but I remember I woke up one day and I was like, okay, I'm plat support, I'm Masters tank at the time, I'm getting my support to Masters, and I got my support to Masters in like just a couple hours, and this was in like Overwatch 1. I just think that on support, you have the best abilities in the game on support. You have Immortality Field, you have Suzu, you have Amp, you have Nade, you have Sleep, and I mean even the supports that don't have like the, you know, amazing abilities, you still have like Discord Orb, and I just think you just need to hit that ability, and then your team, even if they're like bronze, you know, even if they have like really bad aim, you can just kind of do it yourself without requiring the same amount of skill that you would need to do it on other roles.
I also chime into the debate. Okay, I just wanted to say it also really depends on the rank that you're trying to get out of. So I guess in lower ranks, this is just my opinion. I think in lower ranks you should focus on doing more damage and getting kills as a support player rather than healing. A lot of times, you know, like Huckleberry has said, you can't always trust your teammates to do their jobs, especially in low elo.
I'm speaking in a higher elo sense. I was previously top 60 on console on support. For me, I personally think supports are your main foundation for your team. Basically kind of keeping everybody up. I mean, in a sense, yes, you're healing, but also for me, I'm an Ana main, so you basically have to utilize everything in your kit and use it smartly.
I wanted to add on to what Ana was saying. I feel like when you're a support, not only do you have to like look at your own cooldowns, you have to look at your teammates' cooldowns, and I think a good example is, of course, Ana. When you have Nano, you have to be like, oh, who has an ult and who can use it right now?
I think it really depends because if you're really trying to improve and if you're really trying to get out of the rank that you're in, you honestly have to focus on yourself. But obviously it depends on like what you said, you know, for Nano, like who has their ult and you can pair that with Nano, but like generally I don't think you should be looking at what other people are doing as often.
I would love to chime in if possible.
Yeah, go ahead, son. Just stand next to what stance you agree on.
I play support in GM1 lobbies stoned as fuck, like Sylvok. And if my team is not doing anything, I go Moira, I go in their backline, I become the tank and the DPS and the support simultaneously. You cannot do that on any other role. I have won games in GM1 doing that. I've stood still, like smoking a joint on the side, just pocketing my DPS with the blue beam behind a wall. I've sat people and discorded them from behind a sideline, and yeah, again, I can't really say that for the other roles, and again, I've won that in GM games, I've won that in bronze games, so that's just my stance on it.
Thank you guys for coming out.
Before we leave, I know that we all have ult. Let's all pop ult at the same time.
Okay.
Three,
Wait, who's gonna count us down?
I'll say it. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Okay.
All right, the big build up. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. The stereotype that girls mostly just play support is usually true. Go.
It's funny because I have my most hours in DPS, but like in competitive, I tend to only play support, and I usually like notice like all my friends who are like also females also tend to just only play support as well. So
I think people just like to focus on the fact that it's women playing support characters, but overall, even though there's more men playing the game, so I don't see much like talk when it's guys playing support, but when it's a girl playing support, it's suddenly such a big deal. I don't know why people like focusing on women when they play support or something like that.
I think that it isn't necessarily a bad thing that like a lot of women tend to play support, but I also think that women often feel like forced into that role because like if you're playing tank or DPS, like you have a lot more pressure on you, and you know double that when you're a girl, you know.
I was gonna agree with the person that just spoke actually. I feel like there's a lot of pressure that women get from other people to like play support, so I believe that like women start playing support more, but I think they tend to like, you know, spread out on any role.
I agree with May. Like there is like some sort of like a social pressure, especially since if you're a girl, to play support. Like there's a lot of like people that'll just be like, oh, you're a girl, aren't you supposed to be on support? Though for me, since I mostly play on console, there's a lot of mixed in like, you know, like DPS girls or girls who play a tank too. So I feel like there's some sort of like a pressure, though for me what I see around me is usually like a mixed bag.
I am scared to talk in voice chat. Go. Dude, this shit breaks my heart, man. That's so sad to see.
Yeah, I've stopped at least this season like going in voice chat purely because how like toxic it can be and like how damaging it can be to like your mental health, especially since if you're like a female in like competitive, at least in competitive sense, it's just like a constant, like at least for me, it's just like bullying on myself. Like I had this game where I was Mercy and I purposely didn't heal one of our other healers because they were kind of feeding and I didn't want to feed with them too, so I just kind of stayed back. And then after I got told to like kill myself, oh you don't deserve your rank, you don't deserve like where you are right now, kind of like all like the stereotypical things people say towards women, the sandwich stuff, all that, purely because I made a conscious choice to not feed.
I'm at a point where I only talk if I'm like playing with friends in comp. Like I feel like I have someone who can back me up if someone starts getting toxic, but other than that, I try not to say anything in chat, mostly just because if I do, most times someone's just gonna call me out for my voice and it'll have nothing to do with the game, and so people start not focusing on playing the game and they start focusing on me for the fact that I have a vagina for some reason. It's just like, I just want to win the game, man. Just stop talking, please. I've even had experiences where I'm like talking in the beginning of the match like nothing's happened, and then these guys like immediately were like, oh, we lost, GG's. It's like, bro, the game hasn't even started yet.
I don't like to speak because as soon as I open my mouth, all my credibility goes out the window. I've had like literal 4,500 scrims where I would like mention different comps and different heroes, and then these other guys on my team would be like, you don't know what you're talking about, that's not a good character pick, your comms are so and so, just like all this criticism for no reason when as soon as I speak it just happens. It's been several times where in comp I would make like a call out to switch to something better for a different comp, and I would immediately get attacked and being told like I don't know what I'm talking about. So yeah, literally just all credibility goes out the window once I speak. And even though I have like a more masculine voice, it it doesn't do anything. I feel for those who have like a more higher pitched tone and like the voices that men like to sexualize the most.
I'm not sure whether scared is the right word to depict my sort of interaction with voice chat. I just sort of feel it's not worth the risk, per se. I feel a lot of the times if I talk in ranked, I'm just gonna get ignored. Yeah, I just get ignored. It's just not worth focusing on putting effort into like talking because people are gonna speak over me, people are gonna like just straight up ignore me. I don't know how universal of an experience that is, like for men, but I feel like it happens to me more than it happens to like friends. And also, then there is, you know, the occasional, you know, 1 in 5 games where somebody's like, oh, we got a woman, a GG's, it's over, right?
I'm not scared of talking voice chat anymore. Like, I played video games since I was like, I don't know, since I could move my thumbs. And I used to always be terrified. Like, I played COD. Like, I used to be so scared to talk. And at the time, people couldn't tell if I was a girl or not. And I played on my dad's account, so it was like a masculine name. And even when I started making my own accounts, I used like fake names. Like I would try to make them seem like I was a guy playing because I was so scared to talk. And I think after a certain point, I just got really tired of that. Like I improved in the game. Like I played for years and I was only like gold. I started playing on PC and now I've hit masters and I feel like I deserve to be where I am in the ranked. And I've worked hard just like other players do. Like, so I deserve every right to speak in the voice chat as much as they do. And if they want to argue about it, I'm confrontational. Yeah, I'm just not afraid anymore.
Before we move on from this question, can you guys go to the neutral circle? I just want to see where you guys stand. I'm gonna give you guys a couple of like scenarios or like ask if you've experienced this, and I want you to either go to agree or disagree. I have been told to go make my teammates a sandwich. Go. Okay, go back to the middle. I have been threatened in game saying things like somebody's gonna R-word me or something along sexual harassment. Go. That's sad. There's been instances where my team hypes me up before I speak in voice chat, but then the tone changes once they hear I'm a girl. Go. Have you guys ever been told if you're not playing support to go back to playing support? Go. How many of you guys, if you were playing support, have been told something like, of course the woman's on support? Go. I think one thing that people don't realize is how like often this happens. Like when girls, we speak up about, you know, sexism and harassment stuff in gaming. It's not like we've experienced it once. It's something that we experience all the time. And I don't think that a lot of people realize unless they're like a part of that group that experiences it. I am harassed on a regular basis just because I am a girl playing video games. Go.
I've had a lot of like lobbies. I don't even have to talk purely because of my stats, because I like used to be a Mercy main, so I have more Mercy hours than Ana. People are automatic like, girl, you're a girl, you're a girl. And it gets annoying because I do want to play other heroes. Like I love playing DPS, and then once they see my stats, they're like, aren't you supposed to be on support? Kind of, it gets annoying. I've had one person find out like I was a girl, and I'm on console, so they messaged me a bunch. They started starting parties with me. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but they kind of like had like a lot like sexual comments towards me about how much they wanted, you know, I don't know, something about my body, you know, whatever. I'm not really comfortable saying it, but I've had just random people, either from quick play lobbies or comp games, find out I'm a girl and tell me that they want to like do horrible things to me purely because they found out I was a girl.
I definitely get less harassed than I have in the past when I used to play console. I got like stalked a lot and like people just sexualizing me. But now that I'm on PC, I don't know if it's just because I talk less, because I'm just afraid of speaking, but I don't get harassed as much. But recently, like I was playing DPS, of course, like I wasn't doing well. And so I was talking and, you know, it was just like someone blaming me that I wasn't good on DPS because I was a girl. And I feel like it just gets me down a lot when that happens.
In my personal experience, I've had only 2 really negative experiences from me being a girl playing games. It was in like 2 other games, D&D and Warframe, so I can't really speak for Overwatch. It was like guys trying to talk to me because they realized I was a girl, and one didn't know my age, I think, and the other knew my age. Just for reference, at the time that this happened, like the Warframe one happened, I was 16, and I said, "Hey, I'm 16," and he's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "What, 19, 20?" And I'm like, "Yeah, no." So I logged off. Those were the only 2 experiences that I've had negatively as a girl.
I think I'm really lucky. I don't know if it's because like I'm a lower rank or like I barely speak in like voice chat. And like luckily people don't even like assume that I'm a girl just because of my username or because of the characters I play. I only play like quick play most of the time and like custom games, and people are mostly chill there. So, and like in comp, I don't even want to risk it most of the time.
The Overwatch League should have a girls only team. Go.
I don't know. I feel like if you have an all-girls team for the Overwatch League, like they would be able to synergize better, I guess. I feel like it's probably better to have an all-girls team because, you know, they understand each other, all their experiences and stuff.
Well, it's not really like an all-girls team, but calling all heroes gives opportunities to people who you wouldn't normally see in Overwatch leagues. And I think that that's like amazing, you know? But I think that a kind of problem of calling all heroes is that it isn't official, or it isn't in the big leagues, you know? And I think by like separating, you know, like having a girls team and then having an Overwatch league, it kind of puts into people's mind that it's like, here's the Overwatch league, the big guys, you know, the big kahunas, and then here's, you know, the girls. I feel like what we need to do is find a way to, you know, integrate more girls and queer people into official Overwatch teams. I think that having an all-girls team could perhaps skew the perception of girls in Overwatch more than help it.
I feel like making an all-girls Overwatch League team will do more damage than like support for women in gaming. I feel like men and other women will like debate whether that's giving some easy access just because someone's a woman. Personally, I don't want to hear that kind of backlash. Like I think just not doing it in the beginning would be best. Also, I agree with what Brig was kind of saying, like just make it more accessible to women. Blizzard has had its controversies and stuff, and a lot of women who play Blizzard games are a little intimidated getting into the bigger leagues. Yeah, it's I would say it's just intimidating because of like past occurrences that have happened with Blizzard, but I think it would be an even worse thing to do if it was just to like single people out, because that's what we're trying to avoid in the first place, right? You know?
I personally just don't think the talent is quite there yet. We definitely have some very talented female players, but I just don't think that creating an all-women's team would be the way forward. If it goes wrong, it sets back everything good that Calling All Heroes has done for the scene, like, by a couple of years, right? And if it goes well, there's still going to be haters, and the end goal should be to have everybody be able to play on any team that they're good enough to join. If we start, I don't know if segregating is the right word, but if we start, you know, dividing teams by gender in Overwatch League, I just can't see that being a very good outcome where people are going to be happy.
So from my experience, it was very similar to what Junker Queen was saying. If like one thing goes bad, then it kind of just increases the harassment and the hate exponentially. If something goes good, like that's great, but there still will be hate. So I think it's just gonna be a slow process of just integrating more women and queer folks into teams. I think like in Overwatch League right now, like there are some people, I think it was on like Excelsiors or something, if someone could like butt in if I'm wrong. Yeah. I think there's some queer people on that team right
Well,
now.
they
I
have
could be
two.
wrong,
They
but-
have two girls as support players, but one of them gets benched so that their DPS player could play flex support instead of them. Very cool.
Oh, great. Okay.
Yeah.
But like, as long as we're seeing some changes happening, which is I think good. But I hope to see more teams in the future. Like I play on my college team with like I'm the only girl that plays on the college team, and I had no problems with that. But yeah, I heard some harassment from other players that play on college teams.
I can attest to that. My old college used to harass me for being a girl, even though I was the best player on their team.
I was in esports or whatever in high school. I think just men in not all men, but a lot of men in the competitive gaming scene are a little not as open to women joining in. Because when I was in my esports club, like we literally made it to semifinals and stuff, and I remember we had to shake the hands of the enemy team, and I remember one of the members from the other team did not want to shake my hand. Like he refused to touch me. Like he did not even want to look at me. He didn't want to shake my hand. He I'm pretty sure he called me like a boosted mercy maid. Like he was like, of course you guys have the woman playing support. And what angered me more than him not wanting to touch my hand, because like I don't want to touch your hand either if that's how you are, but was that my teammates didn't stand up for me. I was like, oh, what's wrong with you for not wanting to like shake my hand? That's like basic sportsmanship. That's the bare minimum, you know? Like I don't know why it hurts so personally to not shake my hand.
So
but
nobody came to your defense.
Nobody-
not your
nobody
coach, not
defended
your
me.
teammates, nobody.
Wait,
Can
I
everybody
did not wanna be
shake
the
Bree's
first.
hand one at a time?
Wait, I go down the line.
Yeah, go down, go, make a line, make a line.
This is how it was supposed to go.
Put it there, put it there.
I am so glad that COVID is over.
I just got COVID.
Being a tank one trick is more acceptable than being a DPS or support one trick. Go.
I have 3 one-trick accounts in top 500 on different characters in the tank role, and I get like maybe 1 complaint a session. But I have some friends who are one-tricks on support, and I know they get complaints a lot more often than I do.
I can see a tank one trick being a lot more accepted a lot of the time, mostly just due to the fact that, I mean, for one, you're kind of the largest person in the entire team, and if you, 1, have the largest hitbox, and 2, are a one-trick, you most likely know what you're doing, and if you know what you're doing, there's a high likelihood that you can carry through an entire game and stuff like that, so.
I'd like to play off a bit of what our Ramatra said. I think when you play tank, I'd imagine your team really looks to you as, you know, what are we gonna do? How are we gonna play this match? And so being a tank one trick, I feel like your team looks to you and it's accepted to be a tank one trick because you're going in, you're pushing fights, my team's behind me, they're wanting to support me, they help me whenever I'm getting mauled by the enemy team. I just feel like when it comes to tank, supports are always getting yelled at, DPS, DPS diff, whatever. Tanks are just, I just don't feel like they have that problem. People are more accepting.
So I think there are 2 reasons that I have the complete opposite perspective on this. One is that I've actually always felt that Overwatch players kind of see tank as the most volatile role when it comes to counter picking. You'll see all the time like, oh, we have a diva. What do you call it? There's a Zarya on the enemy team. It is so common to hear someone say, well, you gotta switch. You just can't do that. And obviously I don't think that's true, but I think there's a big perception to that, so I don't think it's as widely accepted. And I do think that being the only role that has one person means that if there's a problem, that means that there's one person who can swap to deal with it. And since you're the only one who can do that, there's more pressure on you to do that. No one else on your team can switch to Winston, so that's kind of on you. That's my stance on that.
I can usually carry a game even if my teammates are bad. Go.
Carrying is like you just carry the whole team by your actions, right? How you impacted the game by your actions as a tank. And as a Winston player, killing the support can be big in a team fight. And if your teammates are like at least doing something, you can win fights most of the time if your impact on the fight is huge, like picking off someone, denying a certain space, stuff like that. Overall, it's possible. Definitely possible if you can carry your team.
I'm like somewhat disagree because I mean, there are some points in time where I can carry, but you know like how some parts in your life can like impact your day and that'll that'll affect your performance and everything. That kind of really happens to me a lot, so that's why I kind of like somewhat disagree with myself because I also have like really bad thing where it doesn't really go too well for me. But there are some points where like I can be positive and I can like carry my team when they really need me and all that other stuff. So
my opinion is based on, well, being Hawk and Reinhardt. If I do not have at least competent healers, I am nearly useless. But if I do, I will literally kill entire teams by myself. DPS can be as bad as they want to be, as long as my healers are fine. If they're not, you cannot do anything.
Tank is the hardest role in the game. Go.
Tank is one of the hardest roles to play because, like, I mean, think of it this way, right? When you're a support, one of the main things you do is making sure the team stays alive. As a DPS, your main thing is just shoot, deal tons of damage. As a former DPS player, I know that. Tank, you have to create space, make sure you actually also deal enough damage to properly, create space as well, say on, like, control point maps or whatever. You need to force people off the point. And sometimes you have to truly just use the strength that you as a tank have to push the enemy team away so you can actually win the game.
I think tank is like the hardest because if you stop doing your job as a tank and the opposing tank does not stop doing their job, like they continue to do their job of like creating space and taking space from you, it's very obvious and you can't win games like at all. If you aren't playing tank correctly and the enemy tank does, you just lose. But sometimes you luck out on the other roles, but it just never happens on tank.
I honestly feel like playing tank itself is not that difficult. Like, yeah, you have some jobs you have to do, but I really feel like compared to the other roles, and especially for me, like the jobs of a tank are a lot easier to do. And I feel like the real difficulty on tank comes from trusting your team to actually enable you and follow up on what you're doing, right? I'll find myself creating space, but then my entire team dies in the back line to like one Genji. And, yeah, like it's on me to try to peel for that, but I just feel like a lot of the time the difficulty from tank comes from your team not following up or enabling you and not actually playing tank.
I just don't think tank is the hardest role to play. I think this could totally depend on your rank, but from my personal experience, I felt support and maybe even sometimes DPS were harder. Tank, there's so much you can do, and I feel like with your health and just being, really tanky, you're not dying if you have a good team comp. Also, if you're not there, if I'm dead as a tank, my team can still win fights even if their tank is still there. Tank is not the win-all be-all. You don't need to have a tank, but tank is not a hard role to learn, nor is it the hardest one to play.
When I die, it is usually my support's fault. Go. Roadhog, I was actually making a mental note to see if you'd go to agree. I remember you said something like 2 questions ago that you're like, oh, if my supports don't heal me, it's GG. And I'm like, let's see if he goes to agree. And you did. All right. So you are a man of your word. So let's hear it.
It's just a pattern I noticed. If I do get enough heals, I will literally be 30 kills above the enemy tanks with twice their damage. I'm just very confident if I get good heals, I can perform easily. If I do not, I die instantly because I am very, very aggressive.
I am in somewhat disagree because I think it's like it takes 2 to tango. If I'm dying, then there is going to be blame on me and my supports for not being in tandem. We're not working together in the right way. Either they're not reading that I'm going to push in, or I'm not communicating it well enough, or like there really are moments where they're just ignoring me or something. But I wouldn't say that that's the majority of the time. I would say that sometimes it's my mistake, sometimes it's theirs. It really just depends.
Being a tank, you have like responsibility of your actions because, like I said, the impact can be really big. If you keep blaming on supports of you dying, then like for me personally, kind of like a cope, like, you know, mechanism of coping is pretty much your fault. That's my take on it.
Tank in Overwatch 1 was better than Tank in Overwatch 2. Go.
So I'm in somewhat agree because I do see a difference in the kind of vibe I get from matches as tank in Overwatch 2. And I think the biggest thing to me is I do feel a bit lonely when I do things like dives or I feel pressured. But I don't think it's as different as some people say it is, where like, I don't know, I am a lot tankier, which is nice, but I still do feel like sometimes I don't have as many of the defensive options I normally would, and I'm the only one who has this much HP. So it's a big pressure.
For me, it's based on the fun factor of being tank. Because back in Overwatch 1, it was all fun with your friend with you. You're not lonely on the time. You dive together, you brawl together. And here in Overwatch 2, you feel like a leader. You feel like something that you do does a big impact in the game. I somewhat love Overwatch 1, 2 tanks, but at the same time, I love Overwatch 2, being the only, you know, the big guy.
I think that Overwatch 2 tank is just, it's more impactful feeling as an individual, and that like buddy thing that you had in Overwatch 1 was really from like a gameplay perspective all about negating what the opponents were doing. And sometimes you were setting up the other tank, but you can still do that with DPS, so.
I enjoyed goats. Go. Damn, we've never had so many people in neutral in all of Overthink history.
Goats, to me, was my second favorite meta of all time. I understand why people didn't like it, but I really enjoyed... First of all, I really enjoyed several positions on Goats, and I also really enjoyed the more strategic aspects to Goats. Like, maybe, like, there's a lot going on that people can't really see, like, from a spectator's perspective, but there's a ton of minute details going on within a Goats v Goats, and it can feel really exhilarating to, like, just be always in the moment in that big fight in a Goats match. It was just so fun.
So Goats is just like the best meta. I really loved Goats because it was Overwatch in like the most Overwatch way. And what I mean by that is like it had high skill expression, high ult usage, high amounts of MOBA aspects that make Overwatch and not just Valorant. I don't know. I was a tank and support player, so I didn't have the pain that some of the players did, but so I
was a
enjoyed
good
it a
duo
lot.
trick.
Oh, unlucky. GG's.
Yep. GG's.
Honestly, I should be in really agree because Goats was so fun. You come home after school, you get on your game, and you just play Goats with your 6 friends. That is my Goats was awesome. I'm so sad you can't do it anymore. Like what they were saying, it was so action-packed. You were never stopping. The enemy team was upset, flaming you in chat. It was awesome. It was the most toxic and wonderful time that Overwatch has ever been.
The reason why I'm here is, well, one, I wasn't really around when Goats was big, but also just from what I've heard from like other people who were around when Goats was around, it's always had mixed reactions of like you either hated it or you absolutely loved it. I can't really say I'm on either side of the spectrum because, like I said, I was not around when Goats was big, but upon hearing everything I've heard, I kind of wish I was because it actually sounds somewhat fun.
I like the current Junker Queen meta. Go.
I played Junker Queen a lot in the beta. I really enjoyed playing her then because of how strong she was then. As soon as my accounts merged and I had enough gold points, I impulse bought her gold gun. So I was really upset when she was nerfed, and also because I'm kind of not that great with her yet. So her being buffed so much makes it so I can actually play her at a level where I can like get some value, and I just really enjoy it because I love her play style. Her being strong makes it really fun for me.
At least in my time of playing tank and just in general playing Overwatch 2 and stuff, since Junker Queen was like buffed, even before she was buffed, I always wanted to try playing her, but everything seemed to outshine her, so it kind of turned me away from playing her, and that's why I mainly turned to Ramatra. But then she got absolutely like buffed into the sky, and I would honestly say this is some of the most fun I've ever had playing Overwatch, apart from a majority of like how like they handle some of the events like Star Watch, Battle of Olympus, whatever. I think this is honestly some of the most fun I've ever had playing this game because of just how fun Junker Queen is. And yeah, sure, fighting against her can be a bit annoying because like, oh, she's almost dead, and then she healed all of her health. But honestly, I don't care because it's fun fighting her, fighting with her, and playing as her.
I can't pretend to be too familiar with it because I actually haven't played on my main since the patch. Part of that was for a few other reasons, like traveling and stuff, but I did see the patch notes and I said, that looks dangerous. I don't want to play during that until I know what's actually going to be happening. I'm not big on Junker Queen, and also that seemed like very big buffs, so scary stuff, not my thing.
I tend to avoid metas that don't favor my heroes, and Junker Queen is not really fun to fight as Hog as well. Really annoying, because she just out-heals you and out-damages you. She's like Hog, but better. Also, little hot take. I believe the Junker Queen was more fun before the buffs. It's more satisfying, because right now it's just so easy, but before you could carry and feel like you were God. Now you just feel like you're just another one.
Alrighty. If anybody would like to change their stance, you could go ahead and do so now. Hey, Zarya. And Diva. Okay, so why did you guys change the stance?
So I changed my stance because after further contemplation, I recognized that although I like playing Zarya, which Zarya is good into Queen, and I love Queen myself, it's probably not healthy for the game overall to have a character that can be good across every SR range. So, yeah.
As a Diva player, I love fighting Junker Queens. I'm so aggressive. I am way too aggressive on Diva. When I'm not playing Diva, I can't stand Junker Queen. I heard new meta. She's so strong. I agree a lot more with the disagree side that maybe I should have moved all the way over here, but I'll stay right here. Her old one, she felt balanced, but also, you know, really rewarding. I agree that, you know, old Junker Queen was better.
Now we have one last question. This is the most controversial question of the entire night. I expect a lot of you guys to get canceled, a lot of you guys to argue. It's gonna get really intense. Are you guys prepared for this? Roadhog is sexy. Go. Alright, and with that, we're gonna call it a day. Thank you guys for coming to Overthink to watch. For some reason, people in the comment section say that they like watching— oh, Vermacher is running away. Okay, they like watching you guys pop your ults at the same time, so if y'all want to go ahead and pop your ults, the YouTube comment section loves it for some reason. Alright, thank you guys for watching, and I hope to see you all get canceled for your shit Roadhog opinion. The Widow nerfs are a good change. Go.
I just feel like in high ranks, Widow kind of holds the lobby hostage and is basically the admin of the whole lobby. She's almost untouchable, and I feel like the change just reduces her range, so she's a little bit more diveable now, and I think it's okay for the game, at least in high ranks.
I think on certain maps she was really strong, so like ones that are basically just straight line, like Circuit Royale or Junkertown, and she's a little weaker on some of the closer maps. So I think it was more so of the maps that she was just really strong on, but the ability to just one shot, I don't know, in general has always been pretty controversial, but I think she's been strong like almost the entire time Overwatch has been out. I think it's a good start. Maybe they can compensate her range nerf in another way.
So I think it's a good thing because you don't need to position yourself as much as you used to, you know? Because a lot of support players would have a hard time dealing with the Widow when they can't do much except, you know, Kiriko, where you'd have to flank her and kill her and just position like really like tightly. So I feel like that's a good thing for the support players, I guess.
I completely think it's a very bad nerf since they just nerf her health as well. And I feel like they don't know what they want to do with Widowmaker because the nerf for the health was so she couldn't really stand that far back without being challenged, because then with the health nerf, now an Ashe can challenge her, Cassidy can challenge her, but since they also nerfed the range now, you have to play even closer. both the nerfs contradict each other, so it's just gonna make her too easy to kill since she's forced to stay closer, and she's only good on certain maps. Like a lot of people think she's completely unstoppable on Junkertown or Circuit Royale, but on the second point of both those maps, she's still kind of easy to counter because it's so close ranged. So she's not the best at any map anymore like she used to be, at least on like first point. I just overall think she needs to have some sort of compensation to make her more viable now again, because she hasn't really been played in Overwatch League either for a very long time now.
Support as a role is overtuned and needs nerfs. Go.
I feel like a bunch of support skits are a little bloated too much, and they're almost as good as DPS heroes. I think they just have very cheesy abilities, like for example, Bap's Lamp, Kiriko's Suzu and her TP ability. She just has high damage output. Bap also has high damage output. I also think Ana has high damage output. It's just like there's a lot of support heroes that can kind of compare to DPS heroes, and if not do more than DPS.
So I'm neutral just because I do flex to support sometimes, but I feel like the reason why I'm neutral is that because it's a support character, right? So they're not just there to heal, they're there to do multiple things. So you could have a support who does as much damage as a DPS, but their healing isn't great, but their abilities are used to support their team, so therefore they're classed as support. And I think that's why I kind of struggle with this question.
I somewhat disagree because I know that some of the healers supports are kind of OP right now. I'm kind of looking at Kiriko, honestly. But the high damage and abilities that are like to do more DPS related stuff, I think is more so to get out of situations, because I've played a little bit of support, and I experienced a lot of the other team diving for me and my team not reacting to like try and get me a little bit of help. So having a lot of damage can help me get out of those situations, stay alive for the rest of my team, and like keep them alive, you know?
I don't feel like supports or healers rather are especially overtuned, because they have to balance out both healing and DPSing output at the same time. So if you do too much DPS, you're not going to be able to heal as much, which means your teammate's going to probably die. If you do too much healing, you're not going to do as much pressure to the enemy team. It kind of balances, but the only thing why I'm not on completely disagree is because Kiriko's damage on her Kuna is way too high, and Nurse's mobility is quite annoying, and her damage boost is also making it very hard to balance the DPS characters in the game.
I'd like to change.
Yeah, go ahead. Where are you going to?
Somewhat agree. Yeah, after I walked over to disagree, I thought of Lamp and Suzu, and I was like, I should probably change my answer.
Oh, I would like to also change to somewhat agree, just because there are some abilities like, I think, Discord Orb, Lamp, and Suzu that might need to be a little bit reworked.
All right, so majority of why people are here pretty much like Suzu, Lamp, like anything with like any sort of invulnerability or immortality. All right, Blizzard, take notes. I believe they should add more crowd control on DPS heroes. Go. A big reason why I asked this is because, you know, the recent update, we have May having some sort of like crowd control now. We have Cassidy's nade has been changed, so now it does, you know, a bit more of the crowd control. Things that they removed with Overwatch 2, they're starting to kind of bring back. So I just kind of wanted to see where everybody stands with that and what you guys think.
Okay, so I mainly play, Cassidy's my most played hero, and I mostly played him in Overwatch 1. And not a lot in Overwatch 2, but in Overwatch 1, the flashbang was definitely, I'd say it's iffy in certain situations. Being able to like it was mostly a problem if you were like hiding around a corner and you would just insta delete someone with right click. That's what kind of made it more broken. Now we have the grenade, which is, I think, really, really bad. It has like the weirdest tracking like ever. Like it will just completely orbit the sun and then come back and still stick someone and just like disable your movement. And CC is, you kind of have to be careful now in Overwatch 2 with only like one tank for mitigation. So I think they should just completely rework how they have it now, and they just gotta like keep in mind that one tank now is like, it's basically a like way more different game.
coming from same as he was from Overwatch 1 and Overwatch 2, I mostly main Cassidy. Recently, as much as I enjoyed the new changes of the buffs for Cassidy, it's definitely like just not good for the game in my opinion. Like the amount of times where like I could stop a Ryan charge or like Doomfist punch and basically letting my team have the opportunity to like basically ruin the day of a tank player. It seems like such an easy way to fight in a game, in a strategic team-based game. It's such a step backwards because a lot of people didn't like it back in Overwatch 1. So it's just as a cast main overall, it's just not a good change.
I think the more CC they add, like Pixel said, it will mess up with the tanks. But I also feel like, again, to me, like that seems more like something a support could do, as like an extra thing to add to their repertoire of things. As someone who does flex between the two, that would be like my main job, is to help people and stop things from happening to my team. And so I feel like it should be left to tank and support.
I enjoyed goats. Go. So interesting how it is compared to the tank episode, which, you know, makes sense, but all right, cool.
I enjoyed goats to somewhat of a degree because it was a lot of team play, a lot of callouts. It was really fun, but I do really enjoy playing Widowmaker. Okay, I have a lot of hours on Widow, so the fact that I couldn't really play DPS and it was very difficult to, it was sad, but it was the most fun team like based comp more than anything else. Yeah.
I'm gonna somewhat disagree because personally I wanted to play DPS during that like meta, thinking I could somehow squeeze my DPS role in it, but you just couldn't. They're just like, they just would not die in the other team. So my friends would like kind of push me either pick a tank or a support, and then I would obviously just pick a support or a tank to help them out. But like, yes, we win, but at the same time it's not as fun as say as DPS role.
I felt like Goats was a easy way of trying to win the game. I felt like it was a low skill, high reward type of comp. I was not a big fan of it, and then I felt like it was a little too much for the game.
Did you play Doom in Goats? What were you playing?
Yeah, I was only playing Doom, Genji, and Tracer.
Hit scan is easier than projectile. Go.
I've played hit scan basically for all the DPS I play. It's mainly hit scan. So when I say hit scan is easier, I think it's, you know, you just put your crosshair where the enemy is and you shoot. However, I think it's this might be controversial, but I think it's balanced out by hit scans typically having lower burst damage. Well, some of them, not all of them. I think that's very dependent on which one you play, but when I like play soldier, I feel like sometimes my effectiveness isn't as strong because, you know, just hit scan, because they lowered soldiers' damage at the start of Overwatch 2, like by quite a bit. But I do think it's just point and click. It's not that hard.
So I guess if you play other games, it's way easier to transition, you know, because aiming is way, like, it's kind of the same, but it's really not. But it's muscle memory. As to kind of projectile aiming, for me, at least personally, it's way harder to adapt that same muscle memory. Because when you transition games, it's just easier, I guess.
I think when it comes to projectile compared to hit scan, projectile, you can either be lucky, which means you're probably going to get a lot of picks without having a lot of skill or having to actually aim, but it also takes a lot of skill to be consistent in that regard. While hit scan is primarily only your aim and no luck, because you actually have to aim, because you can't really have any luck in that regard. So it's like 50-50 in my opinion of what is hard or not, because there's no luck involved in hit scan, but there's luck involved in projectile, but you can't really be lucky in hit scan, but you can be lucky in projectile. So
since I'm playing controller, it's a little bit harder to track, and whenever I compare my hit scan accuracy to projectile, it's much lower. I think that's just because on what I'm playing on. The only hit scan I ever play is Widowmaker, sometimes Sojourn and Soldier, but the accuracy is very low, but that's about it.
Yeah, I think it's just the way that my brain is built, honestly, because I haven't heard a lot of people, like, I'm on PC, and I prefer projectile a lot more because I can see where my bullet is going to go, and I can kind of anticipate people's movements a little bit better than if I have to aim directly at the person.
DPS is the hardest role in the game. Go.
I think like DPS is the hardest role in the game right now in Overwatch 2 since there's not two tanks. And tanks doesn't really have the biggest impact in the game right now. It's more for the DPS to carry and get the picks when it comes to like team fights and so on.
The only reason why I said somewhat agree is because I don't play support or tank technically, so I don't really want to say that it's the hardest role, but I do think DPS has characters that have the highest skill ceilings in the game that can't be compared to tank or support. Still play Doom, but I don't actually play tank, so I have no idea how to play tank.
I like to somewhat disagree because yes, DPS I would say is the most easiest because all you have to do is just look at a person and kill that person. That's it. But I will say there's also like other like fractions into that where like you have to make sure you know the maps, rotate around, you have to make sure that you know their flanks, watch over the tank or supports, take out their supports on the back line. There's just a lot of like different variables on the situation, I guess, on DPS.
So I completely disagree with Kenzo. I'm so sorry. But I feel like picks do not matter at all. No matter what you do, as a DPS player, I've gotten a lot of... If I don't get more than 3, it does not matter what you do. Yes, the DPS might be the easiest role to learn, but it's the hardest role to climb in. Because I feel like if you don't have a good tank, you're not going anywhere. Like, anywhere in the game.
I think that DPS is the easiest role by far just because of the range of characters and how easily they are able to adapt to certain situations. Compared to like tanks and supports, they have a limited amount of characters and it's not like easy for them to adapt. While in DPS, it could be like game changing. Like if let's say one person switches to Metra in like a certain map, that it could be game changing in so many different ways, or even Widow. But that is my take on this.
I'd like a debate to be sparked for this one. I want to do 2-on-2 for this. So if we get Kenzo and Quake on that side, sick. And then Vivian, do you want to jump in on this? Because I know you said you disagree with
Yes,
Kenzo.
please.
Okay,
Yes,
get in on
please.
this. And then who would like to be on Vivian's side?
I will.
So for a debate, you guys are welcome to like talk over each other, snatch weaves, curve stomp each other. I don't care. Get me views, whatever y'all gotta do, and then just kiss and hug at the end, so I don't get canceled for, you know, having you guys kill each other. All right, cool. Take it away whenever you're ready.
Vivian mentioned that picks don't matter. I highly disagree with that. I want to see why do you think picks don't matter?
Well, it's because every time I play in a game, you know, I feel like I have to I have to hit every single shot in order to get a pick. And even if I get a pick, right, nothing happens. The tank doesn't go in, supports don't give a, you know, I'm not gonna say the word.
And also a question, are you getting picks when it matters the most though before a team fight when everyone is grouped up? So you're 5 versus 4 instead?
Yeah, 100%.
So,
Maybe it's the rank I'm playing in, but...
You're masters though, right?
I peaked GM3, and then it happened in there as well, so...
I was gonna I'm not trying to disagree with my buddy on the side here, but it definitely, timing does matter. I'd say the biggest thing that, especially as you go up, like I'd say from Diamond to Masters, I think the biggest thing that DPS struggle with is their engagement timing. So if I kill 4 or 3, but the fight's already over, then it kind of doesn't really matter. But I will say that I think it's really hard when you don't have a skilled, no, I wouldn't say a skilled tank, but I think a tank really does make a huge difference, especially when it comes to certain maps. So I'd say like it's more dependent on the map, but like if I have like maybe not a great tank on like Junkertown, where I have more room to flank and give myself more options to possibly swing the fight in our favor just with DPS, then it's more doable. But if it's like a really small map like that doesn't have much flanking, then I have a harder time like trying to carry. But I definitely do think that there's some points or games where if I get 2 at the start of the fight, we still lose, and you know, maybe it comes down to something else. But I definitely think that there's both are valid arguments.
What I think is though that all DPS, or not all, but certain DPS have a higher skill cap in which you get more value the better you are at the character compared to like tank or support. Think like Mercy, you only like left click or right click. And tank, most of the tank heroes you don't really need that much aim or mechanical skill. It's more like holding a shield or you're standing in front of your team and doing what you have to do instead of having to do something very specific to out-tank the enemy tank.
Also, one more thing about my take, right? So, there's a character in the game that exists, it's called Mercy, right? Don't come for me, Mercy mains, but, you know, when I get a pick, most of the time I don't really get Mercies on my team. I don't know why. Maybe I have bad luck, but I don't get mercies on my team. And on the enemy team, they like I've seen it so many times. My tank is just sitting there looking at the mercy res and not doing absolutely anything about it. It's really sad. It's really sad.
I feel like that's like a mercy issue rather than a DPS issue. Also, I think when you guys are saying how picks don't matter, I feel like maybe it could be a target priority issue. So for example, like let's say you killed a Zenyatta on the enemy team and you killed another like a Cassidy, you get 2 picks, but the enemy team has Nanoblade and they use Nanoblade to win the fight. I think even though you got 2 picks, you didn't kill the right target, so that's kind of just like a skill issue at that point. You kind of have to prioritize targets.
But also, let's not talk about the Junker Queen ult. She was getting it like that, like in a second. There's nothing I can do about that.
But that also proves it's easier to play tank than it's to play DPS because you get so much value for doing so little.
I agree.
I mean, it is easier to play tank, but it's harder to climb on DPS for that exact reason. But there's not a lot of people who know how to play tank correctly, I feel like.
I think it's also just I'm still pretty confident on the map issue. Sometimes like Circuit Royale I think is probably one of the worst maps. I think it's worse than Horizon. I think that the flanking part is I'm maintaining the flanking part like if I have no room, like second point Circuit Royale is probably just like the worst spot to push because the flank routes are basically just if you take them and you don't get anything then it's just a throw and it's like a really long walk back and it's like all high ground up there.
Doesn't that make you DPS hard in general because of that issue? Because in Circuit Royale you can just play Sigma and that's like meta right now to play Sigma on Circuit Royale. And all you have to do is put your shield and left click, making it very easy. Compared to playing DPS on Circuit Royale, we have to find different flank routes and you have to try to get picks and so on.
Maybe it's also just a difference across the ranks.
Yeah.
Just every rank's different.
And also, like, it feels sometimes impossible to just, like, off-angle or do anything because you just get two-shot by a support, you know? Even in the middle of the fight, you've had these times where as Tracer, for example, you're behind them and you're shooting at them while the fight is still going. You have 2 supports distracted, but you still lose. Why? Because the tank it happens to me all the time. And I don't know, it's just very disappointing.
I've had games where I would distract 2 supports as Tracer, but like we still lose the fight. But at that point, I have to change the way I engage the enemy team and probably not distract the supports, rather go for picks or look for follow-ups on what my team is doing. You kind of just have to change your playstyle in every single game.
Can I ask, what was the general question now again of what we're debating about?
So the actual debate question is DPS is the hardest role in the game.
Because I feel like everything we've been talking about so far is completely agrees with that DPS is harder because you have to try to find out so many different ways on how to make DPS work on certain maps and how to play and so on.
That's the thing I was trying to say earlier, is I feel like it's easy to learn, but it's very difficult to climb on. That's what you can learn to play Kree, but you don't really have him learned, if you know what I mean.
You're referring to like game sense?
I mean, I guess so, yeah.
I think you should be on our side, to be honest.
Fine. No.
Wait, y'all converting Vivian?
Yes.
Maybe.
Had they kind of changed your stance? Because like, you know, a debate could end like that. If you think that their argument is correct and you want to change your stance, then go for it.
I would, but I'm too hot-headed.
I mean, if we take statistics into consideration, most high-ranked DPS players are high-ranked, or like GM at least, on their off roles, which is support and tank as well, compared to tank players or support players, which usually aren't as high ranked on their secondary roles, which means that they've gained a lot of skill playing DPS, in where they can convert it and make it a lot easier to play support and tank because they're easy to play.
But is that from mechanics? Because I'm also
mechanics, game sense
on support and just easy to aim.
Because if a tank player in general can't really get high ranked in DPS, they can on tank, but a DPS player can get high ranked on both DPS and tank, which makes tank easier.
I would say tank is the easiest.
So if not DPS being the hardest, then Vivian and Tyrethian, what role do you think is the hardest?
Support.
Wait, I don't even know why I said DPS is... Wait, let me think about it real quick. Yeah, like I might change my stance.
You're gonna change your stance? Go ahead. Get on their side. And I'll stare at Tyrethian.
I was just thinking, like, if we're talking about just like solo climbing, I think support is probably one of the harder ones.
Say that to all the top 100 mercenaries.
Well, I mean, if you solo queue, I think it can be a little harder, but if you have like a duo or like if you have a group you play with, I think it could be a little easier. But I definitely think that In my opinion, I think it's support. Like maybe DPS is really close to support, but I think tank is definitely the easiest role in the game.
I can agree with that support is harder to climb on if you solo queue than DPS, but it's also because the matchmaking and just overall how the game works is kind of messed up right now. But in mechanical and game sense standpoint, I find support easier than DPS.
Yeah, I understand. I'm agreeing with your points. I don't know if I should move or not though.
Yeah, you should come over to our side, I think.
Damn, a debate where everybody's been converted. So we have actually one special last question. This one is the most serious question of the night. Genji is hotter than Hanzo. Go. All right, so everybody in the disagree is wrong. So we'll end it on that. Genji supremacy. But with that being said, thank you guys for coming on to this show.
Anything's fine.
Oh my god, Quake just bladed the camera! Quake just bladed the viewers! I belong in the rank I'm in. Go.
I think I belong in the rank I'm in because I am still relatively new at Overwatch. I just recently unlocked competitive, so I just think I deserve to be in bronze. I think it'd be kind of unfair if I was in a rank above bronze, but that's what I think.
I feel like I don't exactly play competitive much. I play just more to mess around with friends. I don't aim to get better, and I'm just playing Overwatch for fun.
At least for me personally, I'm not really that good, at least in terms of game sense. I think my aim is there, but like I don't think I play at least competitive enough to justify me being like a higher rank.
I think I somewhat agree because I've played competitive for a while and I've switched between platforms as well, PC and console, and my peak was Gold 1, but I really fell off, so I mean, I think it's reasonable because I'm not very good at PC, but yeah.
I somewhat disagree because I am relatively new to Overwatch, but I've spent a lot of time in the last few months on competitive, and it really seems like it's one-sided when I'm playing competitive games. Especially as a support main, it's hard to really carry, especially if you're playing Mercy, because you have to rely on your DPS to DPS.
Smurfs ruin the game. Go.
At least if it was like the shoe on the other foot, top 500 or Grandmaster player definitely would like be up in arms if there was like a gold or a silver or like some other medal rank player in their games, even if it was just for one game. And it very much is like the same kind of like mentality, at least on the other side for us medal rank players.
I have a friend who is top 500 and he does Smurf, but the thing is, if he throws his Smurf account so that he can be lower, so that he can boost people, and I've been in games with people who like try and throw their Smurf account, and it's really infuriating, like especially if you're on a win streak and your tank is just completely throwing the game and you can't do anything about it because like especially in bronze, I feel like a lot of people need to pull their weight, especially as a support. You can't really carry, so if there is a Smurf trying to throw your game, then it can really put you at a great disadvantage.
What is your take on not somebody throwing the game, but just a Smurf playing like in your lobby? Do you find that like also like ruining the game? Because I think we could all agree that like throwers ruin the game no matter how you look at it, whereas like Smurfs is a bit more like debatable.
I think that if you need to go in lower ranks just to boost your ego by like playing against bronze players and just like absolutely trashing on them, then I just hate that because it just like it makes everyone else's day bad except for the people you're on the enemy team. You're just making their day worse, and like already being a bronze player and getting bad teammates, it's already bad and you're just making it worse.
Another thing with like Smurfs is that it really brings out toxicity in especially like support players. I tend to get in my games at least that they just compare you at least as a tank main. Like I usually get compared to the other tank so much that I just don't want to play comp at that point.
Like the whole like tank diff, DPS diff type thing. Yeah.
I have been lucky enough
in my time playing Overwatch to actually not run into a Smurf yet, and if I have, I've just been dumb enough to not realize it. But is it okay if I change my stance? I was gonna go to agree because the other contestants, what they said really convinced me to go to this side. Again, I've never run into a Smurf, but they just really, playing other games, I've run into them, and they just ruin the experience, and they ruin the game, and they just suck a lot of fun out of it.
Bastion is overpowered. Go. I'm a little bit surprised that nobody was on the agree side. I always thought that people in lower elo like hated Bastion and don't know how to play into him and stuff. But I guess you guys are gonna enlighten us now.
Yeah, Bastion can be annoying, but because he has such a large hitbox, I feel like he's very easy to be countered, and he takes a lot of damage. And as a support main, like, you have to constantly, like, pocket heal them since they take so much damage all the time. So I think they're good in some situations to put out high damage, but I feel like they're just so easily countered.
While Bastion can be annoying against characters such as Mercy or squishy characters, everybody has counters, including Bastion. And one of Bastion's greatest disadvantages is his limited mobility, and Lot can't counter that.
He, like everyone else said, he is annoying. Obviously, like in low elo, people don't usually have the greatest aim, and if you aren't able to track people and actually hit your shots, it's really easy to counter the Bastion. And with his low mobility, people in low elo don't know how to jump with his bomb. I just learned how like last week, so it's not easy in low elos to play Bastion to his fullest potential.
Bastion in Overwatch 2 is so much easier to counter than he was in Overwatch 1 with the removal of his self-heal, and that alone is basically why I went to a disagree instead of slightly disagree. Just because with what they said before, tracking is an issue for most low elo players, so usually that part doesn't be an issue. And with the little self-sustain that he has and low mobility, he is just very easy to take down with like a diva.
So what I want to do before you guys go back to the middle, I want to list a couple characters and I want to see how your opinions change to base on that. The same question about a character being overpowered, but with different heroes. First, let's do Pharah. Pharah's overpowered. Go. Okay, all right. So Pharah's got some people in the agree. All right, what about Doomfist? What about Junker Queen? Ramatra? Widowmaker. What would you guys say if you had to just name like one hero? Everybody could just say whatever they think right now.
Cass. For me, it's been Cass.
For me, I'd say Sombra. Her hacking and ultimate can be very, very annoying.
Zen, and only because of Discord.
The game caters to high elo players, not us. Go.
I believe Overwatch as a game is the whole balancing caters to pro players, and they look at pro matches, especially in order to balance the game, which affects everybody else, everybody doesn't play like pro players.
I agree with a lot with what May said. And it's not exclusive to Overwatch. This happens in a lot of other competitive games based on what the high elo people are actually being able to accomplish. And especially with the sad PvE news, I feel like a lot more low elo players are excited for that because it's not reliant on our skill as heavily as competitive is.
Personally, I just think that because of being like in bronze, it's sort of hard to get out of because if you have teammates that are throwing your games or just like generally just not performing well, and it's pretty hard to climb out of bronze. While in like higher elo, I guess it's easier to win games as if your teammates are performing well.
Do you think that affects like what demographic the developers balance around?
I think they do cater to high elo players because I think a lot of people have the mindset that it's really easy to climb out of low ranks, so you don't really have to care about them as much.
Oh, okay, I get what you mean now. Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like it's hard to balance between like bronze and grandmaster. Like you can't make everyone happy with what's what and the power levels of which characters. Like it would be very nice if like bronze players could get more help and somehow make it easier to climb up the ranks. But I mean, other than that, I think there's not much that could change.
I've never got the impression that it caters towards more high elo, and I might be wrong, but I honestly just play the game for fun. I really don't pay attention to rank at all. Like, I was like, oh, I'm in bronze when I saw this. So, I just never noticed the game catering to more high elo or low elo.
A lot of my losses are due to my teammates. Go.
As a support main, it's really reliant on being able to keep your teammates alive and for them to make the eliminations that are possible. There's been so many times that, like was mentioned with Moira, I've been forced to just go Moira and DPS just to get those kills. I frequently find myself getting the highest healing in the lobby and still losing the match because my teammates weren't able to pull through.
Who would like to speak?
I'd like to speak.
Wait, hold on. The Mercies are having a moment. I didn't want to interrupt. They were bonding over their shitty teammates, their shared trauma.
Most games, I feel as though it is 100% on like you, the player, but like sometimes, especially in my personal experience, the support sometimes will have like really not good support comps like Mercy Lucio or like Mercy Zen, and like our tank won't be able to like take space, and since our tank can't take space, the DPS can't take angles, and it's just like a scuff show altogether.
I mean, in my personal experience, I do get like a lot of good teammates and some others I don't. But also with me, there are some instances where I do make wrong moves, which does kind of throw the game. Not on purpose, but I mean, it's really all just kind of just a 100% like team effort. Like you shouldn't really blame. Well, you can, but you shouldn't really blame just like one whole party because of something. Because like with me, when I play support, people come at me for like not healing, but I'm trying to explain to them like, hey, I'm being targeted and I kind of need you guys to be there for me. But me with tank, I go and like try to like protect people, but like I don't think other people see it that way. So that's why some people are like, hey, I feel like that you're trying to throw the game, and I'm like, hey, I'm not. I'm trying to do my job as said role. So really, it's just really all about like how people really view it, like people's perspective. And I really feel like that a lot of people's outlook would change if there was like more communication.
I think it's very good to try to realize that like we're not perfect either. Whether you're in bronze or GM, like you also make mistakes, and the only common denominator in all of your games is yourself. So it's always important to try to see like, hey, what can I do better so I can do better in my future games and stuff like that. And a lot of the times when people blame their teammates, I also notice, especially in lower ranks, I'm sure this is true, but even in like, you know, Masters GM lobbies, this happens sometimes too, where people will like blame things that aren't actually even the problem. They'll see like based on the scoreboard, they'll be like, oh wow, our tank is going negative, and it's like, okay, well think about it. Why is the tank going negative? Is it because they're not getting heals? Is it because their DPS aren't applying any sort of pressure, so then their DPS are just mowing down your tank? Is it because the team isn't pressing W with the tank and following through? Like what's the reason? And I feel like people are just so quick to like deflect blame off of themselves and blame anybody else, and it's like a lot of time it's not accurate, and the rest of that time it's just not productive either. You know what I mean? Just try to figure out what everybody can do better, focus on yourself, and then everybody will be playing so much better. I think it's important to try to play meta. Go.
this is coming from a cast OTP here. At least if you are like of the mindset that like I want to get as high a rank as I can possibly get, whether it be like gold, diamond, master, yada yada, then I think it would be at least in your best interest to play the meta heroes, or at least know how that meta is played.
Well, I feel like it's important to play the meta and know how those characters work. I think it's also important to play things that you enjoy, because then it can like not be as fun to play something you don't necessarily enjoy playing as much. And still knowing the meta is helpful, so that even if what you're playing currently doesn't work, you can always switch over and try to help out the team more than whatever you were doing previously. But while meta is important, I think what's most important is you still being able to enjoy the game.
I mostly agree with Moira that it's important to like know what the meta is and how to play around it, but it's also important to play like what you know how to play and what you find fun to play. During the first few seasons, I was trying to force Queen to work, even though she definitely did not after the nerfs in the beta, but I was still having fun playing Queen.
Personally, I think that especially in bronze, if you want to get out of bronze, you should mostly play the people who you know how to play and who you're good at. So like if playing meta isn't like your thing, if you don't know how to play any of those characters, then you probably just shouldn't. If it's just going to drag your team down anyways, then just try and stay on the side where it's like, oh, I know how to play this character, let me play her. If we have more of a chance with winning with that than with meta.
Creativity plays a huge role in Overwatch, and it can be a lot more fun to play with creative team comps, and subscribing to the meta and what the community thinks cannot always be the solution.
I'm kind of curious what you guys think. What would you say the meta is currently?
Ram, Cass, Mei, Lucio, and Kiriko, I think.
I feel like right now, Kiriko, Baptiste, Ramasha, Pharmacy especially.
Junker Queen, Cass, Mei, then probably Lucio and Bap.
For dive, I'd say like Diva. For more of a brawl, I'd definitely say Junker Queen. And I feel like Ram's also a good all-rounder. For DPS, Cass and Mei. And for support, I'd probably say like Anna or Kiriko and Bap.
All I have to say to that is I wish Pharmacy was meta. That would be amazing. That would be my meta for real as a Pharah player. Oh, but yeah, okay, so that was the last question that I had. Last episode, Get Quaked on bladed the viewers. So I want to see who can ult the viewers the best. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I no longer have any viewers. They're all dead. GM on console is not the same as GM on PC. Go. Whoa, we've never had this. Oh, I was gonna say, I was like, we've never had every single person in the same stance before. I'm actually really surprised at how everybody's on the agree side of the spectrum, because we have quite a few console players here.
I think the main difference is because I noticed in higher GM, there's a whole lot of zimming on console, and that with aim assist is really annoying to deal with. And also because streamers and stuff play in GM top 100, you don't have to deal with as many streamers because they're on PC. But that's my opinion.
The reason why I'm in a somewhat agree is because I think that console has like a lot of the same skills as PC, but there are some skills that are different, because when you're playing on a console, it's a little bit harder for like aiming, and just fundamentally how you're aiming is different. But I think console and PC are very similar when it comes to like movement skills and game sense wise.
I'm here right now because I actually came from Xbox. I used to be top 500 all the way from over there. And when I switched over to PC, I actually dropped down to Platinum. And it actually took me some while to get to Masters on Overwatch 2, obviously. But I still feel that there is still discrepancies between each other.
Not statistically, but like just factually, console has like a lower skill ceiling than PC, because while aim assist is a thing, that's only like important for what, like one of the roles maybe, hit scan. But like on just console, it's like everything's a lot like slower. Like aiming is a little bit harder, movement's a little bit like not as clean. Communication, I would argue, is not as important important because people are like, it's generally like a console's generally a more casual audience too. So like it's generally it's like a different, like people aren't taking it as seriously as like Alstoa mentioned with the most of the streamers that play on or almost every streamer plays on PC. So it's like that's where most of the audience is and where most people play. Yeah, because you don't see like any console Overwatch tournaments, or if you do, they're like very barely. Yeah, you can pretty much barely find them. So it's just I think the PC is just generally a lot more competitive.
Being GM on one role generally means you're good at the other roles too. Go.
There are obviously there are some exceptions. Like I would argue, one tricks probably don't know how to play even other heroes in their don't know how to, but prefer not to play other heroes in their role. But like from the climb from climb from like most people I guess start in like gold plat-ish to like all the way to GM. You're even if you're playing the same consistent role, you're watching how other people play. Even if it's like only shortly on like the death screen, you're watching how other people play, and like you like passively will learn how to play that. Like I pretty much only play tank, but from watching like random skilled people on my team, I've started branching out into support and DPS a little bit, and I found it's like, oh, I'm also like pretty good at this. So it's like I might be the exception, but I think it's just like people like passively will gain knowledge while like climbing and playing and whatnot.
So I started Overwatch 2 and I reached top 500 as like a Mercy and Brig player, and so people would always kind of harass me and they'd be like, oh well, you're just Mercy and Brig, like you wouldn't be Diamond on any other roles. And I kind of took that as a challenge, and in I think 2 seasons I went from Diamond to top 500 on DPS, and I just think it was surprisingly easy, especially compared to what it took to get to support. And a lot of that's because I get a lot of my play style from how I'd play supports. Also, the reason that I was starting in disagree and that I'm not in fully agree is that have you guys ever talked to a top 500 hit scan player? Because they don't know what's going on. Like they don't have any, you see them play support or tank and it's just a different game.
So do you think like a Pharah player is more skilled or whatever than a hit scan player?
Absolutely. I think Pharah is probably one of the hardest heroes in the game.
So I think that most players who are in higher levels, of course, if you are watching players, obviously, as you said, who you spectate them, etc. If you're a one trick and stuff, it might be hard. However, I do think, in my opinion, after watching other people and as well as kind of just being in my own area, I think that without a doubt, if you really, really tried, you could kind of get the understanding of game sense from other people. But I think it also comes down to mechanical skill at the end of the day, and it really depends on what you're comfortable with.
Fundamentally, there's a lot of things that go into playing tank, DPS, and support, each with their own characteristics, so to speak. And I was originally only a support player, and I climbed my way all the way to GM top 500 on tank, and not DPS yet, but I climbed my way there. And yeah, being GM definitely helped a lot, but there's a lot of things that you don't pick up just playing only one role, I guess.
I'm actually surprised to see you specifically in the disagree, because I'm pretty sure you were the highest ranked player like amongst all 3 of the roles. So it's actually pretty cool to see somebody who's like one thing, but you're able to like empathize with like people who aren't, I guess, as good at the game on all roles as you are.
I think that all the roles are like really different, and that's mainly due to like my own journey and like competitive Overwatch. I've been GM support for like a very long time, but it's taken a long time to get my like DPS up there, and it's taken even longer to get my tank to like even masters. I just think the roles have like different play styles and different like ways that are like optimal that like you have to learn.
Before we go back to the middle, if you are below masters in any other role, can you start jumping real quick? Okay. We have a couple. It is important to always try to play meta. Go.
I feel like, as we saw with the Junker Queen meta, that it was really, really hard to win if you're not playing Junker Queen. She was just so overpowered that if your tank didn't go Junker Queen, just almost give up. There is always that time that you can like win and play against it, but if you're not running always the meta picks, there is always gonna be that difficulty for you to actually win the fights and actually win the whole game as it is.
I think that meta is semi-flexible because like meta can vary from map to map. So like I do think that you get like diverse like compositions and stuff, but I don't think that you should try to like force things that aren't coherent with like whatever meta your team is playing. So like if your team's wanting to run like a brawl composition, you should like pick characters around that.
90% of the times it doesn't matter at all if you play meta or not. It's just those 10% of games, like I play in GM1, and there's sometimes you will have this like crazy tank player and they have Mei and they have like full rush and you just insta lose because your team is not playing like to counter it or something. But a lot of the times I think you should play what you're comfortable on, and especially like now there's a lot of one tricks. I think there's always been, and if you get one tricks you should definitely play those heroes because that's how you got to GM in the first place.
Yeah, I think apart from like the top, like this very, very top, like not even like all of top 500, like top like 50% of top 500, meta isn't as important because it's like, especially with this season with like all the balances and whatnot, this meta is like pretty diverse. Like there's not one specific tank like when Queen was broken that is like very overbearing, because like right now there's, I would argue like half of the tank roster is viable. There are some heroes obviously that have counters, like Queen is countered by Ana, etc., but it's like this, you don't really need to play meta to win. Like there's like a lot more heroes that you can do stuff with, as long as like you know how to play your hero.
I do actually have to agree mostly with Artemis here. Obviously, I do think that the meta right now is, especially for tanks, is actually fairly balanced. I feel like a lot of times as a tank player, I can pick up most people with and play with almost any tank right now and still get away with a win. Obviously, as you said, there's counter picks to every hero, but I do agree with him, and I do think that mostly for now, the meta does not matter, especially for one-trick players. If you're really good at a one-trick and you can just, you know how to get around counters and stuff like that, you'll do just fine.
When I was editing up my Bronze Overthink video, I asked the Bronze players what they thought meta was. As I was editing this, I was in a Discord call with my brother, and one of the contestants mentioned that they thought Pharmacy was meta. And my little brother agreed, and I disagree. So I'm kind of curious to see what you guys think. If you think Pharmacy is meta, go ahead to what your stance is. All right, Greg. Where the f you at, Greg?
Yeah, Greg, come on, man.
Yeah, Greg.
Just the fact that an enemy team has a pharmacy, like literally the only thing you can do to counter that is have a good DPS player. Like that is the only thing you have. If you don't have that, you just lose.
I actually disagree with that. No, because I think the statement that like when people say like, oh, like Pharah is countered by hit scans, I think usually that is bad Pharah is countered by hit scans, because a lot of bad Pharah players don't know how to use cover correctly, and they'll fly out into the middle of nowhere and they'll just get one shot, right? But if you like position well around corners, you are just as, you know, vulnerable as any other DPS basically, but you also get so much more attention. Like a lot of time Pharah isn't really about killing things, it's about the fact that you have 2 DPS and probably the supports looking at you, and you alleviate a lot of pressure from the other supports. And I say this as a GM1 Pharah player as well.
I would like to do a casual debate with you about this. I think Pharah is like she's not like Queen broken, but she's like, I think she's a good farm player, can like literally control lobby, because she has like, with just like 2 people, like she's a mercy pocket, then she can like force an entire team to swap. Like even 2 hit scans, I don't think a good Pharah, I think we'll still wipe the floor with both of them.
I think you can even counter Pharah by playing Tracer if you're just playing better than the Pharmacy overall and you just shut down the other support.
Yeah, yes.
But there's a lot of ways to counter everything in this game, but I think the problem with Pharah is actually Mercy. I think Mercy is extremely overpowered. Pocketing in this game is crazy.
I feel like if you're gonna say that Mercy is overpowered, then you're not playing correctly the game. Because Mercy is not overpowered. It's
Mercy's
not.
absolutely overtuned.
Just dive her and always look at her cooldowns. There's always that things going for her. They even nerfed her cooldowns for that reason. Because they knew that she actually was a little bit overpowered with the 1.5 seconds GA. But when the nerf hit her, it's actually more balanced now because you can actually run her down.
So Mercy is like essentially free focus fire with no communication. That's where a lot of her power is. The fact that you pick her and you have instant communication.
I can put it in a different way as well. I think she's the best duo hero in the entire game.
Mercy is like, I would argue, she has the other than Discord Orb, she has the most broken ability just in her right click.
I don't think she's broken, and again, I do think it's highly dependent on the map for Pharah, because I mean, on certain maps, even with the really good Pharah Mercy, you're gonna get shut down. But on like, what's that map called? The Brazil one, I think. Brazilian one.
Bronco.
Yeah. She's gonna be stronger. So like, I mean, it's really heavily dependent on that.
when somebody said the Brazilian map, who said Esperança?
I plead the fifth.
Not that.
If you weren't GM in Overwatch 1, you probably don't deserve GM in Overwatch 2. Go.
The only reason I'm gonna slightly agree and not agree is because, okay, I was like Masters in Overwatch 1, and if the ranking system and everything stayed the same, then yeah, I don't think so. But because, I mean, Overwatch 1, a lot of the abilities and characters change, and one less tank, all the other stuff. So I do think the game is pretty different. But again, I do think that it does have a big thing to do with like the ranking right now. The ranking right now is kind of wonky.
I think there is a bit of a, little inflation thing going on with the rank system. And it's just the players I've met in my lobbies that were, let's say, for example, Diamond. And they're in my lobbies, let's say, inting in the back line of the enemy team. I have LOS of supports, complaining that it's everybody else, but theirs is just like, you just lack the game sense from Overwatch 1. Like, it is a different game right now, but it's still vital game sense that you lack to be up here. And I do believe in this inflation thing that's going on.
The general opinion is like correct. I think that GM is a little bit. I'll say it's different now than it was in Overwatch 1. But I think the question itself is a little bit too over-encompassing. Like, just saying because you weren't GM in Overwatch 1 doesn't mean you shouldn't be GM in Overwatch 2. Like, I didn't touch comp in Overwatch 1. I was like mid-low diamond in most of my roles, like maybe masters on tanks. But like Overwatch 2, it's like I've actually started getting into the game, played it more. It's a wholly different environment.
Personally, I do think I am fit to be in Grandmaster. In Overwatch 1, I didn't peak very high, because at the same time, I was a DPS player in Overwatch 1. I only peaked like low platinum. But comparatively though, I found it was a bit easier to rank up compared to Overwatch 1's ranking system. I managed to grind from Gold 4 to Master 3 in Season 2. And then I slowly made my way up to Grandmaster, and ever since I've been consistently a Grandmaster support main.
I think for me, or like a lot of players, it's possible to improve. Like, I think if you weren't GM in Overwatch 1, you could be in Overwatch 2. Like, I started watching my own replays, I started getting coaching, I started doing all these things in Overwatch 2. Compared to Overwatch 1, it was like a new chance to become a good player. Like, I was barely Masters in Overwatch 1 and GM. But there is the point of the inflation, and there is a lot of players that don't deserve to be in GM. But I think there's definitely a lot of people who also improved. I think Overwatch 2 seems to me a little bit more, at least among the people I know and play with, they take it more seriously, but also there's a lot more casual players, so.
Okay, I feel like everyone deserves to be in the rank they are right now. Like, obviously there are some complications about, like, if they really deserve to be in that one. I feel like so many things have changed, like the inclusion of clans like the Kiriko and like Junker Queen, everything that has changed, and there's many things that you need to learn now. So it actually makes it more into sense that you can actually rank up, because now you know how to play this game and everyone still learning. So there's obviously the advantage of people that were Grandmaster in Overwatch 1 to be on Overwatch 2 a Grandmaster player too.
So Sleepy did mention how they were gold in like at the end of Overwatch 1. I wanted to open a discussion on like, honestly, like how does that make everybody feel in here? Like, do you guys, if you see somebody on your team where they're in your GM game, but they were like a gold low plat peak in Overwatch 1, how does that make you feel? Do you guys like get upset? Do you guys think like, oh, okay, they grinded and got better? Like, what's your take on it?
I think what people are failing to realize a lot of the time is that, so if we look at Season 1 of Overwatch 2, until they made the matchmaker change, top 500 was literally, like, the bottom was GM4. There were probably, like, 1,000 GM players total. So what we're seeing happen, and then obviously Bronze 5 was just full of Bronze players. And what we've seen is like a change in the way that the skill curves work. So like we were seeing way more GM players, but that's just because the way that GM is being like quantized or what's the term here? I'm trying to think. I don't know. The way that you qualify into GM, like the bar is being lowered, but that's just because we need to change the way the ranks work. We can't just add a million different ranks so we can cover the huge thing. That it's not practical. So like usually if I see like a plat player who's like in like maybe like GM3 is usually where I'll see them. It's like, well, okay, one, they're getting pushed up because we have to like change the way that the bell curve is so that way we're not just everyone's low elo. And then two, like they probably just improved a lot. Like I would see people who went from like bronze to GM in like 3 seasons in like Overwatch season 1 through like 7 all the time. And that was kind of typical.
Well, hearing that, I'm glad that there's been improvement, and I really hope there has been improvement, right? When I hear that sometimes and I see like plats in like my lobbies, right? It's kind of devaluing what is GM, because right now I'm GM1 top 500 as a support, and when I get someone that was plat and clearly doesn't know how things run, I guess around here at like the higher elo, it's pretty obvious, and it kind of devalues being a GM. I hit 4-3 in Overwatch 1 and I kind of stopped, but now I'm back into it, top 100. And now it's kind of like, okay, then what's the point of me being top 100 when there was like a gold plat in Overwatch 1, very last season, 100 games played in my lobby.
I don't believe in rankism. I don't think we should shame people for their past ranks, because a lot of people have had low ranks in the past. Like when I started playing Overwatch, I was in bronze, but then I hit GM like later on, like after a bunch of seasons of like working and getting better. And some people's journeys are faster, and that might just be because they got like coaching or they got good at like a certain hero that was meta that season and stuff. But I still think it's valid that they're in the elo, and if we're gonna be good teammates, we should play around them.
I actually started all the way on bronze on season 2. It was season 2. So I had friends that they played, and they were gold on that time, and they literally didn't want to play with me because I was bronze, like not even quick play, only because of that. But then after the seasons went by, I think I went to season 4 and I climbed all the way to masters. And like now they used to, like they try to contact me for me to play with them. And I felt like only because it's the rank that I like most players see, it's not much how like that people actually feel, because when you're playing and they call you like, oh my god, you're actually plat on Overwatch 1, why are you playing here, you should not be here, I feel like they're actually hurting the people behind the screen because they work hard for that rank, and like it's not nice for them to be shamed on that.
I think 5 stacking should be allowed in GM. Go.
I think that 5 stacking should be allowed in GM, because like honestly, if they just made it so that you were against other 5 stacks only, I think it'd be fair, because they wouldn't disrupt like normal play and like people who are solo queuing and stuff. And it would just allow for content creators to stack, it'd allow for teams to like build synergy and comp and stuff, and it would just make it a lot more competitive of a version of comp to play.
I think it could be a good idea, but it has to be like not regulated per se, but like Nyan said, it's like I think it'll only be fair if you go against other 5 stacks. Because like I wouldn't want to be like randomly queuing at like 11 p.m. one more comp match before I go to bed, and then I run into the San Francisco Shock. So I think it should be like only 5 stack against 5 stacks.
I don't really want it, because there's gonna be the problem with 5 stacks is when there's a lot of good players playing, it becomes a problem. Like what you said, like when Overwatch League teams or whatever, or just like contenders teams, or even just normal scrim teams, if they start 5 stacking in comp, they're gonna get so high, and it's almost gonna like skew their, like if they start solo queuing, then they're gonna get rolled because they're not actually that high up. They like need their team to climb in ranks.
So yeah, one, very obviously, Overwatch League players is, yeah, that's just gonna create issues. Like there is no fair matchup between Overwatch League and anything other than Overwatch League. So if you're like high GM1 top 500, even like a contenders team, and you queue into like San Francisco Shock, like it just sucks. Like I mean, it's probably cool at the time, but like when that becomes a regular thing, like that just sucks. But then there's 2 other things. One, boosting. If you remember on the Brazil top 500 in Overwatch 1, teams would 6 stack at 2 a.m. And because they couldn't find matches, it would pull up like gold 6 stacks. And then they would just beat them like over and over again to get super high ranked. That was actually like a huge scandal for the Brazil Overwatch World Cup team at the time. But then the other thing is, think about what that's going to do to the queue times. Like, my queue times for top 500 are already like 20 minutes. think about how much worse it's gonna be if now like half the player base is 5 stacking and you have like half the number of people playing comp.
Support is the easiest role in the game. Go.
I think support's the easiest because you don't have a crazy amount of responsibilities other than like create opportunities and heal, and obviously do a little bit of damage. For like a tank or a DPS, you gotta keep track of, you know, cooldowns. You gotta make sure that you're taking space. You gotta make sure where you're positioned a lot, because you could easily get bursted down, especially as a tank. Tank was probably one of the harder ones to climb with, because you just kind of just are being like puppeted by like your supports, and that's why I feel like being support is just the easiest, because you just have a lot more control over the game.
Like, yeah, I disagree with what Yana said, where you don't have that many responsibilities, but I think it's a smaller amount of responsibilities as the tank in DPS and team fights. In my experience, at least, I've climbed, you know, masters above or even top 500 on multiple different accounts on support just by playing, let's say, Mercy, Honor, or BAP. And from my experience and the people I know, it wasn't that much of a struggle for support rather than DPS and tank.
And I love this discussion. I've written papers about this. So when we're talking about hero difficulty, usually the conversation is really vague, because it's like, okay, are we talking about skill ceiling, skill floor? What's the situation here? There's no context. But outside of that, what often people will like source is, well, DPS have so much more responsibility. Like you have to be hitting your headshots and whatnot. And while that's true, I also think in a way that makes them a lot easier. Because as like a Widow, for example, you can get 2 picks and instantly win a fight. But as a support, how do you do something even close to that? You work a lot harder and you get a lot less back. And this happens for most heroes who have lower skill ceilings in general. So for like, for example, Mercy, it's like as Mercy compared to maybe like Ana, like you have to work a lot harder to get the same kind of value. Because Ana can hit like a nade and kill 5 people. Like she can win a team fight on her own. A Mercy can't do anything like that.
So personally, I think when it comes to playing support, it's not just healing. You have to take account to other things like your positioning, your teammates' health bars, whether you're gonna get dives and stuff. Out of the 3 roles, I think DPS is probably the easiest role to play. Like DPS is like, say, Bastion or like Torbjorn. They don't take much brain power to play.
I think DPS is easily the easiest role, because like they're pretty much split into 2 things. You have Hitscan, you have Projectile. Hitscan, their entire thing is like herder, I shoot head. All they have to do is like learn how to aim, which there's a lot of resources to do with like all the aim trainers and whatnot. And like new players, like players that have like just gotten into the game, I guess like when Overwatch 2 first came out and the ranks was a little bit weird, people are getting like GM and top 500 and whatnot. And it's like all you have to do is really aim. You don't even need that much game sense. You just play hit scan like Ashe, Widow, Soldier, and then you can just hard carry matches. I think support is one of the hardest roles in the game, depending on the hero.
So the debate topic is, support is the easiest role in the game. And go.
Okay, I would like to start because I think a really good place to start with this conversation is that usually when we talk about roles being easier or harder, things are very anecdotal and it just comes down to this is how I feel. But if we look at like an actual example for, I think a really good example of this is season 2 of Overwatch 2, where Mercy was really meta. And I think what a lot of people would say is, oh, well, Mercy's so easy. But what was always jarring to me is that all the Mercy players at the time in top 500, they were all like Mercy 1-tricks, or like people who were like maybe GM2 who at the time climbed up because Mercy was good. And my, I guess, argument is, well, okay, if Mercy or support is so easy, then why aren't these other support players flexing over to it, or these other like role players flexing over to support and then taking over the role from support players? And then the other example is Overwatch League, where obviously we're not seeing DPS players getting drafted in as supports, we're seeing support players getting drafted in as supports. Like, Jonak was never a DPS player, just as an example.
I know when we actually had this question up, I said that DPS is the easiest role. I think, like, the opinion is, like, can still change. Like, my opinion, all like is changing. It's like 24/7. But it's like, I think support, like, baseline is like a pretty standard role, like pretty easy role. Like, it's got a, I still don't know if I'm using this right. It has like a low skill floor. Like, you can kind of just start wherever, and it's like,
I think it's high skill floor.
Yeah, I think
that means you get a lot of value for little effort.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, it's like a lot of new people just like start on support. Like when I played Overwatch, I started it on. I think I played like Lucio, Mercy, like those kind of heroes. So it's like kind of like it's a good baseline. Like, it's a good teaching moment, but it's also, once again, if it's a good baseline teaching role, then it's probably generally a lot easier.
I agree. I think in terms of like skill floor, like, yeah, probably the easiest. Like, you can kind of just like pick like Mercy or Brig and like hit things and like you do your job partially. But I think going into higher elos especially, what you'll notice is that 3 players on a team, that being the tank and the 2 supports, basically exist to enable the DPS to do things. Let's say like your support messes up really bad, and I talked about this before. Like they only have the tank and the support who can help them get out. But like maybe your Genji dashes in is being dumb. Well, he has 2 supports and a tank, which is like a world of difference. Like your Ana messes up, like what does she have? Like maybe a Lucio to try speeding her out, or like a Winston to bubble her, but like your 76 gets pushed out of position, and then he has like an Ana to nano him to keep him alive, and like Lucio can speed him out and all these other things. Like your mistakes on DPS are a lot more covered than support.
You say that the DPS, if they make a mistake, then they're covered for, right? So think about it from the DPS's perspective, where they have to, go confirm the kill, deal that damage. But the supports just have that ability of like, oh, here's an immortality field, here's a Suzu, here's a TP get out of jail free card, right? And so it's like, that is why I think supports are the easiest role, because it's just like, oh, I have this get out of field free jail card, and the DPS kind of doesn't.
If you're using your like immortality or your Suzu or your nade on yourself, your utility isn't being used in like more efficient ways than it could be. So if Genji is just that, but
no, he's talking about
like
he can just like emote someone to help them get out. But
right.
I don't agree with that, because I mean like DPS also have those abilities. Like Reaper has Wraith, Genji has his deflect, like Tracer can recall out. Like that's not exclusive to supports in any way. A lot of what this conversation comes down to is what I have been calling vehicle theory. This is something I've been working on for about 2 years since I've been playing League. And the idea is that usually when we talk about hero skill expression or balance, we're thinking of things as vehicles, when really the game is more like a race. So a lot of people be like, for example, in Overwatch, like, oh, Tracer's very hard because she has all these different things to pilot. And Moira is very easy because her like equivalent to a vehicle is like walking, while Tracer's like an aeroplane. However, the problem with this is that we're only looking at how hard a hero is to play, not what really matters, that being how hard it is to win playing them. So sure, like Moira is really easy to pilot, like she's really easy to play, like you're just walking. But how do you compete as Moira with Tracer, who's flying an airplane? Like you have to play so incredibly perfectly and to such a high level that it's absurd. Which is why, I think Moira is the hardest hero in the game. And again, the other thing that supports this is that there's very, very few top 500 Moira players, and there's so many top 500 Tracer players. Like, if Moira Moira is popular, she's very popular, and like low elo. If she was so easy, then why isn't everyone playing her at top 500?
To counteract that argument, like Moira is like baseline. If you think of someone climbing, like someone like that's not skilled at all climbing, you think of Moira. Because Moira, like her abilities are just like so baseline easy to use. It's like she's such a high skill floor that it's like I could bring someone on that's never played the game before, and within like a week that I could argue they could hit like plat diamond, or maybe even masters, just because of how easy she is to press her abilities. Like when you make the argument that like, oh, when we're comparing her to Tracer, why not do that like, oh, when we're comparing Ana to Tracer? Their Ana is just like has to position herself way more perfectly because she has to play for LOS. She has to play for also looking through where she can both avoid and see the enemy at the same time. She has to play for sleep, so then she also has to see, oh, where can I position my nade?
Hold on, I think I see what you're getting at, and I think my response is that, okay, yes, that is difficult, but the thing is that when Ana does all that, the value she gets is like immense. Whereas like with Moira, like you could play perfectly, do exactly what you're meant to do, like follow your tank, hold left click, keep them alive, and the amount of value you're getting compared to the Ana is nothing. And unlike Ana, you can't adjust your
doing
playstyle.
Compared to the Ana is significantly less.
Yeah, it's not
No,
about how
I
you're
agree.
doing
It
is
is
significantly
very much
less.
less.
So
But
then why are we arguing that it's harder when there's significantly less things you do? When on Ana, I have to like aim my shots, I have to make sure I'm killing the right people, I have to position correctly, I have to think about if I should nade or not, if what makes a good nade.
But this is the thing, like Ana can do all that. She has the option to do all that, but Moira doesn't. So with Moira, you either have to have a really unique and like specific gameplay like style, so like flanking, or you have to do everything to an extremely perfect level. It's like, okay, yes, all those things are hard to do with Ana, but the value disparity is insane. Like obviously it's very hard to learn to aim and hit the nades and all these things and whatnot, but Moira doesn't even have the opportunity to get the value from things like that. She doesn't have it at all. So how do you compete with an Ana as Moira?
That's I don't think that's on how easy Moira is. I just think that's how Ana is just a better hero. Because Ana is like, I would argue Ana is one of the best heroes like in Overwatch. Who do you think of like when you hear Zen? Give me like a pro player or something extra.
Jonak.
Yeah. So who do you think of when you think of Reinhardt?
Bowie? I don't know.
Bowie? What the hell? Yeah, Kaluge.
He's not a pro player, but
who do you think of when you think of Moira?
IRP.
Who?
Moira's Labrat.
Yeah, it's like you can't think of a pro player. You think of like a random, just like comp loser. Yeah, you don't think of like a actual player. That's just because of how like Moira is like she's super easy, but she's just bad.
The thing is with Overwatch is that we talk about heroes being hard in terms of how hard they are to utilize. But realistically, why does that matter when the objective of the game is to win? It's not about, we're not playing practice range. It's not about how many times you can click the heads of the enemy robots. It's how can you like get the objective. So it doesn't really matter how hard it is to play Ana. It matters how hard it is to win with her. Because that's what the real determiner of difficulty.
Just Moira is just kind of just like, I'm not gonna say she's the worst support hero right now, but
maybe other than
Life Weaver's kind of dog. Every other hero is like playability, and they're all like, I would argue every single, maybe not Life Weaver, I don't think Life Weaver's like that hard at all, is like a lot harder to play. Like you've seen you've actually seen every hero in pro play, but like Moira is like so specific that the only time she was ever played was during a comp where Baptiste was just bad.
I think what I don't like about comparing like the end result of winning is like the fact that I have a more mechanically intensive hero and you lost because yours is less mechanically intensive. I won because of it. I think that's a fair trade-off. I put the
I'm not saying that it's unfair. I think it's perfectly
well, then why
fair.
are we arguing that it's a harder hero when it's like if someone puts in hours onto something better, then that's you just wasting your time.
Fairness is a different qualifier, and regardless, we're not talking about
fairness in winning or losing.
Fairness in terms of like the investment you're getting back, because I'm not saying that it's unfair that you're not getting investment back as Moira. I'm not saying that you should get more. I'm just saying that in general, if you want to play Moira at like a top 500 level, it's way harder to do that than it is to do it with like Tracer or Ana or Baptiste or whatever.
Just going back to the argument that like Moira is just like a worse hero. It's like sure, I will admit Moira is harder than some other heroes. I think Mercy's easy as hell.
Also mentioned this, in my opinion, I think hero difficulty and hero strength is kind of the same thing. Like, I think if a hero is bad, they're just more difficult. Like, Widowmaker could be terrible, but if you're still really amazing with her, she's still great.
And both of you guys keep on saying that she's really mechanically easy, and no one's disagreeing with that. But the fact that she's so mechanically easy, she doesn't have as much to do. She's a bad character, so she has to do a whole lot more to get value.
That's about how easy or how hard it is to get like value on the hero. It's not like just how hard the hero is. There's like two different arguments. Like if you want to argue about how good a hero is, then you could argue.
I think that these arguments are the same thing. I think hero strength and their difficulty is the same thing. Heroes are only bad because we aren't able to play them properly. Like Widow is terrible in the hands of bronze players because they can't play them properly. In the same way that Ana is amazing in high elo player or high GM players because they can play her properly. Moira is bad in the hands of high elo players because she's bad. But that makes her difficult. Moira has no potential.
It's more difficult to win because it's mechanically less intensive. Again, there's a lot less things you do as Moira, but that's a trade-off of you picking that hero, right?
Yeah,
I chose Ana, and I practiced Ana, and I got to the rank that I'm at playing Ana. And if you choose Moira and I'm playing the more mechanically intensive character, and you chose a less mechanically intensive character, and I'm rewarded for it, I don't see where Moira necessarily a harder hero.
All right. Well, do we feel like that this debate kind of got anywhere, or do we think that all of our opinions? No.
It's just a different conversation.
Can we have the other contestants say who won?
Oh, actually, you know what? Sure. In order. Black Widow, what side won? The agree side with Extor and Artemis, or the disagree side with Halix and Al?
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so Genji and the agree. Okay, Bonnie.
Damn.
Alright, thank you.
Okay. Sleepy, who do you think won the debate?
Okay, honestly, I'm gonna just stay decide because we don't know.
Hold on, we need silence. We need dramatic music playing. It's 2-2 right now. Winston is the deciding vote. Okay, whatever side Winston goes to is the side that won the debate. Not actually, but you know, in our hearts.
All right, I like your standpoint, but the Moira.
Yoink.
Mercy requires a lot of skill to be able to play properly. Go.
I would say that Mercy takes a while to learn properly because it's like
It's about positioning, staying alive, good decision making. You know, like if I res somebody out of position, the whole enemy team will look at me. So it's really just decision making. And I think it took me a while to learn Mercy to get her to GM. So I would say, yeah, it's, you know, she's hard to play at a good level.
I think she's difficult to play because of the survivability of her. Like, everyone's trying to get you out first, so that is what makes her so difficult for me.
And then we have the most people in the somewhat agree stance, so I want to hear from one Mercy player and one Mercy hater.
I feel like she's the second easiest support, but she takes like a while to be able to like play perfectly. But from like, if you're like from a beginner stance, then she wouldn't be that hard to pick up and like learn all her basic stuff. From like somebody who's higher ranked, it would be like harder to play perfectly.
I believe that Mercy she can be quite easy to pick up for a beginner, and it can work quite well, but I think there is a very high skill ceiling. I think the higher ranked Mercies, there's noticeable differences in what they do, like their positioning and everything, so I definitely think it can be much harder to play Mercy at like a higher level, and the people that do succeed in that higher level are just much better Mercies in general.
I think, like you guys were kind of saying, it's more like an entry level, like anyone can pick up Mercy and play it, but I think to be really good, you know, you have to have good mechanics, you have to learn, you have to like spend time to get good, but I don't think it's like, I don't think there's as many mechanics necessarily like that are hard to pull off, especially now, as like some other, you know, higher DPS players or tanks.
The reason I don't think Mercy's very hard is she only has really one mechanically challenging thing, which isn't mechanically challenging. It was made easier in Overwatch 2, and with that being the super jump. You can get a ton of value by just hiding in a corner while pocketing a DPS who kills 4 every fight. If you're just not making stupid decisions when it comes to like who to fly to and when they're res, then it's very easy value, and anyone can pick up the character and easily make it to a decently higher ranked without having to put much effort into it.
After everybody has spoken now, is there anybody who would like to change their stance? Okay, Ghost, why did you change your stance?
I don't know whether this is just because of my bias of hating Mercies, but I kind of agree with the point that Mercy's hardest mechanic is movement, and other than that, I think she's a pretty easy hero to sort of, I think, climb with out of any of the other supports.
Okay. Alrighty, I see a lot of shaking of the heads from the Mercies. You guys, do you have anything like brief that you want to say?
Let me say something. Oh my god, let me say something.
Yeah,
I'm gonna cry. Mercy is one of, like, just realistically one of the hardest support heroes to climb to GM with, and if you don't believe me, literally look at anyone who did it. You can even look at ML7, for God's sakes, if you want to take his opinion more seriously than anyone else's. Like, even he took the longest getting to GM on Mercy. Like, I'm sorry, I can't.
The stereotype that women play Mercy is usually true. Go.
It's probably because I'm usually always the one on Mercy, but whenever I'm not and it's someone else, like hearing them in voice chat, almost 10 times out of 10, it's another girl. I hardly ever heard a guy on Mercy before.
So I interpreted the question as like Mercy players are usually girls, not that girls usually pick Mercy only, but from like the stance that I think, almost every time I get a Mercy in my game, I don't think I've ever had a Mercy that's calmed that has not been a girl.
I think it's because, like, for girls, it's one of the introductory characters that you pick up when you first start playing. But for guys, you'll probably go like a DPS character first. So that's kind of why I think it's like that.
Most Mercy players in ranked that I've ran into are girls, but most of my friends who play this game who are girls, they either started off as Mercy, then switched to something else, or they just never picked up Mercy. So one of my friends, she played Ursa to start, but now she plays Ana, and then I have a few friends who are tank players as well. So it's still true with the majority of them are Mercy players, but I've also met Mercy players who aren't girls, and there's been a lot of high-profile Mercies who aren't girls, such as EVA, ML7, Neptuno in the Overwatch League, OG in the Overwatch League. My bad.
Anyways, keep going.
I said Neptuno, there was OG, there was also another one, I think it was Nos on London Spitfire who was very good. So yeah, I'd still say it's predominantly girls who play Mercy, but there's still definitely a good amount of male people who play her.
I need the love for my Aqua Boost there as well.
Okay, I'll kind of preface this by saying I know that there are, obviously a lot of girls that play Mercy, but there are also a lot of girls that feel forced to play Mercy because of their teammates. And I know this community quite well, and I know that there's a very, very good handful of Mercy players that aren't girls, but are also guys or non-binary or what have you, right? Like, there's so much more than just girls, and a lot of girls just feel forced onto playing Mercy, and they don't even want to play her.
From my experience, it's been kind of a mix between women and male with Mercy, so I've never had really a bias on women playing Mercy. However, I do agree with Skietzy that women are kind of forced to play the Mercy role. If I could move, I'd move to this somewhat disagree. But I think they are kind of forced to play the role sometimes, but I don't think it is true that just women play Mercy, because men do as well, and a lot of women also play DPS and tank.
So, would anybody like to change their stance? Okay. Oh, you're going to somewhat agree? Oh, wait, no. I'm sorry. Two people changed their stance. Ghost, where did you go from?
I went from somewhat agree to in the front of somewhat agree.
Oh, no, it's not ordered, like, by line or anything. It's just the stance.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to be quirky and different.
Oh, okay. A lot of Mercy players are boosted to a rank they don't deserve. Go. Wow. I did not see this coming. Nobody's on the agree side of the spectrum? That's crazy, because what I hear so much is Mercy players are boosted. Mercy mains are carried. They just pocket a DPS and they get blah, 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 blah. I hear that all the time.
The reason I stay neutral on this is because obviously, if you find a good enough DPS player, you can get boosted as Mercy, but that's not to say that all Mercies do that. There are definitely people who are high GM because they are very good at Mercy. Although I did say Mercy very easy, that's not to say, an easy character. It does get, an easy character is not just, brain dead, anyone can make it a top 500. But if you have the skills to just live, not die, hit the reses, know what to do, then you can still climb on her. But it's not to say that there are people out there who will go online, pay some guy $200 to play Sojourn and pocket them to get all the way to 4,500.
There are definitely like a handful of Mercy players that have been boosted, and whether they're like over there pocketing like some, rank 10 guy that they paid to get them up there, or whether they're just like, I don't know, being really weird and pocketing a cheater that they're doing with, or some garbage like that. Like, there is stuff like that, but the majority of Mercy players have climbed to whatever rank they are off of themselves and not off of other people.
If a Mercy's kind of solo queuing, I don't think it's physically possible that they can get boosted. There may be a good DPS on one game, but there may be a bad DPS on another. I think the only time a Mercy will get boosted is if they pay for it, or they make a friend with someone that's a high rank and plays on a Smurf or something. I think that's the only time they can never get boosted, but I think it does take a lot of skill to rank up, especially if you're solo queuing, and I don't think you can really get boosted from solo queuing or just playing with people that are at the same rank as you.
Mercy mains are sensitive and or entitled. Go.
I have 3 words. Twitter, Mercy Mafia. When Mercy had her Guardian Angel nerfed in Season 2, and she got more survivability, it was essentially a net buff for the character, but instead of people saying like, okay, net buff, all of them instantly, every single person player I saw instantly complained on, oh, the character's now boring, she's not fun, she's even worse now because 1 second was added the Guardian Angel. I don't think I've ever seen any other community act like this. I don't see Genji players act like this when their character gets nerfed every single season. I don't see Reinhardt players act like this when their character doesn't get any buffs to help them in a year, and it's ridiculous. In ranked, if a Mercy player is not performing, and if someone tries to ask them to swap, they'll take it. Most of them will take it personally and just get mad. It's kind of bonkers, the stuff I've seen on Twitter and in game.
Personally, I think I'm like a little entitled. So, I mean, I feel like a lot of Mercy players are like, they want like everything good for their character. They don't want her to be nerfed. They don't want anything bad to be done to her. Like, nerf wise. I feel like I'm one of those people, but sometimes there has to be like balance changes, and it's just like necessary. But a lot of people get mad when there is like nerfs to Mercy.
So would you say that you and or other Mercy players will sometimes go to war for Mercy even if it's kind of like not justified? Like, because you mentioned this entitlement, right? So do you think there's been a time where you or other Mercy players defend Mercy even though the people who are kind of going against her are kind of in the right?
Yeah, because I just want her to be like really good so I can just play her and like get the most value out of her.
I feel like there's a lot of entitlement. I feel like with the Mercy community, mostly when it comes to like not acknowledging whenever an aspect like damage boost or res is broken, or just any aspect that is broken with her. I also feel like a lot of that is inflicted by the opposite part of the community as well. Because I feel like the balance of Mercy itself is such a hot topic amongst the community in general that a lot of people batter the Mercy community. And I feel like a lot of the entitlement is retaliation from that.
I'm not gonna lie, I think everybody is a little bit entitled in this game. Like, I think that's something everyone has to just like fix. Like, every role is entitled. I'm even entitled sometimes, but it's mainly when I get Mercies on my team. As a tank player, I don't like having a Mercy on my team because a lot of the time they just do not do anything. It might not even be that they're playing bad. It's just that the hero relies on other teammates to be good, and a lot of the time they are not good. So I'm getting no help, they're not doing anything, whoever they're pocketing is not doing anything. It's just a whole like disaster. So I think that everyone's a little bit entitled and they all kind of want what they want. So I'm not gonna like blame that on Mercy players specifically, but I'm also not gonna say that they're not entitled as well.
I'm not really active on Twitter, so I don't know exactly how bad it is over there. But specifically in game, I feel like Mercy players are the ones that like get the most shit, if I'm being real. Like for either playing her, playing support, being a girl, all this and that. So when you say sensitive, I definitely don't think Mercy players are sensitive at all, considering they're still playing the game, even though they get like the most horrible insults and things said to them just like so many games, especially if you like talk and voice chat. So I don't know. I don't think they're sensitive at all.
So I'll say that I definitely agree with what Miu said. I get a lot of Mercy players talking to me about just the absolutely egregious things that happen to them in game or that happen to them in other online spaces in the Overwatch community. And I'll agree that there's a part of the community, like the Mercy community, that's super weird, but it's also a very big community with people who are passionate about her, so the discussion can seem really intense at times. For me personally, I have the identity that I am annoying on Twitter because I'm passionate about her, but I'll post like some of the most tame, like thought out takes sometimes, and I'll be told the most incredibly awful things. Like, it's actually just, it's gotten so out of hand, all of this stuff. It's just ridiculous, and the whole like Mercy Mafia garbage, it's just so stupid.
To go off what he said, it was like the Mercy Mafia thing. It's like you said, oh, she lost 1 second like on her GA, and it was like, yeah, it was the most boring thing of gameplay because using GA now was just an escape at that point. You couldn't be using it willy-nilly to like reposition. You couldn't use it to reconnect your beam, and it was really boring. You essentially had to stay on the ground. You were ground Mercy for now. Who isn't going to be sensitive? Who isn't going to be upset when their favorite character is getting gutted and their character's now boring? It's like Pharah being on the floor all game long.
Jack, I'm gonna put my chef hat on. I'm gonna get my bowl. I'm about to cook. Okay, so I generally think, based off the shit that Mercy mains go through, especially the female side of the Mercy main spectrum, I feel like they just straight up lack the like whole thing of being sensitive because they've just heard it all. And I honestly, like, even as a Mercy, I feel bad for that side. Entitled, I feel like they used to be entitled, but I feel like that goes back all the way to Overwatch 1, Overwatch 2, they're a bit more chill. I will admit that Mercy mains are more chill nowadays. I just want to like drive home that whole sensitive part because I just feel like they lack, like, they're such, Mercy mains are probably toughest skinned mains, as in, they know how to handle shit throughout in the whole Overwatch community, and that's something that I can respect. but still, I hate you, Mercies.
I have a question. Do you still have your chef hat on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Put it back on.
Okay, put it back on. I have another question for you. Do you have a gold gun on Mercy?
I bought it for a TikTok for
You do. It's a yes or no question.
Yes.
I have another question for you. Do you know what show you're on right now? Dude, I need the Reaper haters to like go fuck him up real quick. It's like this man is sus. Res and or damage boost are unhealthy for the game. Go. What's shocking to me is that we have a Mercy hater out here ready to defend the Mercy players, being like, that shit's not broken. Look at the Mercies, you got the Mercy side. No, they're agreeing with you. Get back here.
I don't think res is an issue. I just think they need to fix some of the things with LOS. Like there was a clip on Twitter recently of Get Quaked On where a Mercy rezzed behind a literal wall. Stuff like that needs to be fixed, but damage boost is not good for the game. I don't think unless it's from an ultimate like Nano Boost or previously Bongo, it's not good for the game because it allows heroes to break thresholds they're normally not supposed to break. We saw with Ashe in Overwatch 1 where Byron Ashe should be nerfed multiple times because okay, she's one-shotting people, so let's nerf her so she can one-shot. Up, so you just Mercy boost her now. Up, she one-shots again, so we gotta nerf her again to now where she's even weaker without Mercy. And we saw with Sojourn. Sojourn one-shot was too strong, so they nerfed it. Okay, but you still one-shot Mercy boost. So now Sojourn's still a problem in higher ranks. There's thresholds that they set on characters for a reason. Mercy just allows them to be broken.
I think both damage boost and res as a concept are fine, but the problem is, especially on Mercy, being both abilities on one character is insane by itself. And then furthermore, I think it's actually crazy that damage boost just breaks so many breakpoints, just like brought before with like Ashe, and especially another example I would say is Pharah, with just absolutely making her in some instances absolutely unkillable because just the whole pocket playstyle of just really good Pharahs just navigating around and just dominating both DPS on one character is insane to me.
I believe that res is completely fine. You're completely vulnerable when you're resing. It's fine, perfect. Damage boost is the thing that I have the issue with. I think it's way too OP in some circumstances and not in others. In lower ranks, I feel like it's a requirement for damage boost to be prevalent when you've got like a McCree or an Ashe or a Pharah, and you can't really play those heroes in lower ranks without that damage boost. However, in higher ranks, it end up with the hit scans like Ashe, Widowmaker. They just become way too OP and sometimes just unkillable when they have that type of pocket. I think, in my opinion, DPS should be completely removed and replaced with something else to enhance their ability, but I'm not sure what. That's what I'd say.
Alright, so I'm like, it's because I'm a little biased. So when there's a Mercy on the other team, like getting crazy reses and damage boosting, pocketing DPS, I'm like annoyed by it, but when it's me doing it, I like don't really care, so that's why I'm neutral.
So me, I think I always say that I think the game should buff me, like as a player, just me.
Yeah.
I think the patch notes should come out and I should get like unlimited ult charge, unlimited everything for everything, but only for Christalraine. So
I should be in Valk permanently.
Yeah.
I will admit that there are some Mercy reses that are like absolutely just silly, and I've been on the receiving end of a fair share of enemy Mercies that get a res that just wins the game, but realistically speaking, you get res like 5 or less times per 10 minutes, and it already has a lot of limitations, and you can barely get a res anyway if you can't bend behind walls, so the whole thing that's like, Mercy should require LOS the entire time is like, what? Do you want, like, it's just useless then. And then for damage boost is Mercy's only way of significantly contributing damage. So yeah, of course it's gonna be part of her kit. And then if you don't like things like res, damage amplifiers, if you hate playing Genji, if you don't like playing Doomfist, Tracer, all that stuff, you should, like, if you don't like those things, you should go back to games that focus on gunplay instead of combining FPS and MOBA elements like Overwatch. Because if you don't want those things like res and damage boost, say goodbye to people like Genji and Tracer and stuff, like, because that's MOBA.
It is very hard to get these reses off. Like, you can't res in the middle of like the entire enemy team because they're all gonna look at you and be like, oh my god, get her, Mercy's resing. The other thing with damage boost is that it only becomes really like a problem when you're in ultimate, because when you're like not in ultimate, there's times that happen where it's too much damage coming out. So it's either you have to choose between damage boost and healing, and you have to switch between those really, really fast. So it's like there's moments where you really have to choose between just damage boosting, healing, who to res, how to res, and sometimes you have to even waste ultimate to get these good reses off.
Cool. So let's move on to our #1 Mercy defender here in the disagree circle. So this guy right here, he thinks res, damage boost, unhealthy for the game? Nah, we love res and damage boost. We love this. I'm a Mercy lover. All right, so Mercy hater, take it away.
I just think that with damage boost and res, I don't think it's unhealthy for the game. Maybe it's because I play tank, maybe it's because I'm on console, but I just think that there's different things that are more unhealthy for the game in comparison to res and or damage boost, like Zen Discord Orb. I'd even argue Kiriko Suzu still, even I don't know, Kiriko TP if you want to really go there, because that can cleanses. I just think, as these four messages are saying, that without res and or damage boost, why are you playing Mercy? Without those, then I feel like you just provide no utility, so I feel like Mercy kind of needs those to be, well, Mercy.
Before we switch stance or anything like that, we're gonna pull up these 2 controversial Twitter clips of the week. We're gonna watch it together as a class.
Curie, burn Curie. Curie dead. Mercy resing. Oh, they get resing.
So this is one of the clips this week that got a lot of attention. With a soul being here, Mercy being able to res on the other side of it. So I want to shift this conversation starting with this example right here. Do we think that this is healthy, unhealthy, whatever? Based on the clip we just saw, you're gonna just move to the stance that you think. So do you think that what you just witnessed was unhealthy for the game? Go. All right, a couple people moved around. All right. Oh, we have another one. Okay.
I think that that clip especially, I know that doesn't happen very often. That's probably what you guys are gonna say over there. That that's really hard to pull off and kind of buggy or whatever. But the fact that can even happen in the first place, and there's literally nobody on Get Quaked on Steam that can actually cancel it. And he used his cooldown, he charged his punch up to try and delete the res from happening, and she just falls onto the stairs. There's actually just nothing you can do, and they spent all those resources getting the kill, or someone hit a good shot or something, and it's just removed instantly. And I don't know, it just seems so unfair and bad for the game.
1, she's in Valk, so yeah, of course she can do that. 2, it's a smart res. 3, maybe don't charge your punch on someone that's literally behind a railing. And 4, it's okay if your hero doesn't counter everything.
So if she wasn't in Valk, do you think something like that would still be okay and fair?
I think it would be much, much, much harder for her to do that if she wasn't in Valk, because, the way that Valk moves compared to just Mercy moving herself is incredibly different.
Regardless of whether or not she's in Valve, she can still do it in regular thing because she gets barely any LOS of the rest, but she goes under the wall, which on any other character, if you did that, the line of sight would be broken and the ability cast would be halted. But for some reason, Mercy's allowed to do that. But Mercy's allowed to do that through a corner where she can't even see him.
Well, she started it with LOS of the soul, and then she went down underneath after. So
yeah, but
she did see
out of
them.
LOS.
Yeah, but Mercy can do that no matter what. It's just it's part of the ability.
So do we think that LOS should be required for a res?
Yes.
No,
yes,
otherwise you wouldn't get it at all.
Yeah, no. If it
Can we move to either just agree? Can we move to either just agree or disagree for this in particular? Do we think that LOS should be a thing for res? Go ahead. Okay, all right. Interesting. Let's move on to the second clip.
You're going dead. There's the queen on your own. Dude, what the actual fuck, bro? Of course you're fucking you like how do y'all make Mercy be able to out-heal that? How, bro?
So that's our second clip. In regards to the clip that we just watched, we're gonna go back to the original question, but with answering it based on this clip. So, from the clip we just watched, do we think that this is unhealthy for the game? Go ahead to your stance.
Mercy's Valkyrie goes from 55 HP per second to 60 HP per second, right? And because it is a transformation ult, you don't actually, like, once you leave Valkyrie, it will keep 60 HP per second unless you take your beam off of that person and put it onto someone else, or you swap the damage boost. So keep in mind that for a lot of this clip, this guy is receiving 60 HP per second like the entire time.
Basically, it comes from how annoying it is when I'm playing other characters. For example, if I'm like playing a DPS or something and I'm trying to kill someone that she's pocketing, I get that it's like for a long time they'll be able to survive, and it's like you can never kill them.
I play a lot of Winston in ranked, and I'm not like super good, but it's not like I'm missing my like auto aim Tesla cannon on these like 200 HP targets. And in the rank that I'm in, which is like mid masters, it's just it's awful. No one like ever dives with you even if you comment, so you're pretty much on your own all the time, and there is no way as a Winston that you can kill anyone when Mercy's like just holding yellow beam on them. Like you can primal them, you can do what, like you fully land on them, you can right click, like it doesn't matter what you do, you cannot solo kill a target if there's a Mercy on them. And if you try to go after the Mercy, they're just gonna fly away, right? Like they can't, like there's no way to do it.
I don't think you even bother to like look up at the Mercy and try to stop her. Like why wouldn't you just like try to get the Mercy off instead of keep shooting at the pocketed soldier when you know he's not gonna die?
So in that situation, you saw Soldier place down his heal as well, and while that's only a small amount of healing as he was running around the payload, that's still healing, which saved him. The Mercy was in bulk, so it's kind of a target to kill Mercy first before killing the Soldier, because the Soldier will get that much more healing. I don't think it's really like an unfair situation. I think it should have been a team effort to either kill the Mercy or kill the Soldier while the Mercy was healing him.
The agree circle is gonna represent Soldier. The disagree circle is going to represent Mercy. Go to who you think should have been the priority to target. Go.
I want to say, first of all, again, Mercy is technically healing 60 HP per second throughout this entire clip, but secondly, the Sigma's entire team is dead, and thirdly, if you hit the rock combo on him originally, he would have died, and none of this would have happened, so.
Yeah, basically what Sketsy said. The Mercy out heals. I mean, the Mercy's gonna out heal all your damage anyway, even if you hit the Rex, because Sigma's direct hits are 55 and Mercy heals 6 per second. He should have just probably backed up instead of trying to continue fighting when his team's dead.
I think the point of the question was like, should he have shot the Soldier or should he have shot the Mercy? And in the clip, you can't even see the Mercy, let alone like even if you look up, she's in Valk flying around. And on Sigma, like there's actually no way that you're gonna be able to kill a flying Valked Mercy. So the only option is to shoot the Soldier.
Honestly, I wanted to stand in the middle because he shouldn't have shot at any of them. For one, both of his supports died and his DPS, so at this point he's just shooting blindly. He's shooting blindly, wasting resources, giving ult charge. He should have just died and not wasted his ultimate in general. Either die or back up or try to get out something. But just don't keep wasting everything and be like, oh my god, I can't kill Mercy.
First of all, I don't like how often I've been grouped with the Mercies throughout this whole thing. Second of all, I'm sort of in the same boat as if you're not really gonna. I want to stay in the middle because I don't feel like you kill any of them anyway because the entire team is dead. I just say that you should have gone for the Mercy because I hate Mercy and she deserves to die.
With how much you've been grouped with the Mercies, are you sure you're not a secret Mercy lover? Like it's one of those like internalized like hatred for Mercy, but you secretly want to be a Mercy player? You have posters of her in your room?
No. The next question, please.
Okay, next question. Do you watch Mercy TikTok fan cams?
Next question, please.
Alrighty. Oh, wait a second. We got some lore in the chat. Is your boyfriend a Mercy player?
What? Wait, oh god, is he in the chat?
Oh man, it gets deep here.
Sorry, I'm sorry, because I didn't think he was here.
Hold on, the plot thickens. Do you guys duo? Is this an abusive relationship? All right, next game show, we stage an intervention for this poor, suffering couple. We have the poor Mercy main and their abusive, Mercy-hating boyfriend. I'm just kidding. All right. So that kind of concludes it. Thank you guys for coming on. Do we think that there could be world peace at the end of this between Mercy players and Mercy haters? What are we thinking?
No, if they hate us.
Probably not.
No.
I still hate Mercy players. Despite what
I still despised him.
We'll still res you when you make a mistake.
Oh no, not resing.
So,
I'm good.
Mercy haters, have you guys been moved even the slightest bit during this game show?
Even though a chat would probably like to disagree, I think moved from my views on Mercy's.
I think more on the issue of like the misogyny stuff, yes, but all the game balance, I don't think I've changed my mind on any of the game balance.
Yeah, I agree.
I love the Mercies are just so wholesome with the look at them all celebrating together. This is what you guys hate. Look at them and tell me this is what you guys hate. All right, remember the rules for the debate. We expect things to get spicy. Just there's a line. You know, there's a line. Don't be a complete dick. But feel free to state why you think somebody's wrong, etc. And take it away. Go ahead.
I guess I'll start. I don't think resibility is a problem, but the allows you to break LOS and still get it off, which is annoying. But other than that, it's whatever. The issue I have with damage boost is damage boost allows you to break certain thresholds on characters that are not supposed to be broken. If Blizzard wanted, like, for example, let's say Reinhardt Swing did 100 damage. If Blizzard wanted Reinhardt Swing to do 100 damage, they'd make it do 100 damage. But they don't want it to do 100 damage, so they brought it so it's 85. And it creates issues with characters to where characters have to be nerfed even more than what they usually are, because Mercy enables them. If you look back to Overwatch 1, when Ashe was very strong, Ashe was able to one-shot with Mercy Pocket, so they nerfed Ashe. But after they nerfed Ashe to where she had less damage, she was still able to one-shot with Mercy Pocket, so then they had to nerf Ashe again. So without Mercy Pocket, Ashe was useless. With Mercy Pocket, she was still okay, but she was basically useless. Now we're seeing it with Sojourn. Sojourn one-shot was very strong, so they nerfed it to where she can't one-shot headshot anymore. However, if you give her a Mercy Pocket, she's able to one-shot headshot again, which is something that Blizzard did not want her to do anymore. That's just my take on it. I don't like the fact it breaks certain thresholds as just a passive ability. If it was part of the ultimate, then that's fine. Any damage boosting ability, including Discorder from Zen, is not very good for the game.
Yeah, I agree. I was gonna talk about Discord if you didn't mention it. I don't think any damage boost is good for the game. I think passive damage boosts like Discord and Mercy Beam are just like they do too much for like what you're doing. Like you're just pressing a button. I know you have to stay alive and whatever, but like you're basically just pushing a button and they do like 25% more damage on Zen or 30% more if you have a Mercy. It's just, I don't know, it's just a little silly to me.
With damage boost, like that is the only thing that Mercy is doing in that moment, right?
Yeah.
Like she could be looking around, like watching out for like other people and whatnot, focused on other things, but that is literally the only thing that she could be doing in that moment. That takes two people from a 5-man team to one-shot like a person or whatever you're talking about.
Yeah.
If she couldn't do that, what would literally be the point of her focusing, like two people focusing on one objective?
Realistically, that's the reason I don't like Mercy, is because unless you're like in the top ranks, like unless you're top 500 or GM, like the DPS players that you're pocketing are not good enough to consistently do enough with the damage boost to where it's actually good for the rest of your team. Like they're not one-shotting people. So it's just like you're wasting two teammates when they could just be playing something easier that they would just get more value out of, and then the rest of your team is just struggling like as a result. That's pretty much why I hate Mercy.
Yeah, Mercy, she takes up a slot damage boost, and she takes up a slot for like, she forgives people's mistakes in terms of like positioning or getting picked out. But the thing is, unless your DPS or your team is good, you also are useless. You're only as good as your team is.
Yep.
You're only as good as your team is.
Yep.
So, like, I feel like damage boost and res are perfectly fine. Like, they're perfectly fine because who doesn't? Like, let's say you use an ult and it completely misses, it flops, it fails, and you get killed because of it. You look like, you know, it's gonna make you look bad, but here comes Mercy and she's like, hey, get up, you know? Get res, get up, get back in the game. do better, you know? And then she damage boosts you, you're doing better. It feels nice to have a Mercy. I do think it's healthy for her to have res, and it's healthy for her to have damage boost because it takes up a whole character slot to bring you these utilities. And not to mention, there's a lot of other unhealthy things in the game, like getting one shot by Hanzo arrows that are random.
Yes.
But the thing about that is, even if it is unhealthy for the game, you have to be good to pull it off. Same thing with Mercy.
I would.
That's where I disagree a little bit. Like, I don't think Mercy's a low skill hero, but like, you don't have to be skillful to right click. You know what I'm saying? I understand that, like, at the same time, you have to fly around, you have to stay alive, you have to hide, and make sure that you're like in a good position.
But everybody can right click.
Okay, but not everyone can hit a Widow headshot from 50 meters onto a Tracer.
Not everybody can pull off a no-loss res.
Okay, but it's not as easy, I don't think, as
it's a
like the
lot
other
easier.
And it also depends on what rank you're in too, because in bronze or in silver and platinum, yeah, you can pull off the reses in front of everybody. But the higher you go up, the more punishing it is for you to be out in front of everybody.
Yeah, and I think that's just a problem with the hero in general. I don't think there's a way to balance around res, or there's a way to balance around damage boost, like with how confusing the game is, and there's no way to balance it for every rank. That's kind of the problem.
Go back to Resurrection. So like you said, someone does something stupid, dies, and they get res for it because it was a mistake. Res is just an ability that's like, you messed up. Okay, so instead of that being a fight-losing mistake, it's just they come back to the fight and you immediately just swing the fight with it. Which yes, res is something I think Mercy does need. It's her one ability that actively lets her swing the fight with. It's one acting that lets her swing the fight, but the problem with res is it just forgives mistakes. It's the same problem people had with Immortality Field in Overwatch 1. We see it now. We're seeing it now with Suzu on Kiriko, and to an extent, Grip on Lifeweaver. Abilities that allow you to just negate the mistakes of your teammates are just not very good for the game.
I want to put in that, like, and this is gonna sound crazy, but I want to go back to that clip, the one where he ulted as Sigma. He used every single resource he had, every single resource, right? But just like he did, so did Mercy. Just because,
but look, you can do the exact same thing on Baptiste, and all you have to do is put the immortality.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, every character, like most support characters, have something to save somebody or something to forgive mistakes. Like say, like, oh, your tank went out of position. Anna has nano boost, and he's on low HP. Anna nano boost, throws a nade, and heals him, and he's back. His mistake is forgiven. Same thing with Baptiste. He throws a immortality. His mistake is forgiven. Suzu, his mistake is forgiven. Why is it so wrong for Mercy to be able to have a mistake forgiving skill too?
Nano Boost is an ultimate, so that's where Nano Boost is an ultimate, so that's where I think abilities like that are fine. So for example, like when Resurrect was an ultimate, yes, it negated mistakes of teammates, but it was also like a major part of ult economy. It wasn't something that you could do every single fight. It was at least every other fight you're able to bring 2 people back. Same thing with Nano Boost. Same with Nano Boost. If your monkey does a stupid jump, you nano him, keep him alive. But also with Nano Boost, if someone does a stupid jump on Winston, for example, they get Nano Boosted. There's still a chance where you can punish the Winston and he gets out. The issue with Immortality Field, with res, with abilities like that is that those are cooldowns and they're gonna be around every single fight.
As is Mercy's. So like what you said is monkey jumped in, he did a stupid mistake. For Mercy to jump in with him and fix his mistake, no Mercy, like in their whole being, is going to left shift onto him while he makes that mistake. They're going to ult, left shift, try to get the res off, and if not, like most people would be like, oh my god, Mercy is trying to res him, they'll kill her probably, depending on what rank it is, they'll kill her. But in order for her to correct that monkey's mistake, she has to ult and Guardian Angel and res him. She also has to give something up, just like every other support, to save him.
Yeah, but that makes sense. Yeah, but that makes sense. To save his mistake, you have to commit an ultimate, just like Nano Boost. It's committing an ultimate. You're not committing a cooldown to do it. That's the difference. The cooldown comes every fight. Unless you are getting ultimate every single fight, then you're not doing every fight.
And then every fight you're not going to be able to res either. You get what, 5 reses per 10 minutes probably. So you won't be able to make up everybody's mistake either way. like
but you only have
Anna
about-
can, or like Baptiste can, or like Kiriko can.
Well, I don't think any of the abilities that you're listing are healthy for the game. I think they're all like a little bit stupid, and if someone makes a mistake like you guys are describing, they should be punished for it, and none of them should be able to be, you know, like fixed. Like the fight should just be lost. Like if you're playing Winston and you dive into 5 and you just die instantly, like that's your fault. The fight's lost, you know? So I think Rez is a problem, I think Immort's a problem, I think Suzu's a problem, I think all of these things are bad for the game, and that's
But I do
like,
want to
what the
say that
question was.
Mercy gets the most hate out of it, though.
Yeah, she does, but I mean, 2 years ago, Immort got a lot of hate, and no one, like, Baptiste was completely broken, is the best support in the game, and nobody, you know, like, everyone hated on Baptiste, so I don't know.
And then when Kiriko and then when Kiriko came out, everyone's saying the same thing. Suzu's a stupid ability. That's why everyone hated Kiriko.
Like you guys are comparing like Bap's Immortality and Kiri's Suzu and Mercy's Resurrect, like they're like similar, like forgiving abilities. When Mercy's Resurrect, she has to stop everything that she's doing, make sure her team will be okay with her getting that Resurrect off for like however long it takes her to like fly over there and actually get it off. She has to make sure it's safe. She has to make sure she can like actually live through the whole Resurrect and like get back to her team afterwards too. With Suzu and Immortality, they just have to throw it, and like that's forgiving like easily. Like Mercy's Resurrect is very hard to actually pull off and not instantly die or be a waste of time or a waste of another person being resurrected.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. That's mostly why I just don't understand why people pick Mercy, because you can just do it so much better on other support heroes. You can do the same thing easier, and like you exactly just said it, like you have to do all those things on Mercy, and that's why I don't think she's an easy hero to play like a lot of other people say, is that you have to do a lot on Mercy. But at the same time, like, why not just pick Baptiste, or why not pick Kiriko when they just like have better outputs of healing and damage and are self-sufficient, like all at the same time?
I think it's just a gameplay choice, like a playstyle choice at that point.
I mean, I guess, yeah, but
Yeah,
like,
from
that's
an
why
from
people
an
hate Mercy players.
From an objective standpoint, those characters are better. But from who you want to play, that's up to you. But objectively speaking, those characters just do what she wants to do, but better. So most players would rather have a Kiriko than a Mercy, or a Baptiste than a Mercy.
Do you guys like understand how fun and satisfying it is
No.
to go in the middle
No.
of a team fight and resurrect someone, pull it off,
No.
live afterward,
I-
and like, win a losing team fight after
It's
that?
exhilarating.
That's, like, how
I have more
played-
fun playing other supports.
It's so fun.
I played Mercy. I have some experience with this. I played when I used to play main support a while ago in Overwatch 1, and most of my time was on Mercy. Hated every second of it. It was the most boring thing I think I've ever done in this game.
I feel like it was boring because you didn't know what to do.
I don't think you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
No, I knew what to do. I knew what to do. I was doing very good Masters level scrims time because I was in Masters, but it was just boring to play. I would much rather play Lucio, and this is coming from the guy who also scrimmed Orisa for half a year, and would much rather play Overwatch on Orisa.
I don't know. I think you think all Mercy does is just pocket, which is like
which is not.
Well, I mean, in
what
a
it is.
scrim scenario, especially, I don't know if either of you two have scrimmed in scrims, like, a lot of the times the DPS are like gonna be better than the ones you get in your like average. I don't know what ranks you guys are, but in like the average rank games, at least from what I've seen, like the Masters players that I've scrimmed against and scrimmed with are so much better than the people we get in ranked games, that a lot of the times pocketing them is actually worth, you know, the 2 people on a team. So you're just a bot, like you're literally just sitting on a high ground and you're just pocketing the Ashe or whatever.
In organized play, 9 times out of 10, like in almost every single meta that Mercy has been part of, the exception of Moth meta, you were strapped a gun ho to one of your DPS and you never left her side.
Like when you're pocketing someone, like Mercy is one of the best characters you can use to like look around, be super aware of your surroundings, like pinging people, telling people like there's flankers, like that's kind of one of the best things you can be doing for your team while pocketing someone, because that is literally like the only thing that you can do in that moment. If you're just standing there doing nothing, not thinking about your positioning, where you can go if something goes wrong, like who might need help, how can you position yourself better if they do need help, like there's so many different things that goes on while you're pocketing that you should be doing instead of just M1 and staring at them.
But those things are also part of just any other main support character out there. You do all that same stuff on Lucy. You do all that same stuff on Brig. It's not much different.
Yeah, but it seems like you're discrediting Mercy from doing that. Mercy also has to look around, figure out who needs healing. It's not just you holding the right click or left click depending on your settings. It's not just you blue beaming one person. You have to triage. If your tank is getting low and your Kiriko can't handle it, you have to switch over. There's more than just holding blue beam. You have to look at, who's out of position, who's missing. Oh, you have to keep track of ultimates because sometimes your tank and your DPS can't keep it all in their head. So you'll say, hey guys, this ult's coming. You have to keep track of other things too. And I don't see many Kirikos or many Lucios saying, oh yeah, well, this is gonna happen soon. No, it's mainly Mercies who say that, or incoming, something's happening, or one's out of position, or Mercy has to do more than just blue beam. She has to use her eyes, she has to use her brain, she has to move, use a keyboard, like any other support. Sometimes maybe even more.
Mercy is the best character to do that because with every other support character, they have to focus on multiple things at once instead of just...
but you can do the same thing on Lucio. It's probably even easier on Lucio.
Like Lucio's all the way in, I don't even know. He's doing all kinds of crazy stuff. Mercy's the only one who's sitting back and able to view the whole
Brig does the same thing though.
Brig and Lucio do the same thing.
You can on your BAP or Zen or Ana and you can see the entire fight and do it it might even be easier. What do you guys think of Mercy players? What do you think is the best thing that what could we do to fix the Mercy hero in general, the way people think about Mercy?
Honestly, I think, I'm gonna go out of my way to say this. I honestly think most people just have a problem with Mercy. It's because she has one of the largest female player bases, and I think that's just go super crazy and say I think that's just rooted in sexism. People just don't like Mercy because a lot of women play her. That's about it for me. I don't think there's anything wrong with Mercy inherently, because before we start picking on what can we fix with supports, fix what's wrong with DPS first. DPS are the ones who control, what goes on. Without DPS making moves, supports don't make moves. So I think we should fix what's going on with DPS first before we look at supports.
My opinion, I don't think it's rooted in sexism. It's not rooted in just Overwatch players hating women. The issue that I have Mercy with the players itself, not the hero, is most of them only play Mercy. It's the only hero they play. And if they're not playing Mercy, they're playing Moira, which is a whole other can of worms, which is also just objectively a hero that most people do not like to see in their games. It's not the fact when people see a Mercy and they hear a girl talking oh god, female gamer. Oh no, it's most people saying, oh crap. There's people, at least when I see a Mercy, I'm okay, we have a Mercy, let's see their profile, and it's the only hero they play. Other than that, they have 20 minutes of Kiriko. It's not that the players it's not that have an issue with it's not the character. It's not the people themselves. Most people behind the screen are probably just good people, but I don't want a Mercy one trick on my team.
Why not? She's good at what she does. Would you rather her play something that she's not good at, or would you rather her play something she's good at so she can bring value
the problem
to the team?
That they don't branch out at all, right? And then it's okay if it works one game, but it goes it's so hard to climb as Mercy if you only play Mercy because it's a hard hero to get value out of. And if they only play Mercy and you get in a situation where you really should not be playing Mercy, they won't switch, either because they are just bad or they don't play anything else, or they won't switch because it's kind of the entitlement thing, and that's a little bit of everyone, that people don't want to switch their characters when they're asked.
But why is it a bad thing for a person to playing a character?
It's not it's a bad thing to have a main, it's just a bad thing that if you only play that character in a game that requires switching heroes, if you only play one character, you're gonna lose a lot more games than you're gonna win if the character's not the meta hero.
I want to wrap it back around the sexism, by the way, and misogyny.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I just disagree.
Playing Valorant, what do you think when you play quick play and you see a Sage on your team? You think female player. Same thing with League of Legends. You see a Lux on your team, female player, an Ahri on your team, female player, and you expect them to do bad. A lot of people expect female players to do bad in the game, and they'll see these female players and be like, oh, I have another Sage, oh, I have another Lux, oh, I have another Mercy on my team. That's what it is. I feel like that's really why Mercy has the most discourse out of any other support, despite all the other supports having quote-unquote unhealthy things on their kit. Nobody else gives Zenyatta's and Kiriko's and Baptiste as much crap as they do Mercy.
Both of us are tank players. We can say with a burning passion that we hate Zenyatta. Zenyatta
Yeah,
is the
I
bane
do
of our
not like
existence.
Zenyatta.
Yes, most tank players they hate Zenyatta. Most tank players find Ana annoying. Most tank players think Ana's alright, but they're annoying. But
all these characters are annoying, but none
when
of the
it comes
characters get as much crap as Mercy. None
but
of
when it
them.
comes to
I can agree
yeah,
with what you're saying.
I agree with that.
To go back to the
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
exactly. That's wrong. I
Yeah.
don't give a crap who you are. I don't care if you're black, white, Asian, male, female, green, from Mars. If you're a good person and you're playing the character and the character's working and doing fine, I don't care who you are. Just as long as it's working and we're winning the game, it's fine. But if it starts to we start to struggle and something happens to where it's like, oh, Mercy's probably not the pick. Can you switch? And it's just oh no, I only play the character. That's when the issues start to come.
But my thing is, would you rather her play something she's not familiar with and fumble the entire team, or would you rather her play something she's familiar with and actually bring utility?
And that's just a problem in general, is that one-tricking any hero is just inherently a bad thing. But a lot of the time, the target unfortunately ends up being Mercy one-tricks, because they're like, don't quote me on this, but they're probably the most common one-tricked hero.
Yeah, but nobody craps on Genji mains who are like one-trick Genji mains or like one-trick Reapers who actually if a one-trick Genji main is constantly getting 5k nano blades, you don't say anything about him. But if a Mercy's not rezzing everything and Valking at the right time all the time, but the thing is, you don't see Mercy doing her job a lot because you're focused at front. You'll see a Genji doing his job a lot, especially if it's a one-trick Genji or one-trick Reinhardt. You'll see him at the front line, but Mercy you won't see in the back, so you'll just assume that she's useless because she's in the back.
I don't think that's true, but
that's
but,
not
I mean,
how
no.
most people think.
You guys are in. You're entitled to whatever you believe, and I'm not gonna discredit your experience, especially because I'm assuming both of you guys are women. You identify as women. I don't experience misogyny because I'm a man who plays video games, and I'm not gonna discredit you guys that go through shit every single day. Just because you're a girl.
It's very frequent. It's very frequent.
I don't think it's fair to blame all Mercy hate on the fact that some men are just misogynistic and they complain when they see a woman in their game, and then it just happens to be a Mercy. I don't think that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. If they're not talking about women, then yeah. But
it's okay
a
to
lot
say.
of the time, it kind of is what happens when we get flamed for being on Mercy or playing her and not doing well or whatever is going on.
Yeah, but I just don't know if I agree with the statement that the fact that Mercy hate stems from misogyny. I just don't agree with that. I think there's problems with the character. I think there's problems with people that one-trick her and just one-tricks in general. And I think that there's also just a larger problem of misogyny in the whole gaming space, not just in Overwatch.
I agree with that. I just hope we agree to disagree on that. It's we don't think we don't think there's an issue. Obviously, people who are getting mad at Mercy players just for the sole fact, it's the black boy saying, it's the minorities of the gaming community that play her, so I don't like her. That's not why. At least for us two, we don't like Mercy, or the people that play Mercy. We don't like Mercy because it's the only thing. Like we said before, it's the only thing they play. It's the character's just not always very good.
Yeah, I'll take it. I think I'll agree on that part.
Yeah,
I'll agree on that part. I think we can agree to disagree there. Oh, sorry, we'll come to a consensus.
Right. I think that's.
Anything else, or are we? I think we're good.
I think that's our consensus. Good job, guys. Real debate squad here. We're gonna take down Harvard.
All right. So, what do we think that we've come to an agreement with the consensus? If we could kind of wrap it into a sentence or two tops.
Probably that Mercy hate isn't rooted in sexism completely. It happens and it's a bigger issue, but it's not the main reason why people hate Mercy.
I think it's so funny. I think it's so funny that that's a consensus, because if you remember, the original question was res and or damage boost are unhealthy for the game. It's always so funny to see how much debates shift. Most of my losses aren't my fault. Go.
Yeah, I don't think they're my fault. I don't know.
Really, at the end of the day, as Mercy, what am I doing to cause the losses? I'm healing, I'm damage boosting, I'm flying around. if I'm not dying, then I'm doing my job, you know? If I'm dying a lot, then there's a problem, then that's definitely on me. But if I'm just doing my role and doing my job well, then it can't really be on me. But usually some people always think it is.
Yeah, I stand in neutral pretty much because there's so many factors to actually affect a win or a loss. That's like, yeah, there's no way I could define any stand. And if I had to think of like agreeing or disagreeing, it will probably end up with my Nugget ending up exploding like all my bombs, which we don't want happening.
I think that there's always something that you can do better. You know, I don't think that everything that happens in a game is automatically your fault. I do think that no matter what did happen, like there are ways and plays in that game that you could have improved at. So while I wouldn't say that it's fair to put 100% of the blame on yourself, there are always things that you can improve.
Yeah, so I believe that it's definitely my fault. So if my teammates are playing horribly, I should just play better to compensate. And if I'm not compensating, then I'll take the loss. That's kind of my fault. Like, all these people are in the same rank as me for a reason, because we all play at the same skill level. So, like, honestly, I shouldn't be expecting my teammates to be any better than I am. So if I ever want to actually climb, I just should have to play better.
I hard disagree on this because it's pretty irrelevant to focus on your team whatsoever. It's not that I think there aren't games that you can't win. There are definitely games like that, but there's no purpose to blaming your team at all. Like, if you care about if you can win the game or not, then you should focus on what you can control, which is your own play. And I think that's really what actually matters when it comes to that sort of part of the discussion.
Before we move back to the middle, is there anybody who would like to change their stance?
Yes.
I would. Yes.
Okay, so if you'd like to change your stance, go ahead and do so now. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we have a lot of people that shifted towards the disagree now. Can I hear from everybody who just shifted over?
After hearing what the disagree had to say, I definitely am leaning towards somewhat disagree, because though every single loss being my fault, probably not. But every single game that I lose, I can probably look at something that I did wrong, and it might have been my fault, it might not have been, but I can definitely improve every single game. It doesn't mean it's always my fault, though.
I decided to come over here due to Gallus' words. I think they won me over, and I think that also is by nature of the fact that I play a tank that's generally over history been very, I guess, trusted by the team. Rarely is it flamed if I'm picked as this one tree, so I think that's why I'm comfortable to move here.
If I diversified my hero pool, I'd likely win more. Go. Huh. Interesting. Okay. All right, we have at least one person in each stance, except neutral.
I personally think that if I knew how to play more characters, then yeah, of course I would win. I would be able to fulfill more metas and not just play Mercy all the time and every single game and hope that my skills can be good enough to be a substitute for what the meta is. If I could play what is the meta, then yeah, I would win more.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I can say that I am not very good at most hit scan characters. Junkrat is not a hit scan character by any means, and I feel like if I were able to play hit scans better, it would lead to more diversified teams that would lead to more wins.
I feel like when you're playing the game and if you're having a miserable time and you're only playing one person, like one hero, then it's better to learn, because my mindset is always picking Mercy, but if there's like a Winston Somber Tracer and I can't play into Mercy into that, like I'm gonna learn how to play Kiriko or something, because I don't want to have a miserable time playing the game.
For the most part, I'm good at Reaper because of the time that I put into him, but also because his playstyle really fits my own, right? So, you know, I like to spend a lot of time going and putting as much DPS into people as I possibly can. So having to adapt, while I do think that generally that could be good for people who have more diverse playstyles on their own, it's not necessarily for everyone, or not at least something that they could do and also enjoy the game.
I got into the Gristan merely because I think that getting into more characters than just one or maybe two doesn't let you grind enough hours to actually like grow up as a player in Overwatch. Like for example, think about if you're playing 3 characters instead of 1, you'll be dedicating 1/3 of the time you dedicate playing each character instead of playing one. So you will take a lot more time to actually get the same levels you'll get with one character to a 3. And also, I feel it's a bit more challenging to like playing with one and learn to adapt to different play styles depending on what the enemy team chooses. So yeah, it actually makes it a bit more challenging there.
Like for me personally, I would be a worse rank because pretty much one-tricking is my claim to reaching the rank I am now. I'm in mid-masters. I think that past 2 to 3 heroes, you are really handicapping yourself in actually being able to learn and be good at a hero. I think the game is too complicated and people don't give it enough credit for how deep and complex it is. Overwatch League players won't flex super hard. You can't do it either. And it is actually kind of the same thing. Coaches who teach bronze players will not tell you to flex to every character and everything like that. 2 to 3 characters or one where you can learn the fundamentals of the game will take you from bronze all the way to top 500 because the game's just too messy.
I personally believe that it doesn't matter whether you play one hero or multiple heroes. Like as far as your win rate is concerned, I think it's more about like how you play them, how you go about improving. I'm speaking from experience, but I also have an account where I play heroes other than my one trick, and it's ranked like flat while I'm in masters. So I think there's no correlation.
One tricks are healthy for the game. Go.
So I think one tricks are good for the game, mostly because, I mean, if you're a one trick, you play the character the most, which means you know how to play the character the best. No one else can probably play it better than you, unless they're higher rank. Yeah, so I think they're better for the team than, like, people who flex, and it doesn't hurt to have a one trick, honestly.
Personally, I agree that being able to play a character pretty well is generally, what you want in a game about playing a lot of different characters. But in certain situations where the enemy team is picking around you, I do think that it can be not as healthy when they're destroying you because you're playing the one person that you know how to do and are therefore unable to switch off of from there. So in a lot of cases, if you're playing against a team who isn't as much flexing around you, then I think it can be super duper healthy to be really good at a certain character.
I think it's important that you do have that ability to be able to switch as a one trick. Because by tank nature, it's a very rock, scissors, paper meta at the moment, and you will need to switch. Otherwise, your entire team's going to turn against you, or the game's just not going to be fun. So I think that's why I couldn't go to hard degree.
I just think if you're playing the game and you're having fun, then that's healthy for it. But yeah, you do handicap your team with, what you could work with if you're one trick.
Coming from personal experiences, I found that one tricks are just toxic overall for gameplay. Just if you only play one character and you refuse to play any other characters, you're making not a fun experience for everybody else playing the game, and that's at the end of the day what this game is about. It's about having fun, and if nobody's having fun in the match, then the game itself just isn't very fun.
Is there anybody that disagrees with that statement?
I definitely do. I feel like ruining other people's fun, that doesn't matter. I think they should be able to find a way to have fun in the game that they're playing, like without thinking about what their teammates are doing. Like, you don't have to make the game fun for other people. You make the game fun for yourself, right?
Now it is time to debate. So it would pretty much be Tape Dispenser against the world here. And then who would like to oppose him?
I would love to oppose him.
I think we should do Junkrat versus Junkrat, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god.
We have our Beach Junkrat here, thinking, yeah, they are healthy for the game. And then we have Tape Dispenser, our Junkenstein Junkrat, going, I don't think so.
I do think one tricks are healthy for the game, because if you are one trick, you're gonna get a lot more experience in a lot less amount of time played in Overwatch with the character. You're gonna get a lot better of them if you have like a handful of lots of heroes you play, but you barely play 1 hour of each of them a week.
Well, I mean, okay, at that point, so you're basically saying one
experience is the key,
because one tricks are healthy for the game because if nobody wants trick anything, you're gonna have to play every character for at least an hour a day every day to be good at the game. I feel like that argument's flawed a little
I'm not referring to that. I'm referring like if you just diverse your amount of characters so much, you're probably gonna play any of them a good amount to actually become really good at them. Like you have to play like for years to actually become so good at all of them to reach like the highest rank if you just keep swapping and swapping and swapping. And also you probably get more frustrated because if you keep swapping and it doesn't work, you're gonna get really, really frustrated.
Well, I think it's better to switch off of, like, I mean, we're both Junkrat mains here. Pharahs and Echoes are the banes of our existences for the most part.
They are, but you can play against them. You can always go
in certain, I mean, how often, you said earlier, play inside. How often is a Pharah gonna go inside? Especially if they have a Mercy pocket. They're never gonna go inside. So, would you rather just be dead weight on your team who can maybe do something on the ground?
Oh,
or
not
necessarily. Would you rather switch to maybe an off pick that you're maybe not so comfortable on, but you can maybe apply pressure in other ways other than just being dead weight because the Pharah knows you can't hit her, so
no, not death weight. Because I might be indoors, but when I'm indoors, I'm looking for off angles, I'm looking for flanks, I'm looking to harass the enemy supports, or to blow up the tank where the Pharah isn't watching. There's lots of things you can do while not focusing a Pharah. And if the Pharah gets too greedy, you can always wait if you're off angle where she picks in, mine up, and blow it up, as I like to say.
I just don't know if I agree with, because my thing is, I know when I'm being dead weight. Like if I'm doing so poorly as the character that I solely play, I might just switch off of it because I know I'm hindering the rest of my team. That's why I think in instances like that, being a one trick can be not a good thing.
That's the thing of the one tricks, learning not to be at that weight. Learning when you have a bad matchup, looking for ways when you can still get value and not be completely denied by that counter that someone just swapped on, which probably they have a lot less experience than the hero they originally wanted to play. You're forcing them off the hero they wanted to play, so they aren't getting as much value, and you're also finding value outside your comfort zone. But if you know how to find that value, you won't be that weight, and the other guy who picked Pharah maybe won't be getting as much value as he would have been, like, for example, using his main Cassidy or using something else. Like outside of jungle, like for example tank mains. The good thing about having a tank main, they cannot be contested. Like they if they're a tank main, they usually know how to deal with each tank matchup. Like if they have a bad matchup, there's always ways the tank can play around it. Like for example, Gallos here, jungle queen main. She has to play around for Azaria. Azaria is supposed to be a counter jungle queen, but she can, for example, wait out the bubble and actually do things where the Azaria has no bubbles on, and that goes on and on and on. Like the good thing about having a one trick is that the one trick will probably know how to play mostly against everything because of all the hours they've been playing on that character to face almost anything they could be ever facing.
I think the thing that I don't particularly care for about one tricks, and I mean I'm a one trick main, so I guess I'm a one trick myself, so I guess like this is what I hate about myself. I hate myself. It's like sometimes we could just be toxic about it too. Like we could just be so defiant about playing somebody else other than that one designated character that for whatever reason we've chosen to lock in on. And I don't want to compare Overwatch to like other video games.
Yeah.
But I mean like I also play like League of Legends. Being a one trick in League of Legends is a lot different than I know. Being a one trick in League of Legends is way different than being a one trick in
really
like
know
Overwatch.
about the game, so yeah.
Because in Overwatch, I feel like you're supposed to be maybe not super versatile, but versatile enough that if there is a bad matchup, you should have at least a little knowledge on a different character.
That doesn't mean they are unhealthy for the game, because even if they are one trick, they have some.
But that does mean that they are unhealthy. I mean, if you're just so defiant on playing
that's the point of the debate.
Character,
are they unhealthy or not?
I still think that they're, for the most part, unhealthy for the game. I think if you're only playing one character, no matter what rank you are, I just think it's unhealthy because of the limitations that you're setting on your team. Like, you're basically telling your team, all right, I only play this one character, and if it's not good in this matchup, well, sorry, it might be a guaranteed loss because I only know how to play this one character.
Have we made any progress towards like seeing eye to eye, or do we still feel kind of stuck in our opinions, or what's the vibe?
I don't think Dave has changed much of your opinion.
I think that I would still consider one tricks not super healthy for the game.
I belong in the rank I'm in. Go.
Yeah, I feel like I deserve. I mean, if there's a rank higher, then I'd be in disagree, but I can't really go anywhere. I feel like I could definitely do something on Torb and Owl for sure.
Just by definition, you are always in the rank where you belong. Like, even if you drop out for a couple of games, then you will make it back up if you're good enough.
Of course, I've spent a lot of time playing competitive mode, and I've spent a lot of time trying to rank up and go through that grind. But I'm only in somewhat agree because I do think I was a little, I don't want to say boosted, but helped by the character I was playing. I am playing a pretty easy character, one that if I were to translate my skills on Mercy to a character like, I don't know what's a hard character, Soldier, and for aim, I guess, I wouldn't be in the rank that I am now at all. So I'm only in somewhat agree because the character I'm playing.
Mostly the only reason I'm not in agree is because of something that happened to me recently. I had like a huge loss streak recently when I won like 12 games lost and 5-1, and now I'm again in another queue and I won like 4 in a row and like 1 to rank up. So I'm like, I just fluctuated down and now I seem to destroy my game. So yeah, I'm definitely not in the correct rank right now.
I was hard pressed to even say neutral here, but I think that a lot of the reason why I am the rank I am is I think it's got somewhat to do with me, but it also depends a lot on my team because I personally play a lot of solo queue. I don't play with a set group of people most of the time, so I'm heavily relying on the communication with the other 4 randos that I just got in my game to help me win this game. So I think, no, I don't really deserve my current rank, but I'm not really all for the complete disagree.
I think I'm going to have to speak a bit from the OCE experience. We've got a small community, so generally climbing is a bit tougher, and if we do wish to do that, we may have to rely on sources to get us over to the NA servers for different ping, and no one wants to play on ping. So I generally have more fun in the lower ranks. I'm happy where I am. I think the season, a couple seasons ago, pushed us all up in ranks. So I decided, let's try hit Masters. But ultimately, I'm never really trying to hit the high rank. I'm more just playing for fun, but I do think I'd probably be a lot higher if I put my head to it.
Is there anybody that would like to change their stance? Oh, one person.
Something I didn't think about was I really disagree with the hidden MMR system. I think there are a lot of players who just get burned by going 5-0 and staying the same rank or even dropping. I think it's one of those cases where I don't really see it work this way in other games, and the fact that it's hidden and doesn't really manage player expectations well enough is kind of one of those things that makes me think, I don't really know how accurate the rank system is or if it's as fair as it should be. Again, it's just a system to show you a number. I think the stuff happening behind the scenes seems a bit almost unnecessary.
My counters don't really give me that many problems. Go.
This might seem funny for some, but actually I'm not having that much problem with my counters since I started learning some new playstyles with Changral. It's like if the enemy likes to go Pharah or Echo, you just change for like going all in the open to just start using like indoors or those spaces where they can easily get to you unless they want to put themselves at risk of being one-shot combo in the face or just getting a trap or finding a grenade right into the face. And sometimes if I am able to get them distracted, I might jump on them and throw a mine or two and maybe blow them up. It's actually kind of funny when it does.
I never really had that much of an issue with counters, and I don't know if it's because of me or because of my character, but even from, I used to be in Silver, and I played throughout all the ranks, going up to Grandmaster, and throughout the whole time, I never really had issue. I can't really pinpoint why.
So it'll be on me. I can't play Mercy against the Winston the same way I play Mercy against the Soldier. So it's on me to swap my playstyle mid-game. And yeah, so like they don't really give me a hard time if I know what I'm doing and I know how to play against each of my counters.
So I think Bo is a bit infamous for having a lot of counters like dive tank. But personally, yeah, I agree that counters exist and they do require you to switch up your playstyle a lot. But I think that once you understand how to play into them, they are still a challenge to play against, but like they're not as oppressive as you would think.
I think I'm just indifferent to the concept of counters in this question. However, it does affect the team. And then it affects how they react to your playstyle. So ultimately, I would say counters don't matter, but then they do, and just ultimately it wouldn't affect me. But then I'm always there considering my team, just in this role. But yeah, like if there's an Orisa, which is hard for Rhine players, or a Sombra, like it's gonna be a bad day for me. I have to acknowledge that. But depending on the situation, push through. But at the end of the day, if the team needs something different, I try to ask them to counter my counters, and then see if we can work from there.
In the nature of one trick, you play that one character exclusively, and you play them very well. However, when it comes to me, at least, Junkrat, if the enemy team locks in Echo or Pharah specifically, and they play them really well, I'm screwed. I need my team to kind of play around the fact that I can't hit a Pharah or an Echo if they're flying around, especially if they have a Mercy pocket, or even to some extent a Hanzo or a Widowmaker, because there's no way my bombs go far, but they're not going halfway across the map to hit that Widowmaker that's sitting in the corner over there.
I was about to say pretty much exactly what Tape was going to say, but in a lot of situations, especially because I don't know a lot about meta personally, but I do know that I've seen that Reaper has never been like the top pick in most cases. So in cases where I'm against somebody with extremely far range like Widow or Pharah, it makes it basically impossible for me to really focus on that character super strongly. My sole purpose is to get damage, and I can't do that for the people who super counter me, so it can certainly put a huge wrench on my gameplay.
I get frustrated whenever there's another one trick on my team. Go.
Yeah, I really hate it when someone takes Lucio from me. That's like the only time I'll be bothered if you're a one trick. I can only basically play Lucio, so if someone takes it, I'm basically throwing the whole game. Not on purpose, but I'm just gonna lose. We're just gonna lose. Yeah, other than that, I'm fine with most one tricks.
Yeah, I kind of agree with what Nevermind said. If someone takes Junkrat from me, I'm not going to be throwing on purpose, but I really can only play Junkrat for the most part. The only other time I might say that it's inconvenient to have a one trick on the same team is if, like, let's say I'm Junkrat and they're Symmetra and they have a pharmacy. Nobody's going to be having a good time, and then we're reliant on maybe our tank or our healers to try and compensate for the fact that neither of us can hit the flying Pharah pharmacy in the sky.
1 out of 38 times when there's a one trick on my team, 1 out of 37 times there's a one trick on my team, it's gonna be a character that I don't play. So all those times I'm not upset. I'm also one tricking. I don't care if they one trick too. But the 1 out of 38 times that the other support plays Mercy, that's the only time I'm frustrated. It's kind of the same argument as a some would agree, but not focusing on when they pick it, focusing on the fact that there's other 37 times that they won't.
Usually if the one trick on my team is a Mercy, I'm like, okay, this is the moment I've trained for. I need to pick another support. I need to see what's going to work best with this Mercy, because they probably, in a nice way, they probably can't play anything else. So it's kind of like a test of my skill, maybe.
I don't ever get frustrated, but anyone does on my team, because I like to adopt the mindset of if I want to be the very best and be like rank 1, like nobody can touch me, then I cannot care what anybody on my team does.
In basically 99% of cases, it isn't a super big problem. Mainly just because, like, while I'm certainly a one-trick Reaper, if somebody takes Reaper and I can't play them, even in that case, I usually think that it's more like I'm able to now better play around that person because I know generally how Reaper is supposed to play. So even if somebody takes my precious away from me, it's still somewhat easy to think about how I should play around that and what I should expect from the team.
I get a lot of harassment for being a one trick. Go.
Personally, I feel like I don't know if any other one tricks experiences, but every time there's a loss, regardless of how well I do, every time there's like a ball swap, ball switch, something like that. So I don't know if it's just the character, or maybe if I'm just that bad. But and sometimes when we win as well. So yeah, like it's normal for me to get reported after the game and stuff like that.
It's not really that I get crap all the time for being a one trick. It's actually more so that I get crap for being a Junkrat one trick specifically. I recall one time I was in a competitive game and I was actually playing with another DPS one trick and a support one trick, and everybody in the game gave me crap because I was specifically a Junkrat one trick. So I don't know if it's just because people don't like Junkrat. I don't know what they have against Junkrat. That's my experience with people just complaining about my character.
In my personal experience, it's definitely 50-50. And like as a Mercy main, what happened I heard thrown at me, like I've heard it all. So it'll always be there. I'll never interact with these people again in my life. So I just ignore them and move on. Like I'll just leave voice chat, mute the chat. Like I have options to get rid of the harassment, so.
I used to get a lot of hate and stuff, and then I think I've been doing it for like, I don't even know how long the game's been out now, like 7 years. So after like a few years, people realized I do not care. So I don't get really any hate anymore because they just know I don't care, but I used to get a lot.
I definitely agree with what Silvox said about how the 7 years of this game has been out. It was significantly worse before. It's gotten a lot better, but I think it just gets better throughout the ranks, and I can't stress enough to say that that's not going to be experienced for everyone. People might get worse throughout the ranks depending on what you play or who you are even. I hear more insults thrown at me because I'm a woman playing the game, not because I'm a Mercy one trick.
I think this might just be my experience. People love Reinhardt. He's a very strong tank. Rarely do you get flamed to switch off Reinhardt. It's not a common thing. I think I'd put it in the same pool as I personally love Ana one tricks. Like there are certain one tricks who are definitely more praised by the community, and then on the other side of the board, some who are just instantly flamed even before the game started. I think it's just the player base at that point.
So I specifically invited you and our ball one trick on, keeping in mind like questions like this to see where it would vary. And it turned out exactly how I predicted, where the ball one trick experiences a ton of harassment. The Reinhardt one trick is on the complete opposite side of the spectrum, and it's like two tank one tricks. So people can't even argue that it's like, oh, it's a different role, it doesn't have as much value. No, it's still the one tank, but it really just depends on what hero you play that have like different stigmas attached to it and stuff like that. So really interesting to see. That was kind of my prediction of how it would line up, and yeah, it ended up being how it is. I don't think people should ever take my one trick from me. Go.
This is basically because I just love my boy, my Jameson Fox. He's my boy. I love him. He's my favorite Overwatch character. He's my favorite thing to play. And as much as I like to see other jungle one tricks, I want him. He's mine. And I love him.
My simple opinion is just that I'm the best that there ever was, and if somebody ever takes my character, that they don't know what they're doing, and that this is not a good idea for the team. So, yeah, that's all I need to say, really.
Yeah, so if I'm playing a comp game, yeah, I don't want you taking Lucio. But you know what? If I had like Frogger or something smurfing in my game, or like Funny Astro or something, yeah, you can take Lucio, man. You're better than me, but like that's never gonna happen. So if it did though, I'd let them take it.
Okay, and then we have 3 people in the neutral. I assume that the tanks, you guys are here because this question isn't super applicable to you, but if you have any experience from Overwatch 1 that you'd like to shed on it, then go ahead.
In terms of Overwatch 1, yeah, it was pretty horrible. I don't think anyone really likes having a one trick taken, I guess, but it's like it comes with the territory, like it's bound to happen. If you want a one trick, you got to lock them first, or you know, that's just how it goes. I think because Blizzard thinks it's worth keeping open queue as a mode, I think the same reasoning can be used to say that there should be a 6v6 mode. I think not being able to experience stuff like Junker Queen as an off tank really sucks. I think that should be something we can have some fun with. And the only other thing I'll say really is I kind of hated when they Giga buffed Junker Queen. I liked her better when she was a little bit off meta. I don't know if that's just me or if anyone else has the same sort of experience with their one trick.
You like being quirky and different?
Yeah, I'm so different. Yeah, I'm very special. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, what can I do? I'm not gonna take Kasai into the ring and start fighting her for taking Mercy. If she's like the faster insta-locker, which Mercy mains really are, I'm cool with playing another support, but deep down I'm sad, but it'll be good for the rest of the team.
It is usually best to try to play what is meta. Go.
In most cases, it is necessary to go what is meta if you want to win. If you're trying to have fun with your friends, though, I'd say it's best to just play what you want to play. Like, say if you're going quick play or whatever, you can play like Roadhog if you just want to be a silly, goofy guy. But if you're playing comp and you play Roadhog, chances are you're not going to win unless you're like really, really good with them.
I think it probably depends a little bit on where your rank is. It's probably a lot more prevalent up in the higher ranks. I don't think you have to stick too hard to the meta. You know, there's some flexibility there. I think that's about it.
Okay, so I may be a flex player, but I somewhat disagree with this case. And I'm putting like my personal experience with this thing. So I'm a tank main, first and foremost. I play like Rein, Diva, Junker Queen. But Zarya's pretty meta like this season. Like Zarya's pretty strong. But I personally don't know how to play Zarya, so I just would avoid her. Because she may be meta, but if you don't know how to play her, how are you gonna like win with her? How are you like, what's the point of a meta if you don't even know how to play the character?
I kind of agree with Tricky over there in being like, you should probably, you know, play characters that you don't know really much about just in quick play. But I think especially in lower ranks, you should probably play the character that you know best rather than maybe play someone that you don't know very well, but it might be better, it might be more meta.
I think it's completely pointless to go entirely for the meta. I get the whole idea of, you know, playing what's best in meta, but if you're not having fun with it, what's the real point of it? I could play a meta character like Ana right now, but I'm not gonna have fun, and therefore I play worse, and therefore I'm gonna not rank up, and it all balances on how much fun you're going to have with a character, and I feel like if I play Brig instead of any other character, I'm going to have more fun, I'm going to win more games, I'm going to enjoy myself, and if it's not fun, what's the point?
There's no point in playing video games if you're not having fun. Like, I was playing Ryan into Joker Queen meta, playing Ryan now into Arista meta, which is, like, terrible, but I mean, it works. You're one trick for a reason, you know how to play into your counters, I hope. There's just no point playing the game if you're not having fun.
I'm also very upset that there is like a smudge on the floor. I don't know why that's still there.
I can try and get rid of it.
I don't even know which character caused that. Oh god, you just made it worse!
The other one went away.
Oh my god! Having a one trick usually puts your team at a disadvantage. Oh, we gotta go again.
Whoops.
Go. Sheesh! We have at least one person in every stance. Holy crap. Okay.
So usually having a one trick on your team is just gonna put you at a disadvantage. Cause say you are like a Ryan one trick or something, and then the enemy's on Queen, and then you win first fight, then just switch to Arissa. If you're a one trick and you're not gonna swap, you're probably gonna lose like 9 out of 10 tries. No matter if you win first fight or whatever, or how good you try your hero. Like you can put Hottie against like even probably like our last was Arissa, and it probably would not be as easy as a walk, even though he's one of the best Ryans right now.
I think that it definitely can put you at a disadvantage. Like if I'm playing Ryan into Jib, it's pretty hard. Like there's gonna be times where like I have to swap just because it's pretty hard. But when it comes to like playing around counters, like I'm decent at playing around my counters. I know how to play into like Orisa and Bastion, but it's usually more often than not just map based for me. Like I hate playing Ryan into Gibraltar. I hate playing Ryan into Dorado second point. It's more map based than it is counter based for me.
So I'm really neutral because I couldn't really think of the definitive answer. It all really depends on your rank. If you're like really, really good at Rhine and you're like, let's say in bronze, or you're really good at Zarya, Widow, what be it, you honestly have to just play who you want to play and who you're good with in order to climb up. Now, like, let's say it's something like Diamond or Plat, where you have a one-trick Genji and the enemy team's just not having it, and they go Winston, Sim, Mei, you know, all that fun stuff. You're gonna have a harder time. You can still win, but it's just gonna be really, really hard for you to climb up. The more you like, insist on choosing Genji into the enemy team when they're running all counters or anything like that?
I feel like I somewhat disagree with this, and the reason why is because when you think about, let's say, Overwatch 1, people were working around having like one tricks, right? And I feel like that's kind of like a loss with Overwatch 2. Like, I get it, people kind of struggle flexing, but you can always make it work.
I kind of agree with Bayonetta. There's a couple different elements to it, as far as there's a map element, there's also a comp element. But I kind of disagree because it really depends on how much time you put into the character. If you've sunk a couple hundred hours into a one-trick character, chances are good that you know how to deal with your counters pretty well. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the game is not going to go well.
I understand where Bayonetta is coming from, but I completely agree with what Locke said. I've seen that with the more I play with my hero and the more I use it, the less troubles I have with counters and the less I see them as counters themselves. I just see them as an opportunity for me to just show off in a situation, basically.
I agree with the whole counterplay thing because while it may be disadvantages sometimes, it's not really important because you learn how to play against different counters, and that's sort of the whole fun of it. Because as much as I love playing with Jack of all trades, playing with someone named I Love Me Turret as Torbjorn that just entirely demolishes the lobby is the best thing you will ever feel in this video game. Any player can play against anything. I'm not convinced that anyone can absolutely counter another character 100% of the time. There's always room for skill to prevail.
Is there anybody who would like to change their stance?
Yes, please. I would just like to go to somewhat
I think
disagree.
me as well. Yeah, I'm gonna pop over here.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we had somebody from neutral and somebody from somewhat agree both go to somewhat disagree. What changed your mind?
I think I was swayed a little bit. I was probably thinking of like the worst of the worst kind of one tricks, the ones that maybe don't provide enough for your team. I think I'm just used to feeling real disappointed when there's like let's say like a diva one trick and then the enemy's going Zarya right now. That kind of example. I don't really blame one tricks if that kind of stuff happens because the game, it doesn't discourage one tricking. If somebody uses their spare time to one trick a single hero and they have fun, that's their choice, and you know they'll put value into a team most of the time. It's probably more of the fault of the game design or the matchmaking if it's just like a luck of the draw thing, like if you get a diva going into a Zarya.
I mainly changed my stance because everyone on the disagree side did bring up really good points, and I did put myself into the shoes into the shoes of a one trick pretty recently. I've been playing a lot more Doomfist more often, and you know how it is with Orisa, Sombra, what have you. And the more I played him, the more like I try to adapt to them as opposed to like, oh, they went Orisa GG's. I would just try to persevere and continue on playing Doomfist. And the more I did that, the better I got with counterpicking the counterpick.
One tricks are better at their hero than non-one tricks are. Go.
You know, if you put 500 hours into a single character, you're going to know a lot more niches as well. I definitely agree that they're better most of the time or 100% of the time, but is it worth it? Like, how much are you going to know over 100 hours extra over the next person?
I agree if you put, you know, hundreds of hours into one hero, your mechanical skill with them is probably gonna, you know, peak way up at the top there. I don't know. If you're flexing to like, let's say like 10 different heroes, you know, you're divvying up that mechanical skill and muscle memory into those skill sets. So it's probably not going to be as attuned to that one hero that you're really going for. Like Doom mains, there's some crazy Doomfist mains. I think you have to one trick them to really get like the movement down like that.
I agree, like I somewhat agree, like obviously if you put in the hours you're gonna see results, but I think back to this one Uncle Iroh quote that says like it's important to draw wisdom from different places. If you take it from only one place it becomes rigid and stale. And why do I think about this quote? Because you gotta play as the enemy to know how you counter your own hero. Like I gotta understand, if I'm playing Diva, I need to like understand how Sim works, how Zarya works, just so I can counter them, just so I can play around them. So yeah, I believe that you gotta play as like different heroes just to understand how they play, just so you can get better player dealing with them.
I mean, this somewhat agree stance, and I definitely agree with what Sage said. I do think that if I were to see two profiles and one of them has 100, 200 hours character and the other one has the same character for less hours, I will probably just assume that the 200 one is going to be better. But definitely, the more you have experience with other characters, you might just know specifically what you might want to do with a certain mechanic or in a certain type of gameplay. So you can always be surprised someone.
I'm over here. I feel like some people might be surprised that I'm over here, but I think that I don't think time played is all that matters if you're not absorbing what's happening around you, if you're not taking into account all of the stuff you're doing wrong, or maybe what you could be doing differently. And if you did take two profiles out of the same character and then look at their hours, the one that has like a ton of hours on that same character might be of a lower rank than the person who was like less hours. So I think that should be taken into account. Like me, 95% of my hours are on Mercy, but I'm not nearly as good as someone who might be a flex player on Mercy.
There will always be someone better than you at some point, even though it's hard to accept that. Not everybody's consistent, especially one tricks, and I know, like, again, it's hard to admit. But someone can be better at that game or even numerous games, but you cannot put yourself as the best in every single game.
Is there anybody who, after hearing everybody's stance, would like to change theirs?
I'd probably like to swap over just to right here. I really liked Sage's point about the Uncle Iroh quote. Makes a lot of sense to me. Just know thy enemy.
Flex players are a jack of all trades, but a master of none. Go.
I think I play pretty much every hero in the game. There's like only a handful that I would say I'm bad at. I can't play Widow, for example. I'm pretty terrible at Genji, but I can confidently swap to the most heroes. I think because I play so many different heroes well, I can't really master any of them. I'd really have to narrow it down and focus on at least like 5 to get really good, I think.
It's not necessarily that a flex player can't be the master at a specific hero. Just because they spend time on other heroes doesn't mean they can't put a heavier focus on one, but just gives them the opportunity to flex out into other things if they feel the situation suits that better.
Flex players can only do so much and only learn so much per game, as they don't have a whole lot of time on one individual hero versus, let's say, like 3. As somebody who has played Mercy this 7 years of their life, I've been learning to flex a little bit more, whether it be on DPS, tank, support. I definitely do see some struggles as to playing other heroes as opposed to my main hero.
So flex players are usually playing like most of the heroes, but when you think of like a flex player, they play the hero that is like mostly good at that time. So say like Orisa's meta now. They didn't play Orisa as much before because they played like say Winston or Diva because that was meta. But now since Orisa is meta, they are playing that. So they're going to get really good at that character because they were only playing Orisa. Since most flex players are going to change throughout the metas and play what is meta at the time. Then one tricks just play like their one trick and only play that character no matter if it's good or bad.
I'm Melody, and I think they are kind of masters at certain characters. I think a lot of them play like one character more than another, but then they kind of like do dabble in others. But I think that since they play different characters, they kind of know how to play around certain other characters more than some one tricks might, because they play different characters into different comps like almost all the time. So I think I would somewhat disagree because I think they would probably know more about certain characters than some one tricks might.
You really do have to be a jack of all trades, because if they have like a Genji and they're like really, really good with it, with Genji, right? They're destroying your team. You can't really do anything about it except go like either Zarya or Winston. Just because you did go Zarya and Winston doesn't mean that you're gonna automatically win. Your sheer presence isn't gonna completely annihilate that Genji. You have to have game sense, their cooldowns. You have to really keep track of everything. And with Zarya and Winston, you really have to like know what you're doing in order to counter that Genji, because that Genji more likely than not did play against a lot of Zarya and Winston players to know what to do. So you also do like need to know what to do in order to adapt to that situation.
For this, I will invoke the scientific method. If you wish to disprove something, simply show one instance where it is false. Super is the undisputed two-time champion and god of Reinhardt. Is he a one-trick? No, he is a flex player, but he is still the god of Reinhardt, and anyone who says otherwise is dead to me.
Get benched for Cluj. I'm just kidding, I'm kidding.
Wow.
Anyways, cool. Is there anybody who would like to change their stance?
I will, yeah. I think Milk definitely convinced me. I still somewhat disagree with the take, but it does have some truth in it. Like if you're like playing a certain hero and whenever you get countered, whenever you just don't find value with her, you switch. How are you gonna learn?
I agree. Like if you're a flex player, you're a flex player because you know how to like swap when you're getting countered. You're not really gonna be a master at it if you don't know how to play into the counter. But the one reason why I say I somewhat disagree is because there are going to be times where like a one trick does get beaten by a flex player at their own character. It sucks, but I mean it happens. So I can't say I fully agree, but generally I would say a one trick is better at playing into their counters.
You can make any hero work regardless of comp or map. Go.
People are just cracked sometimes, but even like aside from people who just are insane, you can definitely work around whatever's going on. I think back to this YouTuber called Six. He's an insane Roadhog main. He always beats Orisa like in a lot of occasions. So yeah, I believe you can make any hero work if you try hard enough and if you're that good.
So I definitely always think that you can make any hero work, any map, and in any comp. And it could be difficult at the beginning when you don't have a lot of hours, but definitely the more you play with the character, the more you're gonna learn its comps and the benefits of every map, because every map has its benefits and certain wins for every character. And no matter who you're playing against, I feel that you can always make something work and bring value to the team.
My decision kind of came down to a semantic argument. You can make any character work. It doesn't mean that it's necessarily optimal or there's not something that would work better. But if you put enough time into the character, you know how the character plays, you know how the other team's heroes are playing, you can definitely make it work.
I completely agree with that. I think that literally any character could work in any given moment. It just depends on what the other team is doing, what your team is doing, how if you're communicating well or not. But I do think that in this game, I think literally almost anything is possible if your team is willing to work with you.
So you can make a hero work, like any hero can work on any map, but it is like, say you're playing Li Zhang like Control Center, and you're playing Hog against like Orisa Ana. 9 out of 10 times you're gonna lose if you're versing the same skilled players as you. If you're like a GM Hog player, which I don't know if they exist, and you're in like bronze or whatever, you can definitely make Hog work. But if you're playing against other people that are your skill, 9 out of 10 times you're gonna lose the game.
Right. Is there anybody that would like to change their stance?
Yes. So Acacia is gonna move to the somewhat agree. I will say that Bayonetta kind of won me over with the skill dependent. I do think that you need to learn before you're able to use that same character into every single counter.
Counter swapping is sometimes necessary to win a game. Go.
As someone who, like I said earlier, has learned to flex recently, it helps a lot. Let's say you have a very annoying monkey who's getting nanoed constantly, nobody's really killing him. Reaper is usually the best solution, always has been. Even Bastion now with his huge buff has like helped a lot, killing a lot of the tanks or like people that are just really annoying. But I mean, I feel like if you don't flex to kill somebody, like it just kind of brings people down. Like I don't think people realize that Overwatch has very much been time based, and if you take a lot of time to kill one thing, it's really bringing your team down.
I definitely think counter swapping is necessary sometimes. Like the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. So if you're just losing one fight after the other, you gotta switch something. You gotta do something. Like if something's not working, then there's something wrong. You gotta switch.
So counter swapping is usually necessary, but there are times where you don't swap, because if you keep swapping, say you are on one tank, you lose a fight, you swap, you lose a fight, you swap, you lose, you're never going to get your all. And what if that all turns the tempo into your favor and then you start winning? So the counter swapping isn't always necessary, but most of the time it is.
This one was hard for me. I hardly ever come to a moment where I have to switch, and if I do, it'll usually be Moira, but I usually don't switch just because there's never really time where I really have to. But I get that the point is to kind of counterpick, but at the same time, it's kind of what I was saying earlier, where it's like, what if this is the only character in this role that you can play very well? I'd rather someone play the character that they know really, really well rather than switch to somebody that they might not know that well. So I get sometimes it would be best, sometimes it wouldn't. I'm completely neutral on this one.
Sometimes, like, you do need a swap. That's the only reason why I'm in somewhat disagree. Like, if you're playing on, like, for me, I'm playing Reinhardt into, like, Gibraltar, and everyone's playing a dive hero, and I can't shatter anything. I have to switch. But that's, like, a very, like, specific scenario. I don't think I'm usually in a position where I have to swap. If I'm getting hard countered, I'll just change up my playstyle.
I honestly do think that there's scenarios where you need to swap. Like, for example, if you're playing payload and you're in comp and you want to get a little bit more overtime and stuff like that, I'll try to swap to Tracer just to get there faster. That would be the only place that I would probably swap. In match, I'll probably just try to do my best as a one trick to play the one character I know the best.
As I said before, I don't think it's impossible to win any situation. And the definition of insanity, it's not insanity to keep the same player. You're assuming that you can't change up your gameplay within the confines of your character. There are ways to change up how you play. Maybe play a little bit more aggressive, play a little bit more safe, go a different route, take out different people. But there's still ways to adjust without, immediately switching to a different character as soon as you see a Pharah's Brig.
Is there anybody that would like to change their stance? Right, Tricky Piston, why'd you change?
Mostly as a way to just declare that I also hate counter-swapping meta. I wish it wasn't the case to have to do it all the time.
Counters aren't really a thing, though.
I don't think that counters are really a thing. I feel that there's matchups that are maybe a little more difficult, but I feel that if you change and you swap your playstyle to try to adapt to however they're trying to get you, I feel that you can always just get them and be better than them. I don't think that a countering is always like something that should impact either the team confidence or your own confidence. I feel that you could see it as a challenge, definitely, but just a way to improve in the character or find a new way to just fight this opportunity.
Pretty much what they said. It's not always rock, paper, scissors. You're not going to lose every single time if you're going up against your own counter. I think for the most part, it's probably true. But, I've been able to play Pharah against like 2-hit scans or something without a Mercy pocket. So it's definitely possible, but it is a challenge.
I do definitely think that there are some complete counters. I mean, in my free time in quick play, I play a lot of Diva, and ever since Zarya has come back from the woodwork, there's just there's nothing I can do. I cannot. I mean, I just immediately just say, okay, I just accept death, and then just never play Diva again as long as Zarya is around. So I do think that there are more. I think most of the people, when they say that there's like heavy counters, it can be. Most of those matchups can be won, but I think there are just some that just completely just don't even try.
I feel like the heroes are kind of designed in a counterplay fashion. There are, of course, different kinds of counters. There's soft counters and there's hard counters. But there are specific heroes that will counter specific abilities on other heroes, and they're designed that way. So there is an element of counterplay to it, but that doesn't mean it makes it impossible to play into that.
Fundamentally, counters are a thing in Overwatch, whether you do like it or not. I feel like that's the whole reason the Overwatch team decided to make the decision to have it so you can swap your hero after every death, or even if you just go back to spawn. It's to deal with what the other team is running. I feel like that's like not the basis of the game, but what the game not encourages, but it just gives you the option to do it. So like say there's a Pharah that's really annoying and you're running like Genji and some other projectile hero that I don't really know of. You do have the option to go 2-hit scan or 1-hit scan in order to deal with it. It's just a matter of if the Pharah can deal with it.
You saying that actually made me realize something that I've never really thought about. Like, I've always kind of known, but never really thought about. Most games don't let you swap your freaking character.
Right.
Valorant, you can't swap your character, right? Yeah, no, you can't.
No, you cannot.
League, you can't swap your character. Apex, you can't swap your character.
You also
Does
can't swap
Paladins
the
count?
paladins.
Yeah.
Holy crap! I never like actually thought about that.
I actually disagree with this because every hero will have a counter. You know, like we had just mentioned just now, that every other FPS game that you choose one hero, you can't swap. So otherwise it just wouldn't be fair. And I feel like it doesn't even have to be hero based. I feel like it could be team communication based, targeting based, and even ability based, as like Lux had mentioned. It all just comes down to Overwatch being a team game and people working as a team, as opposed to just thinking they can 1v5 everything. Like, that's not how Overwatch is meant to be played.
Is there anybody that would like to change their stance after hearing everybody speak? Beep, you went from disagree to somewhat disagree. Why?
So I wasn't full disagree because I was thinking about it, and most characters have counters, but not every character has a direct counter. Like when I think of Mercy, I don't know a direct counter to Mercy besides, hey team, focus the Mercy. But when you think of like Genji has a direct counter like Winston, Zarya, Sim, May, anything like that. But there's some characters that don't have like direct counters besides your playstyle is like the direct counter.
So there I was, naked,
leak the DMs.
afraid, alone, ready to fight any hostiles.
That's me on
Doing
a
one trick that he
Friday
was
night.
telling.
Interesting message from Salty Fish. One tricks ruin the game. So we have nobody at all in the agree, which is actually kind of surprising considering the fact that these are all flex players. So you would think that if anybody hates one tricks that it would be flex players, but I guess not.
I would say one tricks, they don't ruin the game, but it is a difficult thing to play with because they're often so hard set on using one specific character, which can often, with the way Overwatch works with team comps and counter picks and everything, it can sometimes be very difficult to work with someone who's unwilling to switch off a character. But at the same time, it's sometimes, if there are one trick, they can like practice that really well, and then they can still push through those counter picks regardless. So while it does make things difficult sometimes, I wouldn't say it ruins the game. It just makes things a lot more difficult, but honestly, I can respect it. You have your fun, man. Take it easy.
So one tricks, they are really just a mixed bag. Sometimes you get a really good like Mercy that can actually like do things and like she damage boosts the DPS. Other times you get heal bots that do nothing but pocket the tank and just ruin the experience for everyone, Lucio's especially.
For the most part, being a flex player, I don't find it particularly hard to work around a one trick because normally one tricks have their problems. So like if they get countered by something, you just help them. You pick something else that's going to help them out. So as a flex player, I feel like one tricks cause a problem that I like to fix.
In my opinion, I like sometimes to have a little bit of a challenge as like seeing what should I play to make them actually do the function that they need to do. So as a Vex player, I like switching between every single each character to actually support them and actually go through and actually win the game in that fact.
The reason I strongly disagree is because I feel like you should just, I mean, the whole game, the whole point is fun, you know, just like kind of play who you want. I mean, the same reason we pick Flex is the same reason they can one trick. I mean, they want to just go with one character. They get really good at it, you know, I respect that. I don't see a problem with it.
There's another smudge! Oh no, who done it? Why are there smudges now in every Overthink episode?
The Smudge is a reoccurring character now.
It just wants to give some hot takes.
The smudge wants to get canceled on Twitter.
I think it's bad to main too many heroes. Go. Oof! We have Genji on his lonesome, completely over there. He must smell or something because everybody else is so far away from him right now. All right, Genji, take it away.
I kind of have this problem too, where I notice this, like if I'm, because I like to play, you know, all different archetypes of Team 2 for each role, so I like play a lot of different characters recently. And I feel like there are times, I mean, it's good to learn characters, but I feel like trying to get proficient at all of them all at once can kind of hinder you a little bit more than it can help you. Like understanding it basically is good, but once you get past that point, I feel like it starts to get, you know, a little bit like excessive. And I've struggled with the same thing too on certain characters.
I am someone who has been playing this game very consistently since beta. There's been
next to no periods throughout that time that I have ever mained a specific character. I've always just kind of given every little character, depending on what was, needed at the time, just the time it needed. And I find that if maining too many characters doesn't really exist if you just put the time in to get to know those characters.
I think while maining too many heroes can lead to like a lack of specialization, I feel like it's essential to recognize that like the flexibility can be an asset in Overwatch. So like being able to adapt to various situations and like switch heroes when needed can provide like a special advantage in like different situations.
When you say the phrase meaning a hero, I like to think that that means that someone has put in a lot of time and effort into learning that hero and their playstyle and their set and everything they can do. So if someone does that with multiple heroes and has a lot of heroes, I think it's really good to have a diverse group of heroes under your belt that you can use under any situation. Because this game, I mean, for tanks right now, it's swap simulator, but you can do a lot of different heroes for a lot of different things.
Is there a way I could debate on that? The thing is, like, what I've realized is playing tank, like, tank is very painful and sometimes very fun. It just kind of depends on the game from what I've been seeing. But I feel like the amount of times I play D.Va and then the other tank just switches to Zarya and then they just lose because it's based on like map more and they're just like, it's a new Bonnie, they go Zarya, like it's just not a good choice. And I've noticed that that's kind of like running through the idea of just swap isn't really the best strategy either. Like I feel like there is a way that if you go to the certain just couple set of heroes, different archetypes, I feel like you can be better than like playing every single tank.
Be that on a lot of occasions swapping too much is an issue, but like you said, if you can go D.Va on that Zarya and it is effective after your first swap, I think that's good because you not only know whatever character you picked first, but now you also know D.Va. And if it were going south and you're getting, really badly diffed by that Zarya, then you can go to, back to Reinhardt or something to then, assist a little better.
I agree with that.
Who else from the disagree would like to speak?
Okay, so maining too many heroes isn't a bad thing, especially since there is literally a character in the game designed to allow you to pick any other character while playing that character. Her name is Echo. And being that character, you can basically pick anybody else on the enemy team and diff them if you're good enough.
After hearing everybody speak, is there anybody who would like to swap their stance at all? We had one person swap. So Bap, you went from disagree to somewhat disagree. What changed your mind?
I think there is like a level to it where it's like if you are just playing swap simulator to always try to counter somebody, it's not necessarily fun because like if I'm playing a character, I'll hard stick with somebody and even if it's a bad choice, if I'm in like quick play, I don't care if I'm on Reinhardt, I'm on Reinhardt and it's not getting moved. So I think it's not good to always be swapping. You can learn every character, but don't swap all the time.
In ranked, you should always be in voice chat communicating. Go.
The game's all about like communication. So, if you're trying to plan something with your tank or with your supports, like combo ults, you're not gonna do that just by pressing buttons. You gotta be using your mouth, use your words. Otherwise, nothing's gonna get across.
Overwatch is a team-based game, and just like any sport, esport, real sport, you must communicate with your team, and it is about having that connection with your team. Even if you are not speaking, just being able to listen in and go together is really going to make that difference when you're playing. And so I just see it. No situation where it is not better to be in chat.
In such a chaotic game and dynamic game as Overwatch is, I feel like comms are one of the most important part of the game. There are so many team fights that are lost just because of no comms or bad comms, but the same thing goes for like just toxicity in the voice chat. Like sometimes I don't want to put up with that. Sometimes it's just like too intense for me to like give comms. But again, comms are really important and you can win so many more games when I'm just like comboing with my friend and comboing ults or just like attacking the same person at once.
Communication is undeniably like vital in Overwatch, especially in ranked matches where teamwork is so crucial. Being in voice chat and actively communicating with your team can lead to like better coordination, improved strategy, and higher chance of success. But with that being said, there's also like mechanics in the game like pinging and stuff like that when people cannot be on the mic, because I know that a lot of people who play Overwatch cannot do that for multiple reasons, and I feel like it is a greater like success rate if you do communicate via mic, but I don't feel like it's totally essential because you can still win games.
I feel like With the addition of pings, like there's actually more flexibility for you to actually be joining voice chat because there are many cases, like I said before, as toxicity. As myself, I have experienced a lot of toxicity, and staying in voice chat actually affects me to actually keep going throughout the game because hearing all the negative thoughts about everyone makes you feel down and play even worse. So actually going off voice chat actually helps me concentrate and actually go through the game going for positive thoughts and actually winning in the end. And plus, I have many girlfriends that have like their cases that they get actually harassed in the game, and that actually affects them so much that they don't even want to play anymore.
I thought you were like flexing that you have a lot of girlfriends. I'm like, damn. All
Oh,
right,
no,
we got a
no.
pimp here. All right, cool.
In my experience, I used to always be a positive team chat joiner. I used to always rally people up, but ever since Overwatch 2 started, it's been a lot more toxic, and people have been saying that they are afraid of me when I talk in voice chat, and sometimes they even like leave voice chat as soon as I start talking and try to do call outs and strategize. But yeah, because of my experience, I've just stopped joining team chat because after a while, it just got to my head and very affected me mentally. I just couldn't do it anymore.
I believe players should adapt to a one trick on their team. Go. This is actually really interesting, especially after what some of you were saying earlier about how you don't mind one tricks because you like to fill that slot and play around them. I was expecting the majority of you to be in agree or somewhat agree, but we have one person in each stance. That's crazy.
I'll speak because this is like basically what I said. No, this is like part of my favorite part of this game is filling that role. Like, I really like when somebody's a one trick and I need to change my game plan in order to fit around them. It's actually something I find very enjoyable about Overwatch in general.
I agree with what NoobTube said about a one-trick player being a slot you kind of have to fill, but my opinion is more of that it ends up being a necessity, kind of. Do I enjoy it? Not really. I want to be able to also do whatever I want, and when someone's stuck filling their one specific role that they refuse to switch off of, it kind of feels like a drag down to me because I'm stuck trying to cover up the blind spots that our character has. Do I think it ruins the game? Again, still no. And I do think it does end up being a team responsibility to try and cover those blind spots because at the end of the day, we are still a team, even if we don't always agree on who should play what the comp should be. But at the end of the day, yes, I do think we should be trying to fill those blind spots for each other.
I do think that if someone is very insistent on playing a certain hero, that's completely fine. So say someone is like a Genji one trick, that's fine. The enemy team goes, I don't know, Zarya, Mei, whatever to go against him. If we can assist him and he can be really good after, we assist him, that's fine. But there comes a point at which that becomes a little difficult. So say there's, we have a Pharah one trick and they're running Widowmaker with Illari or maybe a Cassidy there. It becomes really hard to assist that Pharah to do really good if they're getting one shot constantly.
I agree with Wix on this. I think that it's both the responsibility of the flex players and the one trick players, because if you're a one trick, I mean, most characters, minus a few very disliked ones, there's a lot of playstyles you can play with any certain character. And I think if you're gonna one trick, you will not swap off regardless what your team picks or what the enemy team picks. I think you should still try your best to play into your team and into the enemy team. And that's of course hero dependent, and I'm not good enough really to give a full opinion on that for every single character. And I also think it's the flex players part too. That's why I'm in neutral. I believe it's kind of both.
So while adaptability is obviously crucial in Overwatch, it's important to strike a balance between flexibility and team composition. Encouraging players to adapt to a one trick on their team can sometimes lead to an unbalanced composition that may struggle to combat the enemy team as a whole. And Overwatch hero switching mechanic is designed to allow players to adapt to other players on their team. But I think it shouldn't a one trick shouldn't compromise the whole team just because they just playing that character all the time.
Hi, okay, so the game doesn't revolve around you Mercy one tricks. Okay, if I'm on support, I will adapt to you for one game, And then like the next round, I'm playing something else. Like I don't care. I want to play Lucio. I want to play other things other than Ana or other than Lifeweaver. I don't care. I don't care. I don't like you, Mercy mains. And when I'm on DPS, I don't want to constantly play hit scans. I want to play Sombra. I want to play Mei. I want to play Symmetra. I want to play something else other than hit scans.
Well, I found my Twitter engagement clip. The support role is very overpowered at the moment. Go.
No, what are these season 4, season 5 takes, bro? After the support passive nerf, this role sucks. Like, you're actually playing Dead by Daylight. Like,
Wait, hold on. What was the question?
The support role is very overpowered at the moment.
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood. Let me.
That's okay.
Excuse me.
There's nobody who is on the disagree side of the spectrum at all whatsoever, and we only have one person in neutral, which is also surprising. Smudge, do you want to start first and say what you think about this? Yeah, I agree. So true. Can we get claps in chat, please? Smudge has been spitting all night. I agree with everything that they've said. Even though they've like been on the neutral side about everything, I still agree.
I would like to add on what Yoji said about how support is like Dead by Daylight. And I would like to agree with him, except support this season is the killer in Dead by Daylight because they are the role that can do everything. Almost every single one of them has a get out of jail free card. They can heal their team for a ridiculous amount, excluding Zen, but everyone loves Zen.
What?
And they all do enough damage to easily 1v1 any DPS and some tanks, especially with their get out of jail free cards.
I'm sorry. I try not to talk and like put my input on contestants. I'm sorry. My jaw audibly dropped when you said everybody loves Zen.
I agree with Rust on this. Everybody does love Zen. I love playing Zen because you just get to harass the enemy team. And then the tank player gets to feel like what I feel like. The reason I say that support is overpowered, I mean, Yoji plays Lucio, right? I mean, Lucio, I could imagine being absolutely painful this season. But, like, for most of the main, like, most of the characters that actually, like, no diss to Lucio, right? But most of the characters that actually are game-changing on support, they have some sort of thing this season that's like a 10-second cooldown that can change a fight instantly. And it's, the passive was like, I mean, it is bad. Like, I play, the supports I play, like, it is kind of painful to have a little bit less healing. But also, like, if your team is coherent, like, that little, 0.5 or whatever it is not really that big of a deal in my opinion.
Cameraman, what do you think about those two takes?
I'm convinced none of these people actually play support. Like, they're flex between tank and DPS. That's the only way they think this. Like, I know a lot of people are still on like the support hate train from like season 4, season 5, but after we got like Ana nerf, Brig nerf, Kiri nerf, I mean Lifeweaver got buffed, but Lifeweaver was terrible. The BAP nerf, like how many more nerf? We got the support passive nerf. Like the past 5 patches have all been support nerfs. Like I don't know how much we need.
That's because they were that strong.
And they're not anymore. We're not talking about the past.
please.
We're talking about now.
As someone who switched from primarily playing DPS, secondary playing support, to primarily playing support and secondary DPS on a large release, I can say that like support, I feel I can do so much more support than I can with DPS because I have my own self-sufficiency tools. I have my own like passive. I can do so much more damage too because I can just play a bit safer because of the passive. But the reason I'm somewhat agree is because I've never, like, you're the first target on the, like when you're on the enemy team. I've never had to deal with so many Genji, Tracers, Divas, Dooms, balls in my face when I play DPS and when I play support. But then again, I have so many escape tools, so that's why I play support.
How do you get balls in your face playing Overwatch? I wanna have that happen to me.
I said Dooms. Wait, I said ball. I was like, no, like Wrecking Ball.
I heard y'all. Y'all hear what he said? I heard.
I mean, I like that, but
The only reason I am not in the fully agree section is because I feel like there are some tanks that can get around this. I feel like Orisa is pretty strong right now, and Wrecking Ball can dive supports. But at the same time, when I play Reinhardt, I can't do a thing. If I try to kill things, they are out, everything is healed, I'm barely doing a thing. And the only composition I feel like I can play with or play against when I'm Reinhardt is like Lucio Zenyatta. And even that Zenyatta is draining me from a mile away with that Discord orb.
A lot of my losses aren't my fault. Go.
It's kind of controversial to actually say like, no, it's not my fault. Sometimes it is, I'm gonna admit that, but like many times I have been playing and I know I'm good and the role I am playing or like many roles, and I know that I'm doing my job as part of that team, and that my other part of the team is not doing as much as they should. So they're bringing it down and making me go on a lose streak. I think the last time I went on a losing streak was like 0-8, but I was just playing fine. I was playing good. It was actually not my fault. And I actually felt really bad because I actually thought it was my fault for a moment, but then I went over and checked every single thing I did. And I actually saw that I was actually doing good, but my team were doing mistakes that were like costing us the game.
There's some games I get into, especially in DPS, where like it's 100% my fault. I just go in there, die, I have no impact. Go in there, die, like it's the same process repeated. But there's so many more games, mostly on support, where there's like not much more I could do to help the team or to like get kills, like to assist like my teams on doing what they're supposed to do. Like there's not more I can do to help, and we still end up losing. Like I've no idea how we lose these games because I try so hard, but it is what it is.
So in Overwatch, the outcome of a match is influenced by so many factors. So, teamwork, hero composition, and individual skill. So I can definitely see me losing matches because it's my team's fault as a whole, not just me, but it's also with me. It really depends on which map I'm on, which heroes I'm playing, and definitely like the timing, or if we see 9 and stuff like that. I feel like it's definitely on a match-to-match basis.
I have had so many matches where I can tell I'm having an off day. I can't hit a shot to save my life. And on the flip side of that, I have plenty of matches where something just clicks in my brain and I'm just hitting every single thing. I'm keeping people alive or just ending the entire enemy team. And then there's also games in the middle of that where I'm just doing my things, not dying, not doing too much, but helping. And it's a completely, I feel like it's a self-centered and very close-minded take to say that few of your losses aren't your fault, because nobody's perfect. No one's gonna have owl level aim. We're not high level players. We're not in the league. Some of us are, but even then, you're gonna have off days. Nobody can just hit every shot. That's called cheating. But at the end of the day, I would say definitely I lose plenty of my games because of me, and plenty of my games are lost in spite of what I'm doing.
So, Bonnie, how does that make you feel, what Axis just said?
I mean, it makes me feel a little bit attacked, but as a whole, I understand that sometimes it may be my fault, but as I'm doing that mistake, and as I am on the like countdown for me to respawn, I check what I did wrong. Like, okay, I did this wrong. So I need to actually change my positioning to actually help my team better. And now I know that I'm not doing things wrong. It's my team now because I'm analyzing everything that should be going on the round.
I could always do better. It don't matter how much I could do. I could be going 40-0 and I could still be doing better. Just because like it doesn't matter like what you're playing or anything. You can always do slightly better. You can always be getting only headshots. Like even if you think it's not possible, it's eventually possible. Because there's guys out there like Zebra. Zebra is literally just laying it down as Doomfist, as the Doom Goat. And then you got guys like Six as the Hog one trick, staying constantly top 500 on the worst character, worst tank in the game. And he's still laying his meat out as Hog. And then you like there's so many horrible characters that people are just good at. And like if I was them, I'd be top 500, but I'm not them. I'm just not.
All right, after everybody's spoken, is there anybody who would like to change their stance? Bonnie, you went from agree to somewhat agree?
I feel like saying agree 100% is not real. It's not real. To VH, it's not real because as I said before, I do make some mistakes too. And I do sometimes acknowledge them. I may not want to, but I do. So I feel like changing my perspective to somewhat agree is making me realize that even if I don't play good, I feel like I can make myself better. Because I may think that I'm doing the best I can, but there is always room for improvement.
We would call it a night there, but we actually have one last secret, super important hot take for you guys. So I need you to go back to the middle. This one is the most important, most serious, most controversial one of the entire night. I saved it for last. The hot take is, I ship Widow and Sombra. Go. The reason why I asked this is because I was reported with some intel that while y'all were waiting for the game show, you guys were out here talking about ships and fantasies and being horny on main and something about shipping Sombra and Widow. Who done it? Who was it?
Me! That was me! I love toxic. I am a gay man and I support lesbian.
It's Sombra and Pharah, you take it back.
What do you mean Sombra and
Yeah,
Pharah? It's
suck my
Mercy
ass.
and Pharah, or
so
Mercy
good.
or Genji. In
Sombra
what
and Widow
world?
are
In what
names.
world?
What are you talking about? What are you
Like,
talking about?
Are you
Pharah is
okay?
I
Is
love the
everything good?
Harley Quinn Poison Ivy combo. Sombra is Harley Quinn and Widow is Poison Ivy. Ew! Excuse me? Sombra Sig? What are you talking about?
Happen.
Who said Sombra
That
Sig?
is gross.
Yeah, I've lost respect for
Who
a person.
said Sombra Sig?
This. I'm
Rusty.
teaching. Rust.
That is disgusting.
All right, you know what? I think we're gonna end it on that note, because I think I need to go throw up now. DPS Doomfist is better than tank Doomfist. Go.
Just a little like short one. I personally think that DPS Doomfist was better because one, his kill potential was so much better back in Overwatch 1, and two, his rollouts is just better. Like the block, I miss uppercut, man.
DPS Doom was way more fun for the Doomfist player than Tank Doomfist will ever be. The only reason I'm in somewhat agree instead of fully agree is because he was a literal cancer on the game as a DPS with the amount of CC and mobility he had all put together. It made life a living hell for a lot of people. He's fun for Doom, but for no one else.
I don't know. I think they're both pretty equal in terms of like annoyance and the way they're played. I also disagree with Cream's statement a little bit. Like, sure, Doom can be annoying to play against, but he's really easy to deal with. There's like multiple heroes you can really pick to easily counter him. It's just a skill issue if you die to him.
I think DPS Doomfist, I mean, he did have the one-shot punch, but Tank Doomfist just has like way more area control and can just take way more space. And also just like the state of the game that Overwatch was in Overwatch 1, there's way more CC and stuff, so it just felt way worse to play DPS Doomfist, in my opinion.
My opinion on Tank Doom and DPS Doom, I mean, DPS Doom, for his pretty much entire existence, was one of, if not the worst DPS in the game, besides, like, Bastion. I mean, he's had, like, maybe 3 months of competitive viability, whereas Doom, I think, is, in his current state, is easily a top 5 tank in the game right now. I think he's very strong, has much more consistency than DPS Doom. DPS Doom was just all or nothing, and you kind of needed your entire team to play around him, whereas this Doom is so much more flexible. And obviously, there's so much less CC in the game, it just enables him way harder than DPS Doom ever was.
Yeah, I mean, where I play at like the top of ranked, DPS Doom is kind of not very viable at all. He's kind of just a troll pick, and like Tank Doom, he's perfectly viable. I don't like have fear of seeing a tank or a Tank Doom on my team, but it's just like he's kind of a troll pick on DPS unless you're like lower to mid SR, because then he's a good, but that's not really what I think of when I think of like a good hero. I kind of think of like the top of competitive.
6v6 is better than 5v5. Go.
The biggest problem 5v5 has is that so many of the tanks, in my opinion, are built to be played with another tank. Like, you know, someone like Zarya and D.Va, to me, just don't function well in the game as a solo tank. And I feel like the game was in a much healthier spot when it was like a tank duo meta. Like, certain heroes facilitate each other, like, you know, Zarya with Ryan, you know, Winston with D.Va, etc., etc. Now, there's obviously problems with that, but I think it was overall better than having heroes like, in the current state, Zarya and Junker Queen. They just sort of don't feel like tanks. They just feel like beefed up DPS.
I pretty much completely agree with Chipsa. Like the coordination between tanks is what like makes this game the most fun, and I'm a little bit biased towards competitive. And the only reason I'm not completely in agree is because I think for the average player, 5v5 is better because having 2 tanks coordinate is not really viable below like masters. It just doesn't really happen a lot. So I think it's the best when there's 2 tanks, but for the average player, not so much.
I feel like 5v5 is better for DPS and supports, but I think like since it's 5v5, I think the worst thing about it is just being a tank player. Like 6v6 is better for tank players, and 5v5 is better for everybody else. I just think it's more healthier for the game overall. I think they just have to figure out how to make tanks work in 5v5.
Both have their own issues. Like at the end of Overwatch 1, the issue was mainly with double shield, making it impossible to damage certain comps. And I think how they could have fixed that was with like the changes to Orisa instead of switching to 5v5. But also 5v5 stops issues from like that from happening just in general. But tanks aren't built for 5v5 yet, and other heroes like Zenyatta are just horrible to play as a tank.
So after everybody has spoken, is there anybody who would like to change their stance?
Yeah, I'm coming over here.
All right, so we had one person move. Squiggle, you moved from somewhat disagree to somewhat agree. What made you move?
Just like thinking about it, like I don't know, like at its peak, 6v6 was just way more fun. Just the coordination that it actually required to like get value, I think made it just a more like interactive game. 5v5 just feels like, I don't know, you can do like a lot more alone if you're on DPS or support, but I also think that's like not that fun in certain situations because like, I don't know, the tank role just feels a little cosmetic sometimes.
Next question is going to be from our co-host here, Sir Saltyfish. So I'm going to pass the mic on over to him.
Welcome everybody, or I guess, thank you for having me. Here's my hot take. Doomfist players could easily thrive on another hero and do just as well, if not better, than how they are currently performing as Doomfist. Go! Ooh, all across the board. I love that.
Before I mained Doom, I did a lot of other tanks, mostly Sigma, and I noticed it was like way easier to go up. Ramatra too, because they just have way more stuff. You don't have as much responsibility, and you don't have to play like as perfectly than you do like while playing Doom. Because if you make like one wrong move in like any situation as Doom, sometimes most of the time you're just gonna get like popped instantly by every CC in the whole lobby. So you don't have that much risk with a lot of other tanks. So you can like rely on your teammates more.
Rounding back to what Agent said, with the whole difficulty and the effort, Doomfist players can perform better on virtually any tank except for maybe Wrecking Ball, because his effort for value ratio is so lopsided in comparison to the rest of the tank roster that you literally do have to play perfectly in quite a lot of circumstances just to get your baseline of value. There isn't simply no room for error with Doomfist, and all these other tanks have like, you know, barriers, grasp, Orisa's got fortify, some tanks have a self-heal. Doom doesn't realistically have any of that to work with. You have to do mental gymnastics and jump through a ton of hoops just to try and avoid everything and get your value at the same time.
If you're just one-tricking Doom, then if you haven't really played any other characters, then switching to another character, I mean, like, I guess you could be better because Doom requires, like, a decent amount of aim and, like, game sense. But that's true with, like, a lot of characters, so it's not really separate from anyone else.
I just think, like me personally, you just have to remember a lot of stuff that you have to do with Doomfist, like how to do rollouts in different maps, different stall spots, if you, like, have to make a, if you, like, punch in and then dive out, all that. It's just, and you don't have that much, like, space for like to remember other stuff for other tanks.
I think with any character, if you are good on that character and that is like the character you play, you probably won't be as better being on any other character besides that character. Even if you could play other characters. It's just you have the knowledge of what that character needs to do and how to do it.
I feel like if you could play Doom at a high level, you can kind of play other tanks as well, but you're not gonna be able to play those tanks at a high level until you get the experience and you learn from it. I just feel like if you're able to play Doom really well, you could definitely learn and pick up another hero. But you can't just swap to them and just automatically be like a god with them.
After everybody's spoken, is there anybody that would like to change their stance?
Yeah, I'm gonna move. I moved because, well, most Doomfist players are one-tricks, or like most Doomfist mains are just complete one-tricks, so they don't really get value outside of their hero, I feel. But there are like certain scenarios where they can, like when Get Quaked On throws my games on Circuit Royale, he just needs to play Sigma, or like when they're getting hard countered, they can definitely swap and get like as much value. But in most scenarios, I don't think so. So I had to swap over.
Damn, Quake, you gonna take that?
That's a skill issue on his part.
On your part, you were going negative.
Bro, I was not getting healed.
I feel like y'all should duke it out. Give me some views. Go ahead. Who was in the wrong here? Pull up the VOD replays.
Oh, he does not want to.
I mean, sure, I could swap. I mean, I could swap, sure, but like, you guys can also swap and play with me. I don't need to go Sigma. Y'all can go dive or actually heal me when I'm going in. Because I was making a lot of space. I just wasn't
you were
getting
making
healed.
a lot of space, alright. You were making a ton of space.
It's just the space he was making was in the sky.
No, he was just dead while he was making the space.
I had no heals.
You have no heals in their backline?
I'm not in their backline.
was
we
this
can have a
game?
VOD view later. It was
All right,
kinda
children,
like a week
calm down,
ago.
calm down, children.
No, don't calm down. I need to pay my
Well,
rent. Keep
sounds
going.
good.
If anything, this is too tame.
Come on.
Come on, give me the content.
Jerry.
They should change Doomfist back to a DPS. Go.
Okay, so I'm just like really selfish, and he was so super fun, and I play DPS now, so I kind of just like really want him to be a DPS. I don't think he'd be better for the game as a tank, but I don't really, or as a DPS, but I don't really care. I'd rather just have him be a DPS. He's too much fun.
I mean, mine's pretty much the same thing. I think I just care for game balance a little more than Backstep does. I think he would be better now than he would have been like at the start of Overwatch 2. I think a lot of the characters they've added would do a lot to just shut down a DPS to him, but without like a decent amount of CC, he would kind of just do a lot. But I also think he was just way too fun, dude.
As much as I love playing DPS Doom, he's one of the most unhealthy heroes in the game's history. Like the sort of swings you get between just like one-shotting people and just being completely useless just isn't good for the game. It's not fun to be knocked around and CC'd like crazy. All that combined with the insane one-shot potential. Like yes, he's worse, but it's just not fun to play against him. Like, and I don't even think he's that much more fun to play as personally. I think the current version of Doom is way more fluid to play. It doesn't rely on as many just weird and dumb things that just don't make for healthy game design. So I think he's just better the way he is right now.
Rounding back onto gameplay balance and the idea of Doomfist being healthy or not healthy, as Chips has said, DPS Doom was not healthy for the game. Tank Doom is not very much better, but if, say, you were to turn Doomfist into a DPS again in the current game, you would need to give way to more CC in the game in order to control him because he's so hypermobile and has so much potential within his kit. That was the only thing that kept him in check last game. And now they've more or less removed like 90% of what it was previously. And so if you were to put him back into DPS, things like Hinder, which literally nobody likes, would be justified, which I think is a bad way to balance the game.
I feel like the fun factor could be brought up like back to its original place if they just like fixed his bugs, which is like going on a list now like of 50, and brought back his tech that they ruined since the beta, you know? So if they like just fixed the hero and like remembered he was a thing, then I think he would be a lot more fun and playable.
It's funny because that person who made that Doomfist list is actually here on the show right now. And what was the number? 70? 71?
If you want to get pedantic on how you actually count it, it's technically 71. However, the way I actually structure the list, I bundle similarities together. So it there ends up being like lists of categories of multiple different things. So it's 57, realistically. Pedantically, 71.
I feel like that's not enough. I feel like Doomfist needs more.
I'm of the idea that they will never actually fully have Doomfist fixed. It's not possible. You can't combine mobility and melee characteristics like this and have him functioning. This list will always be a constant thing, no matter who they get to work on it or how long they spend working on it. They could work on all of them at once and fix them all in one patch, but it won't matter because the second they roll that patch out, there's going to be at least 7 new problems.
I'm gonna pass the mic back over to my co-host here.
Hello, it's me again, everyone. I hope you guys are having as much fun as I'm having. Let's get on to the next hot take. Here we go. Doomfist as a character is a muscular, dominant force of nature that does not take tomfoolery from anyone, and he makes a great, powerful, and attractive leader. He is the exact opposite of everyone who plays him. Go!
You have them, like, they're like, what the f do I answer for this?
I don't want to use my one neutral pass on this.
Doomfist is a complete opposite of these players, and I'm a scrawny little boy, and I play Doomfist, so...
I'll jump in on this one. I'm the whitest man you've ever met in your life. I am absolutely not black. I get moonburn, dude. Yeah, no.
Well, that is an answer I never thought I'd hear on this game show.
Well, I mean, I think it's a mixed bag, you know. You have Giga Chads like me playing Doom, and then you have little nerds like Get Quaked on who play him, right? So it's a mixed bag. That's why I'm in the middle.
This boy's just catching so many strays today.
I don't know, like, yeah, it is really a mixed bag, but I mean, I guess I'm more on the disagree side because, you know, some of my Doomfist friends are like very handsome, very, you know, very good leaders, all of those traits that you mentioned, so.
Well,
like your good friend Get Quaked on? That's who you're referring to?
Oh, yeah. No, he's a very good leader, I think. Chips is pretty good looking, I guess.
I guess.
Who's more good looking? Who's more good looking of a Doomfist player, Quake or Chipsa?
No one knows what Quake looks like, so I guess Quake.
And then we have 4 people in the disagree. Who would like to speak?
I went to the wrong side.
Good one. Hilarious.
Okay, well, we had 3 people in the disagree who would like to speak.
I have a girlfriend, so I feel like I was kind of obligated to go on this side. Or
oh my god, unbelievable!
He touches women and plays Doom. No, not a real person.
Not a real Doom.
His
I feel like I might
girlfriend
have
is
some issues.
super pretty and mods for me, so she's pretty much perfect, you know? So yeah, Squiggle, I agree with their stance. Doomfist is borderline unplayable right now. Go.
Oh my god, Quick can't decide again.
I saw you leaning towards the agree. Right? Where do you want to go, truly? If you're alone in your room right now, what would your stance be?
I mean, I would pick something like in the middle. Like he's playable, but he's also not playable. I mean, you can make Doom work. I mean, it's possible. You can make Doom work into your counters. You can make Doom work into a bad team comp. But he's just very inconsistent with all of his bugs and his current issues. So sometimes it just doesn't work, and sometimes it just does work. Like it just kind of just depends on your skill and how good you are with the character. You can go through all the bullshit.
I quit playing Overwatch for a little while, and then I came back, started playing Doom, and I'm still playing the game. So I think he's pretty playable.
If Doom wasn't playable, then why would any of us be playing Doom?
Why do any of us play Overwatch?
Or Masochist?
Have you met us?
Actually, that's a good.
We hate ourselves. Like, come on.
You're asking Overwatch players this?
We're massive.
We all have severe depression playing this video game. Hello?
He is very powerful right now. He's very strong, balanced very well. Like, I'd say 95% there, away from 5% from perfection. The pitfall in him is the bug list. His unplayability arrives from the inconsistency in how those interact with the game. Every patch there's something new and different that takes away from what he does that you have to figure out and work around because he's so unstable.
Can I just add one more thing?
Yeah.
I think I can speak for everyone here that 6-second slam cooldown did a lot of wonders for us. So.
Oh my god, it was a godsend. I had this whole balance analysis ready to go, and then they did that, and it threw my entire thing out the window. That's how much it changed. This is a 12,000 word document.
We need to get Cream a girlfriend.
Hey again, did you guys miss me? Don't answer that. Here is the hot take. Doomfist players need to spend less time complaining and more time learning a different hero. Go!
Well, I think it depends on what you mean by that, right? Like, if you complain about the bugs, I think that's totally justified. But if you complain about playing into counters and stuff, it's that's literally the game. The game is playing into counters and swapping. That's the entire core identity of the game. So I mean, I don't swap. I mean, I'm a one trick. So maybe I'm a bit hypocritical. But if you really oh wow, they're playing Sombra, Orisa, Bastion, whatever it is, and you're playing Doom and you complain about it, then just swap heroes. That's literally the point of the game.
I was gonna go over there because on one hand, I love Doom. He is the most fun tank in my opinion. But on the other hand, not getting instantly popped by everyone is very fun when you have a shield. And it's also cool to have your teammates actually like you, It's really nice. It's a good feeling. Especially if you're duoing with someone and they get really mad at you and they don't want to say it. I know they want to say it, but and then sometimes you gotta switch.
We all have the power to swap or not swap. It's just up to whatever we want to do. We have our own agency in that regard. But when it comes to playing the game, like Chipsa said, there are going to be counters, weaker or stronger matchups in the game. If you want to play your character, for us it's all Doomfist, and then you want to complain about being countered, grow up. But when it comes to the hero instability, the bug list, we're going to scream until the end of the earth, and we're entirely justified in that because he doesn't get enough attention for that specific aspect.
I actually agree with Chipsa and Cream. Playing into counters is fine as Doom. I actually like playing into hard counters for Doomfist. It makes the game more fun and challenging. The only thing I really complain about the most is probably the bugs and occasionally some balance choices, but I think it's pretty valid to complain as Doomfist just because the hero's really buggy and inconsistent and feels like the devs don't care about him.
Just like Nick A30 said, never back down, never what? Go on.
Never give up.
Exactly. I'll always keep complaining about bugs, but as soon as I complain about counters, I'm leaving and never come back. That's it.
I'm kind of agreeing with Get Quicked on here. So there are two options. Either you learn another character that can counter your counters, like Zarya or something, or you just get better and then play around the counters.
After hearing everybody speak, is there anybody that would like to change their stance? Okay, we have Backstab Bud go from somewhat disagree to somewhat agree. Why'd you swap?
I think that most Doomfist players don't really complain about the bugs. I think a lot of Doomfist players complain about like the heroes or the maps. And so I definitely think they need to like start learning other heroes because yeah, you can get better into hard counters and like bad maps, but eventually like you're gonna get like twice as much value just like learning a new hero. And I think you're doing yourself and your teammates a favor by swapping.
Somebody's asking if we could add the Brazzers logo in the bottom left. Jesus Christ. Holy. If you think Doomfist is annoying or difficult to play against, it's a skill issue on your end. Go.
I understand that like CC and like hard CC can be annoying to play into. Like if you're just getting like punched over and over, you just can't like do much against that. That's fine. But also you have Lamp, you have Suzu, you have Hinder. Like there's supports in particular complain way too much about Doomfist when they have like 40 different options to play into him. Yeah, just, you know, press your E ability and live.
So I do agree with Squiggle. Like so many other heroes have like, for example, Zuzu and like all these other abilities to counter, and then you still complain that that's kind of on you.
I think why most of us are split up is because like it really depends on what hero you're talking about. Like what they're saying, like if it's Kiriko, you can just instantly teleport away, or Suzu, and like that's on you for dying to a Doom. But like if it's someone else that has like no mobility or a way to get out, I can see why it's annoying.
I think it was 100% a skill issue in Overwatch 1 because you could just hard counter Doomfist, and the more you knew about Doomfist, you could kind of just destroy him. But in Overwatch 2, sometimes I feel like some of these teammates just like perma charge Doomfist punch, and then you're just like one-shot comboed from across the map because it moves like a bullet train at you, and there's not much you can do about that if your teammates are just like kind of, it's just their fault, you know?
I get what you're saying, but I think some people conflate how difficult someone is to play against and how like fun it is to play against. I think for the difficulty part with Doomfist, is problem is that you can play perfectly against the Doomfist, not shoot his block, and then you have your Zenyatta from the backline just wailing a 300 damage right click, and it fully charges him, then you're the one that gets punished for it. That's annoying, and you can't really do anything about that. And as for the comment about the old Doom, like I agree that like he was weak, but that doesn't mean he wasn't frustrating to play against and wasn't annoying to play against, because the skill check to beat him wasn't that high, but if you failed it, you would instantly die. Whereas most of the heroes, it wasn't like that. So that's why I think people like get mixed up between those two things of like how difficult it is to play and how like obnoxious it is to play against.
Is there anybody who would like to change their stance after hearing other people speak?
Well, I agree with Chipsa. Like, let's say a Kiriko is playing against a Doom, and they're just getting punched on cooldown, and then, I mean, like, they can TP away, but then the Doomfist can just slam onto them, and if their team isn't helping them kill the Doomfist, then I see how that can be really annoying.
So I'm going to give you guys 7 minutes on the timer, and then you're just gonna take it away and go.
Wait, I have a question for Cream and Chipsa. If it's not like a skill issue playing against them, then what is it? Like, there's always an option to deal with Doomfist. Yeah, like, it makes it seem like there's no option to deal with Doomfist with the way you guys are explaining things.
I would say that it depends on what your perspective is. You're talking as an individual, which I think is what we're all talking here, because I think we're all talking about solo queue, right?
Mhm.
So you can't control whether your Soldier 76 shoots a rocket into the block, right?
Yeah.
Which means that you then are going to get, but then you might be the one that gets punished for it. So there's nothing you can do about that, and unless you're, you know, hacking into the mind virus and controlling everyone at the same time, it's not going to work that way.
I mean, if he has some powered punch, you know he's gonna go for it. He's kind of just predictable, and you can punish him when he does go for it.
Yeah, but
like there are 4 targets he can go for here. All of the squishy targets are viable options for an amped punch because it's that powerful. And if someone else on your team amps it up, what are you going to do about it? You don't know who he's going to go for.
I think
he's got 4 options.
I think it just depends who you're playing. For example, like if I'm playing Doom, I actually give the enemy Doomfist Empowered Punch on purpose because I know he's going to try to go for somebody in the backline, and I just punish him for it by punching him back. Just stop him from getting a kill. And
I mean, look, I think that your perspective is like a super non-realistic one. Like in the heat of the battle, like these things, like it's not just as simple as, oh, like he has some power punch, I'm not going to do this. Like, because half the time he's going to commit half his cooldowns in your face, right?
Mhm.
And then you're going to bait out his block, and then you're going to punish him after the block. Your teammate then shoots the block. You've made the right play, and you've just got to hope that your teammates don't empower the block. And if they do, then you die, and it sucks. But that's not your fault. And you just sit there, you take that away, you say, you know what? I sat there and said, I don't really do much wrong there, and yeah, I'm still dead. And that's what it comes down to. The same with Genji deflect, right? Happened to me the other day. There's a Genji just deflected in my face. I don't shoot him, and my Widow just pops a shot right into him, and it hits me in the head and kills me. And I'm like, you sit there like, well, I'm the one who got punished, but did I die for it? No. And I think that is bigger on Doomfist than it is on most heroes.
That kind of line of thinking as well, because correct me if I'm wrong, all three of you are high GM, right?
Yeah.
Squibble, where do you play it?
I used to be in Overwatch 1. I'm not.
Okay, here's the kicker. I play in the medals. I see all of this, everything we've just talked about now about the power turn and just you being punished for something else your teammates did to the Doomfist. That's commonplace in the medals. It's not a skill issue on the individual's part because you've done it all right. If I were to go 1v1 the other Doom, I don't give him empowered. I just stand there and wave at him because I think it's funny. And then, lo and behold, my Widow in the backline is like, oh, a free shot, pop. And I'm like, oh, fuck. Now the Doom's empowered. I'm going to die.
Yep.
And I've got nothing to work with. I did it right, but I was punished for it.
I think it's fair. It's literally just like the ability is designed to punish stupid players. So if like a stupid player does something, like who's on your team and you get punished for it, it feels really bad. But that's also the intention of the ability. Like, I understand how it can be frustrating. Though.
But no one's arguing that like if I shoot the Doom block and he punches me, like no one's making that argument that like that's not a skill issue. That is a skill issue. The point is that's not the only way he can get empowered punch, right? There's times where he can get empowered punch from your teammate shooting him. There are times where there's just people spamming and he just walks in front of the spam. You know, Sojourn throws her E and you just walk into it, block, you have full empower punch. There's so many ways that it can happen in ways that you don't do anything specifically in that case. And it even boils down to a lesser degree, I'd say. Sometimes you can get hit by the AoE of the empowered punch when you're not the one getting punched. You're out of the LOS of the punch, but because the AoE is so big, it can actually hit you. Now, obviously that's a lesser degree, but that still does happen. So that's just my opinion on that. So like Doomfist is a hero that I agree with you in the sense that if you were playing in like a 5v5, right, it would be a skill issue as a team, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about as individuals.
That makes sense.
I still feel like there's just an option to deal with the person getting empowered punch. Like let's say your teammate feeds the enemy Doom's block all the time and he goes for empowered punches and he hits somebody. There's always an option to make it where they don't at least die from getting hit by the empowered punch and like, well, not getting hit by a empowered punch, but like from the upcoming primary fires. So, like there's always an option to stop yourself from dying. But that relies on your team a little bit more.
That's just not true though, because like, okay, if you're playing Kiriko, you can Suzu, or you're playing Baptiste, you can Lamp. What if you're playing Soldier 76? What are you gonna do then? Walk and stand in front of the left clicks? That's not gonna work. Like that only works if you play specific heroes. It does not work in the general. Like you have to look at it overall. You have to look at it from a broad perspective. The vast majority of heroes don't have a way to stop the Doomfist from either killing them or killing a teammate from someone else's mistake.
I think it just depends on your comp and how things are being played. It's just different in every situation. Like there's many times I'll go for an empowered punch, but there's like a break on like the other side that just throws a pack and like that's it. I can't do anything about that.
So I mean, yeah, sure. Do change that up because if you do happen to, one of your teammates does like give the Doom empower when you've done everything right, depending on the comp. If it's say like Orisa, Echo, Pharah, Mercy. I don't know, what support's the most painful right now? Kiriko. All of that. We don't have realistically much to go on in that comp unless you want to punch the Pharah or the Echo out of the sky and be stylish. So comps like that will change the game, but how often do you actually realistically come into a game and then, oh, we've won a fight, we've lost a fight, they've recognized I'm on Doomfist and they've all entirely counter-swapped for Doomfist. That doesn't happen.
No, it doesn't happen.
It's a meme because like once in a blue moon it will happen, but generally speaking, that just doesn't happen. It's blown way out of proportion that's even a thing.
Like people counter swapping?
Whole team comps counter swapping because Doom's kit allows him more or less to counter counters as well. He has so much agency to do whatever he wants that even if you're counter swapped for him and you play right, he's got the tools and got everything there. And if your teammates feed into that, depending on how good the Doom is, it doesn't matter.
I just feel like it just depends on the situation.
I mean, I agree, but I think there's more, like, if you look at the totality of the heroes in the game, there's more heroes that are in a situation where they can't help at all. Like, if you're looking at a Kiriko complaining, I would agree with you, but for the main, like, the vast majority of the cast, it's just not the case. There's just times where you sit there and you say, there's nothing I could have done there, and that never feels fun.
I still think it just depends on the character you're playing, your positioning.
But like, okay, what characters can stop? Let's say a Doomfist punches your teammate into a wall, or is about to punch your teammate. What characters in the game can save that Doomfist? Like, let's assume you're not using an ult, because the Doomfist is not using an ult, right? What characters
Save
can
the
save
Doomfist or save the punch target?
Save the person getting pinned.
It depends on the
just in general.
players on the team.
In general,
like Zuzu, Lamb, Bab Shift, Brig Whip, Doom Punch, even Orisa Javelin, Diva right click. It's probably more. Even like maybe even Hack too, just to stop us from escape a little bit.
So you've named like, I don't know what, like 5 heroes there.
I mean, there's probably more that I can't think of right now.
Even some of them, I wouldn't grant you. Like, I don't think a Bap Shift would save a target. Like, I don't think it would. If you're good enough with your left clicks, it's not going to save a target. But even if I grant you like
a shift, you can right click.
I mean, how many heroes are there in the game? Like 30 or something?
37, I think.
It's 37. So like, even if they give you 10, that's still like a third of the cast. So
a majority of those casts are designated to the tank roles or
the support roles. It's mostly
or like 3
mostly
supports.
Yeah,
Like
obviously
about it,
you
only
could-
like
you
3
could
supports
know
and the
that-
rest of the tanks that can stun him out of whatever he's
Yeah,
doing.
exactly. You could nano him or EMP him or something, but then you're committing an ult, right? Like for a play. So like that's the point. Like the vast majority of the cast just can't stop that from happening. And the fact that you're not the one doing anything wrong, that's the point I think that people get frustrated at, which I think is perfectly justified. I mean, you probably know what it's like sometimes. You know when you fight like a Doomfist 1v1 and you have him dead to rights, right? Like he has his block and then your teammates shoot his block. And then he ends up getting a punch and gets away or kills you or something. Like that just feels awful.
I just feel like that's just a skill issue.
Yeah, but it's not a skill issue from your perspective, which I feel like I think we all agree here that we're not talking about it as a team, we're talking about as an individual, because we're basically
I mean,
none
like
of us are pro players.
if you're
We're solo
alone
queue
and you
players.
get caught off by empowered punch, there's nothing you can really do about it. But I think that's just like a positioning issue. Like if there's like a low,
Well, given how loud
I think it
the
just
audio
depends
is,
on the
unless
situation.
he hits a god punch from across the map, given how loud the audio is, you can hear that thing across the map as he charges it. That audio is not changed across the game. It's loud as shit.
and the visuals on it as well. Like you know he has empowered, so you can try to position a little bit better if you think he's gonna go for it. You can also bait it out by pretending you're in a bad position.
I mean, sure, but these are all hypothetical situations that the vast majority of the time just aren't going to happen in the game. That's why Doomfist
you
gets
also
value.
you also say position better, but then we add diagonals into the mix and corner punching and all that little tech you and I have made the devs refine. How do you counter getting punched around a corner? You've positioned out of his line of sight, but we can still punch them because we made that a thing.
I mean, you're kind of gambling. You can't see. You either get the punch or you don't. If you're going for wall slide punches, you're gambling. You're gonna hit them. You're making a prediction.
Is there like a consensus? Like, is this a agree to disagree type thing, or what's kind of like our consensus?
I
for the
agree with
debate?
them, but like I think it's just situation dependent. Like every situation.
If it were based around the team discussion, we'd probably be on the other side. Chipster and I'd probably be on the other side. There are skill issues in team
For the most
coordination
part, I would
to
agree
counter
with that.
Doom. But for individual perspective,
Which I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think we're talking team perspective here.
No, yeah,
Hang
we're
on.
talking-
Everyone here plays solo
Yeah.
queue, right? Everyone, like, no one plays pro play, so we're all talking from an individual perspective, which is really the only, I think, relevant factor here. So I just think obviously there's times where that's the case, but if you compare it to most other heroes, it's not really like that. You know, like a Winston isn't really going to kill you because your teammates empowered the Winston, or it doesn't really work like that. Whereas it does for Doomfist, which I think is a frustrating perspective of the hero.
So when you have empowered punch, who do you go for? Like you usually go for a target that's either out of position that you could punish, where nobody else can really have that much follow up.
I mean, that's it's an impossible question to answer. Who do you go for? Because it's entirely dependent on the situation. Like, I mean, if there's backliners that you can punch, you go for them. If not, you just use it to pressure tanks. I mean, it's such a very question.
Because the blast back AoE is actually so big. It's 11 meters deep, but 11 meters behind your punch target is the depth of that punch, and it's like 6 meters wide and 5 tall. It's got a weird size, but it's huge. you can literally like farm empowered and then just punish the entire team. So because you say 4 people on the team play correctly, one dumbass is just constantly shooting the block, he can just use that empowered punch to control the entire team if they play grouped up together, because it's that comically big.
I mean, it's like the same principle as like the old "don't shoot the Zarya bubble" meme, right? It's the same thing, but I think it's like even more so, because the Zarya bubble, like a good Zarya is always going to get fed, right? But like there's times, and I think this happens for sure, when like let's say, I don't know, you're playing Cassidy with like a Zen next to you, right? And then the Doomfist jumps in behind you, slams, and then has his block up. And that guy, you know that if you do not shoot his block, he's dead. But if you do shoot his block, he's probably going to kill both you guys, right? Like let's just say Soldier, like, because let's say Cassidy has this nade, right? Obviously, so let's just say Soldier instead. Like, let's say that you're the Soldier in that situation. He puts his block up, you immediately stop shooting, maybe hit one bullet into his block, right? Which is just human reaction time. Then your Zen just decides, you know what? I don't care. I'm just going to blast him. And then he ends up killing you both. Like, that doesn't really happen in any other hero. And I think that's my fundamental point. That is just not that's annoying and frustrating to play against. And there's not even that's a specific situation. There's other things about the hero that are frustrating as well. Like having your entire team punched, like stunned against the wall, which can happen, or multiple people, is not really that fun to play against. It's the same as, when you get like Orisa speared. Like it hurts your soul a little bit, right? Now, obviously, it happens less with Doomfist because you have to get the Empower Punch for it to work and blah, blah, blah. But it's still a very frustrating experience.
I mean, I can agree with that part with the Zen feeding the block. Like, you're not having control there, but I feel like that's just certain situations again. Like, I agree with your situation, but I also agree with, like, my situation. Like, it just depends. It's different every
but
time.
That situation is the whole point of the discussion.
Yeah. Like, I think
I
agree.
Saying
like,
the discussion, the base of the discussion is dependent on the discussion is kind of like what?
It
We're
just
going in
depends.
circles at that point.
Obviously, I think my case is an extreme case, right? Like, I'm not going to say that happens all the time, but I think there's
Oh, you should
so
come
many
play in the metal
times-
ranks. That happens all the time down here.
Like you
That's
play
why
some
people hate him
games.
still.
You get some games where no one feeds your block, and you feel so useless, right? And you get games where people just like it. Always for me, it's like specific players just shoot your block, right? And they end up screwing their team over in a way like that is incredibly common. Like obviously the situation where you dive with 2 people, blah blah blah. Like that situation is pretty rare, but you're standing in the neutral, you block, and then you get your empowered punch. Then all of a sudden you're a massive threat. That's really common, and I think and then often what happens is the Doomfist is in, Antarctica and punches you across the map and stuns you and one-shots you. And it just doesn't feel fun.
Righty, so I let y'all run past the timer because it was really interesting topics y'all were covering. But so we just kind of, I guess, agree to disagree overall, but there's some points y'all see eye to eye on, kind of the consensus I'm getting.
I don't agree with anything QuakeDon says.